just posted the Facebook page in the chat. So if you guys want to go, you can go to our Facebook and share it with your friends and networks, please. That would be really awesome. And we are officially live. So welcome, everybody. Hope you're all doing beautifully today. This is Neil with PortalToAscension, and you are here with day 2 of the Cannabis Conference, and I'm joined with my co-host and great friend, Joan. How's it going, Joan?
Oh my God, am I excited. I was so excited after yesterday, and then I woke up and I went, oh my God, today's going to be even better.
Yeah.
You can believe that.
We're just going to keep building, you know? And it's so I just love how diverse the information has been. And really, we kept true to the intention that we set when we're, hanging out in your backyard, that we wanted to bring a holistic perspective to it, and also speak about things where we can maybe bring more consciousness into the industry, right? And everything from industrial use of hemp to the indigenous wisdom to healing properties, right? So, and today we're gonna be building on top of that.
I love it.
Mm-hmm.
And we have an amazing speaker to start our day with. So when we get
I was going to ask you, did you want to start out with maybe an invocation or center us before
Oh my
we do
God,
that?
of course.
Let's do it.
I don't know what I was thinking. Yes, let's do it all together. So taking a very deep breath in, if everyone takes a deep breath in. And let it all out. Down, down, down. Taking another deep breath in. And letting it all out. Mother, Father, God, we are so grateful for the circle, for the community, for the ability we have to tune in with one another around the world as we tune into our higher consciousness, as we step into a place of higher awareness, as we get to meet and greet the spirit guides of cannabis and understand how blessed we are to be able to be within their circle of knowledge and within this sacred consciousness. So we ask right now for our guides, our angels, our departed loved ones, the ancient ones, the spirit guides. We ask for their presence with us today as we step into higher consciousness and awareness. And so it is.
So it is.
Yes, 420 Spiritual Sunday is beginning.
All right, so should we get into the first guest today, or did you want to?
I think we should get into the first guest. Today is 420 Spiritual Sunday. It is the beginning of just awakening to a community of conscious cannabis users, people who understand that cannabis is a higher spiritual consciousness, and it opens the door for us. And our first guest, our first speaker, I'm really excited, is really one of the forefathers of cannabis and spirituality. And I could say that this was the first book I really got when I realized there's a whole community that celebrates the spiritual consciousness of cannabis. So we're going to be working with Stephen Gray. He's going to be talking to us about the Ancient Plant Ally. And by the way, he is the creative director of the Spirit Plant Medicine Conference up in Vancouver. So we've been interacting with Stephen. I'm just awed that you're with us, Stephen. Good morning.
Good morning.
Stephen.
Good morning, Neil.
Excited that you're going to share.
Yeah. Do you want to go ahead and take it away, Stephen?
Oh, sure. Got it. Yeah, so good morning, everybody, or evening if you're watching this recorded, or if you're in another part of the world. I'm Stephen Gray, and going to do, I watched a few of the presentations yesterday. I didn't see anyone using slides, PowerPoint, so I might be a little on the fringes of the style of this, but that's what I want to do. I want to share with you because I want you to be able to sometimes it helps to be able to remember when you can see things in print. So I'm going to have a number of points and a few quotes and different things like that. So I am going to share with you my screen and this PowerPoint presentation. And I will just then be a little thumbnail up in the right corner. So that's fine. Here we go. Just give me a moment, please. And away we go. So, yeah, The title is based on the title of the book, and if you'll excuse me again, I'll be attempting to look in the camera as much as possible, but I'm also going to be glancing at my slide there. So, as I say, it doesn't really matter that much because I'm just this little wee guy up in the corner there, and the main thing is the information. Like the old saying, excuse me, when there's a finger pointing at the moon, do you look at the finger or do you look at the moon? Well, it's the moon that we're concerned about here in that sense. So, cannabis and spirituality, re-honoring and reclaiming an ancient plant spirit ally. So I thought that a good place to start would be just, my sort of humble attempt to define a little bit about what you might call spirituality, because that's the central issue, isn't it? And this is what Joan was talking about even in her invocation, and what people like Swami and Nikki were talking about, and more people will be speaking about today, such as Beautiful Existence, I believe, coming on just after 1 today. I'm looking forward to that one. So I thought I'd make an attempt to more or less, this is kind of like the, 2-minute or 1-minute version of these explanations, So what is spirituality, or more accurately, what is awakening? And the way I understand it, and don't get me wrong, I'm certainly not enlightened or anything like that. I'm on the path like so many others of us, is that there's a trajectory involved from say the starting point, you might say, is that you live your whole life through a set of concepts and beliefs about what you think is true and untrue and real and not real and acceptable and not acceptable, who you are, received stories and embedded stories that you've taken on your whole life and perhaps past lives as well. And the trajectory is from that way of living your life to gradually, I think in almost all cases, perhaps all cases really, because you have to integrate new understandings into your daily life, gradually learning to trust the sort of full mind, body, spirit intelligence of this moment, of nowness. My old Buddhist teacher called it landing on what is, that's unconditional. There's no argument about it. It is what is because you experience it that way. You don't need to prove it. You don't need to explain it. You just need to experience it. So that essentially is what I understand as spiritual awakening. And I just thought I'd toss in a couple of things, a couple of ideas about how what might be signs of awakening. And I'm sure the people that you watching this or listening to this, if that's the case, would understand much of this. And maybe it's somewhat obvious, but, this is a kind of a survey or primer, I guess you could say, on trying to cover a lot of ground on how cannabis can be a spiritual ally for people. So the ability to recognize that this is basic sort of core Buddhist and other universal teachings, that the practice of simple meditation is learning to recognize that your thoughts are not you, that they are things that arise, they're like arise in the space of the overall consciousness, and you can actually you can either use them if they're useful to you, or you can just look at them and release them and come back into presence. Eckhart Tolle had a really nice way of saying it. He said that ideally you want to think of your mind as a tool, that your thinking mind as a tool, that you could pick it up when you need to use it, but you're fully capable of putting it down when you don't need to use it. And you can actually just rest in what Buddhists call rest in the nature of alaya, rest in the space of being fully present. Okay? So along with that, the signs of awakening, you might say, are you become more gentle, but not in a soft, not in a, how would I put it, not in a kind of a wimpy way, I guess you could say. There's a tenderness, tender-heartedness, I guess you could say, that comes with a firm back as well. My old Buddhist teacher used to say, firm back, soft front, soft, open front. Okay, so there's a gentleness, a tenderness, a sensitivity that comes along, sense of humor, and I don't mean, the ability to tell clever jokes or be witty. Sense of humor is understood in the largest sense, I think, is actually more like taking delight in life altogether. The term has been used, the primordial smile. You could just imagine the creators just having this primordial smile. Another sign that I believe is that you're developing on the spiritual path is you become less opinionated, more just, what is, you don't have to prove it, okay? Or if you do have opinions, there's a lighter touch, a little bit of that primordial smile in behind that, in behind that opinion, okay? And of course, humility, recognizing that we're connected, that I'm not above you, I'm not in competition with you or with the planet or whatever, And inevitably, of course, a growing or burgeoning compassion. So just a little of that. And then cannabis, the way I wrote it on my slide thing here is cannabis, really, the gentle relaxant, the recreational substance for a lot of people. It can make people silly. It can make them, there's, people, it's maybe not so much anymore, but it used to be this kind of stigma that just made you kind of, stupid, like, what were we just talking about, that kind of thing. But really, it comes down to how you use it. And, a lot of that's just, stereotyping anyway. But it's a whole other plant, in my view, and many others too. It's a whole other plant when you treat it as a sacred plant. So I wanted to just mention very briefly, there are volumes and volumes on the history of cannabis as a spiritual medicine, et cetera, et cetera. Somebody mentioned, I think it was Swami mentioned yesterday, the work of Chris Bennett, who's written several hefty books on the various religious uses of cannabis in the past. So this is the squeeze it down to 1 minute kind of version. I'm quoting Jeremy Wolfe here, contributor to to my cannabis book. Cannabis is our oldest friend and teacher, our ally on this earth. It's been around far, far longer than we have. They say that the lineage of this plant goes back 30 to 90 million years. And it's been in constant use ever since the beginnings of civilization. And I would say much earlier. I would guess much earlier. It had to be. You didn't have grocery stores to go to. You needed to know every single plant in your neighborhood. And this one would stand out, with its aromas and its beautiful, flowers or trichomes and all that. And there's absolutely no doubt that, our proto-humans, or whatever you want to call them, the Neanderthals and all the other species that have been around, or versions of human species that have been around for hundreds of thousands of years and longer, would have seen this plant, of course, and they would have quickly figured out what all the things it can do. All you needed to do was stand close to it when it caught on fire, and you'd soon find out, right? And we know from archaeological records and stuff that at the very least, shamanic spiritual use goes back to the Neolithic era, about 7,500 years ago. And then, of course, again, the 1 minute version of the history, it spread throughout. I think some people say that it probably started, first was, noticed in northern China, and then spread throughout Asia, the Middle East, Europe, Africa, and I think, as far as anyone knows, much more recently, the New World. In any case, this is a couple of quick little examples of. I don't want to actually read this whole page here. I don't know how much time I'm going to take to go through this. I tried to time it out, but I can't quite tell yet. But I want to pick out. These are just some examples of things like the famous Richard Evans Schultes. And Albert Hoffman in Plants of the Gods, and then there's one on the Rastafarians down below. But I just want to mention one. Oh, actually, no, I better mention two here. J.M. Campbell wrote the appendix to the Indian Hemp Drugs Commission report of 1893-94. It's an amazing report. I haven't read the whole thing or anything, but the British government commissioned this report to study the whole country for cannabis use and report back to them. And basically what they came back with was this plant has no social harm in India, it's widely used, and it has a lot of benefits. And so they put this remarkable appendix together, and this was a quote from the appendix. He who drinks bhang, that's a, potable, drinkable version of cannabis, drinks Shiva. Shiva's the Lord of Bhang to this very day. I could go on about that too. There's a chapter that references it in the book. The soul in whom the spirit of Bhang finds a home glides into the ocean of being, freed from the weary round of matter-blinded self. I love that quote. There's a bunch more like that in that appendix. And this one is actually my all-time favorite. Fuzeli, a Sufi poet from about 500 years ago, wrote hashish, which is what that I think that's the form that the Sufis took cannabis in, and they were major cannabis or hashish users at that time in history. Hashish is the Sufi master himself, and I think in a kind of maybe poetic sense that kind of sums it up. That's like the clear mirror, the amplifier that can deepen you into cosmic consciousness. So, how can this plant be a spiritual ally? Just want to talk a little bit about the very, very basic, another one of these sort of, condensed down to 1 minute kind of things. Pharmacokinetics. Pharmacokinetics essentially means any drug or substance as it comes into the body is metabolized and it leaves the body. So we have, of course, probably most of you watching this would know this amazing system called the endocannabinoid system. Endo meaning interior, inside, cannabis being an exocannabinoid, outside. And I think people say that the endocannabinoid system or receptor system is the most, or the I don't know, prevalent, or, there's more of them, more receptors than just about any other system in the body. And cannabis, of course, fits beautifully into those receptors. Cannabis are us is a kind of a fun way of putting it. We are very intertwined, simpatico with this plant, no doubt about it. So this next little bit is essentially comes from Joan Bello, one of the contributors to the Cannabis book, who says that, and this is easily verifiable in your own experience, or at least the first part, which is that when you first smoke, or vaporize. Not the same if you eat it. That of course takes an hour and a half to 2 hours to come on. But if you smoke cannabis, right away there's an increase in heart rate. And what that is doing is pumping fresh, richly oxygenated blood throughout the whole system, throughout the whole mind body or the brain body kind of system. And potentially there's a deepening, a slower breathing, an opening or relaxing of the skeletal muscles, and a freer flow of energy throughout the whole system, which would easily explain, for example, increased visual acuity that people experience oftentimes. There's unarguably an increase in hearing music and appreciating music. Everything seems kind of richer that way. It's also been referred to as a vasodilator, opening up the veins and the blood flowing through them. This also comes from Joan. In fact, much of this page comes from Joan, by the way. Credit where credit's due, Joan Bello, that cannabis creates an antidote to swings. It both stimulates and depresses at the same time, resulting in homeostatic balance. And there's a wonderful article, I don't know if I know how to pronounce his last name correctly, Robert Melamede has written an article that's freely available online on cannabinoids or cannabis as homeostatic balance. So potentially creates this balance. And I'm going to skip this quote from Joan, but basically it says the same thing, just to keep moving here. So how can this be part 2, the psychospiritual implications? A handy way that I like to refer to cannabis, which is also used to refer to psychedelics in general, is non-specific or unspecific amplifier. I think this is key in one way of thinking about cannabis. Is it's a key to its benefits as a spiritual ally, because it's like we're given this powerful tool, and it's how do we channel it then? That's the key. How do we channel that, right? I will read this quote by Joan then. The experience of the now is intensified with marijuana because of the increased psychic energy available to perceive the moment. This intensification is the summation of all the effects that have accrued to the entire body-mind. Okay? So I also think a lot of people, and certainly I do, think it's worth pointing out that cannabis can be seen as an energy medicine. Excuse me. Pardon me, folks. Little bit of frog there. Sunday morning frog. The mystic Pierre Teilhard de Chardin wrote, "Physical energy must be mastered and grounded for spiritual energy to move, because physical energy transforms the spirit." Okay? So it's an amplifier that way. Again, I'll probably mention that a few times. And I'm going to give you another quote that I've quite liked. It's actually from the foreword to the cannabis book. It's from Dr. Julie Holland, author of several popular books. And she wrote, "It pulls us out of our forward-leaning vector, encouraging us to hang back, wait a bit, and see how things feel before rushing into anything that puts us in touch. It puts us in touch with our deepest longings and truest feelings. It enables contemplation and reflection." So I think this whole idea of, I'm going to end with this later on, this idea that we can step out of our forward-leaning vector. I love that phrase, and just feel our way into life. And I think this is actually the revolution that's occurring and hopefully occurring on the planet, is we're learning to step out, as I mentioned earlier, of the secondhand received stories that create a kind of an ego package that helps us survive, to learning to trust information that comes to our whole system right now. So it's definitely not a given that any of these realizations are going to manifest with cannabis use. It involves establishing a relationship with the planet, and I think for most people there's a learning curve involved. So I wanted to say a little bit about, how we might experience these benefits of this wonderful plant. So I think respect is a good starting point. This plant, cannabis, is a sacred plant to a lot of people. The sadhus of India, Sufis of the Middle East, many other places. Many people in South America, such as the Santo Daime Church, or certain wings of it anyway, consider it a sacred plant and call it Santa Maria, Saint Mary, holy plant. And I also like to point out that, in my view, cannabis is also an advanced spiritual medicine. Why is it advanced? Because excuse me, because it raises the stakes. It ups the ante, the amplification function, and so, for a lot of us, it's hard enough to just sit still, sit in quiet meditation, and allow thoughts to dissolve anyway. If you sit down for half an hour, how much time can you actually spend with gaps in the thinking mind? And so with cannabis, you've kind of you've amplified the whole system. So it requires a potentially more powerful or stronger or more committed or braver level of surrender and opening to that, okay? So you've probably heard this term set and setting, very common term. Set meaning everything you bring to it, your intention. Oh, I missed intention a moment ago. Respect to start with. Intention is, what do you actually want out of this plant? Do you want to learn? Do you want to open? Do you want to be healed? Are you willing to be changed, or are you thinking, I don't like where I am, I want to change the channel, I want to escape into this place, So intention is everything in that sense, if you're thinking of cannabis as a spiritual ally. So that is set. And setting is the environment you do it in. Do you have a shrine? Do you, clean up your room and make it a nice place, or whatever? It could even be in the forest. But, setting might be involved in, say, limiting distractions, not having an open pizza box here, a beer over here, a television on over here, a stereo playing over here, people yakking over here, That might not be the best place or the best kind of setting for meeting this plant properly, for really fully meeting this plant. So then you've created this space, then what? Sit down, sit straight, relax, allow the breath to come, allow thoughts to arise and fall away, and hopefully empty more and more into this larger space that cannabis can open up for you. And of course, I think it's important to point out that the other aspect, or an other aspect of this spiritual work with cannabis, is that not only can it open you up into this bigger, deeper, truer, in a sense, space, but it can also, when that happens, it's in a sense you've uncovered things that were locked in you as well that need to come up. So that's an important part of understanding this. Like hurt may come up, if you've locked down your heart, opening it up, allowing it to, free up and breathe more freely can be heartbreaking, So, we need to learn to ride with that, as it were. And I always like to quote the mystic poet Rumi. Most people, you imagine, know who he is by now. He's right up there with the best of them as far as brilliant understanding and many, many quotable little lines from his poems. And this is one of them. Put your thoughts to sleep. Do not let them cast a shadow over the moon of your heart. Let go of thinking. Okay, I'm going to explain a little bit more about what I mean, or what that means as I understand it later. So this kind of disciplined focus does probably, for most people, require some kind of practice or practices. And one simple way to look at that is that you could think of practices that work with cannabis on a continuum from more or less formless, which is essentially, no add-ons, to more and more form or focus that way. And the simplest, closest thing to formless would be just sit down, shut up, and pay attention, to quote Terence McKenna. Just straight. This is Ganesh Baba was the famous, at one point anyway, crazy wisdom cannabis guru. He said, I only have two rules. One is sit straight, spine perfectly aligned, and the other is dedicate your smoking to Shiva, or whatever, deity or source makes sense to you in terms of what I mentioned earlier about respect, right? So just sit there, pay attention. What you might call bare meditation, bare attention meditation. And I put a little note on my screen here that for a lot of people, that can be really challenging, It may require some perseverance. Cannabis, as you know, I think if you're a cannabis user, and I assume most of you watching this are, it gives you this, what Joan Bellow called psychic energy, but it just energizes the whole system. And a lot of people feel like, I got to do something with that. I got to, clean the house. People do actually say that. I feel that it makes me feel like cleaning the house, or whatever, doing something active with it. And that's completely understandable and fine, no judgment, whatever. However, if you can stay with that energy can be rechanneled, it can be refocused into surrender, into just staying present with it. You have to go through the restlessness, you have to be with the discomfort and so on, right? And whatever, as I said, emotional pain might come up. There's a wonderful little Buddhist phrase, which is emptiness becomes luminosity, right? So if we can empty ourselves of all that stuff that's in the way and meet this plant, in a way of surrendering to its space, to her space, to her presence in us, or meeting us that way, then potentially what can shift is this restlessness, this speed of mind, and it can open up into a kind of a luminous experience, all right? So, but again, completely understandable that as a starting point, you meet people where they are, or you meet yourself where you are, and ideally gradually move toward that, which may be too difficult for a lot of people, although I would encourage people to persevere when possible. But there are ways to you might say, spill off some of that energy that are still more or less non-cerebral, that are still more or less keeping you in the zone, so to speak, what Buddhist teachings call one-pointed concentration practices. And so that could be things like yoga and all the other body disciplines, sacred chant, visualization, music, dance, and then extending the idea of practice a little further, anything like lovemaking or walking in the woods, things like that, okay? But again, and this is the last one on the screen there, I think ideally, you want to remember that there's a wellspring there. There's a way to reconnect. And if you can, no matter what you're doing, what else you're doing, if, again, your intention is to treat cannabis as a spiritual tool or ally, ideally, you want to, at least for part of the time, keep coming back to this silent connection with the plant, this pure connection where we're out of our own way. When I first made this next one, I just put yoga, ganja yoga. But I wanted to extend that concept, make it a little broader. So I just changed it and I called it life yoga, a way in. And this is what I was talking about a moment ago when I said that you could see these form-based practices as kind of training wheels. That's not the only way to see them, of course. They are in their own right, excellent, wonderful practices oftentimes. But you could also see them as ways to help get used to being in the cannabis, in this sort of vast space of cannabis that can be scary, honestly, to let go of this old thing that we thought we were and open up into something that is, in a sense, no self, but the real meaning of yoga, and I think this is really key, or the real understanding of yoga, this is from Haripuri Baba, who was a guru in a Naga Baba lineage, the naked sadhus of, that's what they're called in India. And he said, yoga is stopping the chatter of the mind, right? Yoga is stopping the chatter of the mind. It's not, Hatha yoga is just one of many practices with that intention. And of course, yoga and cannabis, or ganja you might call it, do have an intertwined relationship that goes back who knows how long. Some sadhus have said that the sadhus, they are the originators of Hinduism. Some of them have said that, and they've been using cannabis since, So again, cannabis is an amplifier. It can deepen such practices. And then you could think beyond quote-unquote yoga altogether. One of the, I'm putting a new book project together, and one of the people I will have who will be contributing to that book is a really brilliant Australian Aboriginal named Tyson Yunkaporta. He has a book called Sand Talk, How Indigenous Thinking Can Save the World. And he talks about entering ancestral mind. That's his phrase for it, ancestral mind. It's a timeless mind. And cannabis, again, can help us slow down and enter into that space, and then connect at a much deeper level with whatever our attention is, or the object of our intention, or the no object of our intention, in terms of what I was saying, just being in the space. So this is what I meant. I wanted to emphasize a little bit, or why I put an emphasis on inner silence or inner stillness. And that's because it's the hardest bloody thing for almost everybody to do. And it's even hard to recognize, a simple metaphor for understanding that is, I play guitar, and when I was much younger, it actually took me a while to learn how to tune my guitar properly in the days before, tuners, which seemingly everybody uses now. It actually took me a while to learn how to tune it properly, because what happens is, if you're tuning one string up to the next string, as it gets closer, you hear these vibrations, these beats, they call them wah, 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 wah. And as you get closer, they slow down. They go wah, wah, wah. And when they're perfectly in tune, there are no beats. And at first, for a while, for a couple of years, I didn't think that I had found the tuning, because I didn't hear anything anymore, So it's a little bit like that, there's an emptiness that we can enter into, but it's hard to even recognize, that it's even there. And as Eckhart Tolle beautifully put it, for most of us, the now is never enough. We always want to go somewhere. We always want to add to it. We want to bring something in for ourselves, rather than just sit down, shut up, and pay attention, as it were, metaphorically speaking, right? But again, if we can do that, there's this potential for opening. It's the holy gate, is what you might say. Another beautiful quote from Rumi: silence is the language of God. All else is poor translation. That's one of my favorites because there's a kind of a wink in there too, like we're not deadly serious about this when we say poor translation. So this, I think, is also an important topic. Combining cannabis with other psychedelics. Cannabis can be a humble supporter of work with other plant medicines, I say humble supporter because if we were talking, say, psilocybin mushrooms, for example, if you're taking a fairly large dosage of that, cannabis can potentiate the effects of these kinds of medicines. It can also smooth and soothe them to some effect, to some degree, without actually mitigating or diminishing the effect of the power of that plant. But typically, and especially if you take the other plant first, of course, the other medicine first, cannabis comes in, as I say, as a humble supporter. It doesn't intrude and go, look, now you're dealing with a cannabis high here, right? It just supports that other one. Mariano da Silva in the Cannabis book has a chapter. He's an ayahuasca shaman and also an expert of the spiritual use of cannabis. And in their ceremonies, there's quite a ritual involved. They drink the ayahuasca, then they, like 45 minutes or an hour of singing these songs, these hymns. And then they'll have what they call concentration, where they'll sit in silence for another, I don't know, half an hour, 45 minutes. Then they'll have another round of the ayahuasca. And sometime, I think, after that second round, only with a very special group of people, because this is, as I said at the beginning there, this is an even more advanced use of cannabis because of the extra level of amplification involved, right? Potentially, anyway. And this quote pretty much, makes that clear. The ayahuasca takes you to the top of the mountain, and at that point, the cannabis gives you wings to take off and fly in the wind. I just love that quote. It's so amazing. And then good old Terence McKenna, he used to, when he took, what he called a heroic dose of psilocybin mushrooms, somewhere, I don't remember exactly where, like an hour and a half later, he would have a couple of tokes of cannabis, and what he said it did was synergize and prolong the visions. Okay, so that's just another thought there. And finally, and also Mariano da Silva's people would do this, at the end of, say, their ayahuasca ceremony, they would sometimes share a joint for the sharing session, because it would help them kind of click in, bring into focus what they'd actually experienced. It would come back, they'd remember it, and they could articulate it. So it's another way that cannabis can be used with other psychedelic medicines. And I can't go through this whole thing without mentioning a couple of what I've called cautions, okay? First, I want to get one out of the way, though. Excuse me. Physiological or physical addiction. If you're a cannabis user, you probably know this, but just in case, it's not extremely so. That can be overblown by critics of the plant, or people that worry about that. Is that its effects are called the withdrawal effects are called transitory and mild. Perhaps at the same level of coffee. If you're a really heavy smoker, if you're smoking several times a day for years and years and you suddenly quit, yeah, of course, your body, your endocannabinoid system is going to have to readjust. But it's not at the level of something like heroin or cocaine or some of these other even legal pharmaceutical substances, okay? So let's get that one out of the way. However, psychological addiction or dependence, serious problem for a lot of people, and I think almost everyone knows that, either from having experienced it themselves or seeing it around them, that some people are just using cannabis to escape. So in that sense, it's a non-specific amplifier, as I mentioned at the beginning. It'll let you go where you go, where whatever direction you're already facing, right? And if that intention is to escape, to avoid reality, then she'll amplify that potential for you as well, right? Kathleen Harrison, who I know as Kat, she was married to Terence McKenna, if you know who he was, and a lot of people do, for about 15 years during his heyday in the 70s and 80s. And she's a wonderful wisdom psychedelic elder herself. She also contributed what I would consider my favorite chapter of the cannabis book, and that is, and this is her saying, quote, but she actually, okay, so in her chapter, she had about a page and a half where she talks about this problem. But some people don't want to come out of the stoned state, back to what we once called, quote, straight. They get stuck in the ease of being high, safely remote and removed from the daylight world of responsibility and emotional engagement. Okay? So that's something to watch out for. But that also comes back to what I was talking about earlier about intention. You know, how are you using this plant? And in fact, are you using it, or in a sense, is it using you? Okay. Another point here is somebody mentioned, I can't remember when, in one of the, it might have been in the panel discussion we had a few days ago, that maybe it was Joan actually that said this, that, you know, that the advocates for cannabis can be sort of like really gung-ho, you know, almost dogmatic about it, and the opponents can be at the opposite end of that continuum. So I want to point out that cannabis should not, in my view, be seen as a replacement for ongoing spiritual work. It can't be your only way to, you know, open yourself, as far as I'm concerned anyway. Maybe other people would see it differently, right? Joan Bellow talks about how in a sense, the high eventually, once you really understand it, the temporary high almost becomes a side effect. You know, certainly not a bad side effect, you know, most of the time, of course, but it's not necessarily, you know, let's put it this way. The great religious scholar Houston Smith said, and I'm roughly quoting him here, he said that it's clear that psychedelics, and this could apply to cannabis as well, it's clear that psychedelics can produce a spiritual or religious experience. It's much less clear that they can produce a spiritual or religious life, right? So in my view, and I think the view of many other people, cannabis can be an ally, but we still have to do the ongoing spiritual work of being present every day, working with our minds, opening up, you know, et cetera, et cetera. Okay? A little bit more on cautions here. This is an interesting one because I know a lot of people use cannabis daily, and I don't really know exactly what to say about that. My concern in terms of cautions here is that this dependence factor for a lot of people. But that's not for me to judge. That's for you, the user, to decide for yourself, you know, but pay attention to it. You know, do you feel like you can't do things, like you can't go anywhere without being high? You can't go to a movie, you can't appreciate music or whatever? You know, you might want to take a look at that. The other fact, however, and I put this in there, of course, gentle balancing for some. I mentioned homeostatic balance, right? So I think for some people, when you're smoking, you know, 2-3 times a day or whatever, it's not going to be a strong high anyway for most people, and it can create that state of homeostatic balance, and people can move through their lives that way. Fine, if that works for you, great. Just suggesting kindly, I think, to people that, you know, some people may want to be aware of their tendency toward using cannabis as a way to avoid rather than engage, okay? The other thing about working with cannabis as a spiritual ally in terms of the frequency of use is that, and again, some people might disagree with this. That's fine. I'm certainly willing to continue my own education. You know, I'm not sitting on the top of the hill with all the great answers. It's an ongoing exploration. But I think most people would agree that if you're using if your use of cannabis is heavy, you are going to have a significant tolerance effect. I've seen that over and over again. You know, people stop for 2 months and they go back and they have the same number of tokes, and they go, "Oh my God," you know, like that, right? So if you can use cannabis less frequently, and this is, you know, one way of thinking about it, you, I think, are more likely to be able to have this sort of burst into the sharp, clear, deeper space that it can open up for you. If you're using it all the time, your endocannabinoid receptor system is kind of satiated a lot of the time. There's a tolerance effect, okay? Food for thought, perhaps. And this again is Mariana da Silva, who I think puts it quite succinctly. It's a transcendental effect that really opens your mind, enhances your perception, softens your heart more, calms you down, and facilitates a kind of interaction. I have a lot of respect for cannabis, but if I use it every day, I don't feel this kind of effect from it anymore. So no offense to the people who are doing that, who consider that it's working well for you as a spiritual medicine. More power to you. Absolutely, okay? But food for thought again. And just really briefly, I think there is, there are some studies that show there may be an effect on a negative effect on memory in the long term. Perhaps something to look into. These are just teasers, right? To go look into them. There's also some studies that show that even though you may use cannabis to help you sleep, and that seems to work for you, you may not be getting enough of the deepest stage of sleep, and that may have long-term consequences as well, okay? There's also some conflicting studies about the development of the brain in youth. You've probably heard that one, that our frontal lobes aren't completely developed until we're about 24 or 25 years old. As to whether cannabis actually has any biochemical interfering effect prior to that, there's no clear evidence, but again, maybe something to think about. But again, the real quote-unquote danger is to use cannabis, actually two parts, using it as an avoidance, and I didn't go into this. I don't want to take the time to really elaborate on this and all. But as an amplifier, as a non-specific amplifier, it can amplify anything. And if your thought process is self-sabotaging, it can amplify that. And so there's definitely evidence that adolescents who are already hypersensitive, typically, if they're particularly inward or self-esteem is a big issue, or they're quite shy and have a lot of self-sabotaging thoughts, cannabis can just throw them all out of perspective, and that can be dangerous. Something to pay attention to again, I think. And again, why it's a totally different plant, a totally different kind of a substance and ally if you bring that intention, that respect, and that disciplined focus into your work with cannabis. So, finally, where could this lead? I talked about, learning to, and Julie Holland had that lovely quote back a little while that I read you about how we can ease out of our forward leaning vector and settle into a slower, more spacious, more heartfelt way of being in the world. And because cannabis is so ubiquitous, so easy to use in that way, cannabis can have a very important role in a cultural shift that way. And of course, medical health revolution, taking control of our own medicine, natural plant medicine, etc., and potential for a religious reformation, which is not that different from cultural consciousness shift that I just mentioned there. As Stephen Hager, one of the contributors to the Cannabis book, says, cannabis can be the sacrament of peace, for non-dogmatic, non-hierarchical, universal religion of the future. So it's really about humanity reconnecting with our wonderful ancient friend and ally alongside us to help us with that. So do I have time for these? I think I'm going to skip these in case there are some questions. I don't know how much time we have. Joan's on there again, so I'm just going to go right away to, I've got two upcoming events if you're interested. One is a webinar this Wednesday. It's free. You can go to consciousliving.network.net. It's 4 p.m. Pacific, and also I'll be leading an online cannabis ceremony this coming Saturday, March 27th, at a very low price. BYOB, bring your own bud, as it were, from your own home. And we'll do some meditating, some sound journeying, things like that. And then finally, if you want to get in touch with me, I've got a website. I'm on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram, etc. And again, this book, Cannabis and Spirituality. Thanks. I hope you got something out of this. And if you have any questions, you are most welcome to ask them.
Oh my God. Stephen, let's stop sharing the screen so we can see your handsome face.
Oh, yeah, right. Get out of the screen. Yeah. How do we do that? Come on now.
Well, no, I see you. full screen. Okay, I want you to know something. You were wonderful.
Oh, you're sweet.
Well, it was a real good deep dive, and there was some really interesting things. You called it an advanced spiritual medicine that amplifies your practice, and I just love the way you positioned it. So I don't know what Neil has to say, but I thought that was fantastic.
I thought it was an incredible presentation. It's so amazing. I'm learning so much, that I never thought I would learn, even though I knew there was more information, but just like the history, how shamans were using it or are using it as well. But I really resonate with you saying that, using it with other plants can basically create like a buffer effect that allows you to integrate more. But what I've noticed also, which is what I believe you said too, is like towards the end of whatever ceremony you're on, especially if you take a high dose of mushrooms or something, you could be very energized, very wired, and might want to integrate. And what I do is, smoke cannabis, and it actually just like relaxes my body. And when I was younger, when I was doing other recreational drugs, it would be the same thing. It was like cannabis was the one thing that wouldn't affect me negatively. It would be the one that would help me really just be grounded.
Lovely. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
By the way, before we use up whatever remains of our little bit of time here, I just want to say that I really enjoyed Swami and Nikki's talk yesterday, and they talked about a lot of the same things, just in a different way than I did. And also, if anyone's watching and listening to this and not sure whether you're going to spend the whole day in the panel discussion that we had on Wednesday, Beautiful Existence was part of that, and she talks about similar things, but again, in a very different way. And I'm going to, that's one I'm going to make a point of being here for sure.
And not only do we have Beautiful Existence, but you haven't met Bree Wolf.
I actually have.
You have? Okay.
I wrote the foreword for her book.
Oh my God, she told me that. She absolutely told me that. She has one of my paintings. She's amazing, and she's really going to talk to us about ceremony. So you started us off in a beautiful way. I'm looking forward to working with you in the future. And I want to post. Is it okay if I actually post some of your events? Keep
Absolutely.
us in the loop.
Anything.
I think, they sound fantastic. So thank you so much, Stephen. Have a blessed day.
Thank you, brother.
Namaste.
Thank you.
I'm looking forward to connecting with you more, Stephen. I really appreciate you, man.
Yes.
Thanks so much. And Neil, I sent you an email a couple days ago that I figured it was bad timing. I should have waited till after the conference. But
it's starred, it's unread, it's waiting for me to respond. So I'll be responding to you next week.
Wonderful. Cheers.
Okay. Take care, brother.
I love it when people come together, Neil, like this. Have a great day, Stephen. We're going to bring in our next guest, but I just thought, it's the spirituality of cannabis that really moves me. And hearing the ways that people use it, and that the confirmation, that you really are going into another world. So we're going to have an amazing speaker coming up to follow Stephen. Anya is very, very special. And one of the things that she shared with us the other day is that she has had a history of seizures, of grand mal seizures, and that's a particular interest to me, and actually was healed using cannabis. And it's amazing how an experience like that can turn you into a plant activist. And she spent years determining, how do we use cannabis effectively for medical uses and healing. And so she's actually going to share her results today of how they use genetic testing now to determine your cannabis experience, the right cannabis, the right cannabinoids for you. So I'm really happy to introduce Anya Kravitz. Good morning, love.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm super excited. By the way, I love Stephen Gray. I have, as I told you before on our Friday panel, I read his book 2 times. I so incredibly connected with it. And it goes really much well in line with your DNA, and your spirituality is it's all one at the same time. So huge activist for cannabis and spirituality, but also personalized cannabis as well. So I'm going to share my screen right now and start my presentation. 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. I'm just trying to get to my presentation, so bear with me 1 second.
Did you click screen share, Anya?
I'm doing that right now.
Okay.
All right. Can you all see my screen?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. All right. So, you know, the way I wanted to really do this presentation is, first of all, share my personal experience with cannabis, and also it's also a journey that led me to be working in cannabis, and what I also would like to really, you know, focus on this presentation is, you know, how to be a conscious consumer, how to actually purchase cannabis, and how can cannabis work for you on a personal level. Okay, so you know, first I want to go through my introduction and then also tell you a little bit about my story. But bulk of the presentation, I really want to focus on why cannabis is personalized and why it's not one size fits all medicine. And go into your DNA as a blueprint to your health and wellness, and then talk to you a little bit about how to be a conscious cannabis consumer, and give you some tools to take away with you after this presentation. So my story is I grew up with, I was a child of epilepsy. So I had epilepsy since I was a young kid. And it was about 3 or 4 years old that my parents really discovered that I had staring spells, which is a form of childhood epilepsy. Through this journey, I was not on medication, but I was on all kinds of different modalities as well. And I grew up in Eastern Europe. I was born there, and I moved to the US when I was 11 years old. So as I was growing up, you know, doctors were very cautious because they had told my parents that my form of epilepsy most likely is going to turn into grand mal seizures, and to really keep an eye, especially during my development years, and to keep an eye out. So for my parents, so during my teenage years, I didn't start developing grand mal seizures, but I did develop them as I was in my late 20s, early 30s. And for a decade on and off, I kept experiencing grand mal seizures, and they were very, very traumatizing. They would most of the time would happen out in public. And, you know, when you're an epileptic person, it's a very, very scary experience, first and foremost. And sometimes if you're not in tune with your body, and this is something that I had to actually learn, is how to be in tune with my body and really feel and understand when my seizures are coming on. What are my triggers for seizures? So because through my healing journey and through all the testing, I had discovered that what's causing my seizures is actually scarring in the brain that I was born with. And there are specific triggers for me that let me have where I'm having grand mal seizures. And those triggers, as I had learned as an adult, were lack of sleep, poor diet, not drinking enough water, not having enough electrolytes in my body, and just really not living a balanced life. And also alcohol use was, you know, just having drinks, or even just as socially, just going out and having drinks with my friends could also trigger a grand mal seizure. So after going through this process, I was put on various different medications, seizure medications that were causing me all kinds of different side effects, from a rash all over my body to really having huge brain fog. So it took about a few years to really get me on the right medication, which was lamotrigine. And the doctors were saying it's a very safe medication. However, over the years, that medication started giving me huge side effects where I had a lot of brain fog, especially if I didn't take my medication on time. And And that really started making me question, why am I like, what are other alternatives? And in 2012, 2013, I heard of Stanley Brothers, and I really looked into CBD and to help with my seizures. And I went to my doctors and I said, I want this because the medication is really taking a toll on my body. And I was a young woman. I was trying to have children as well at the time. And the doctors denied. They said, we don't know enough information. We don't recommend this for you. And if you do decide to stop your medications, we have to report you to the DMV. And once that happens, your driver's license gets taken away, and that's it. Like, you cannot drive. So, and that really propelled me to really get on the discovery of what is cannabis, what can it do for me, how can it help heal me. And I was never a recreational user of cannabis. I didn't know much about it at all. So and just slowly I started learning about it. And in 2015, 2016, I took a trip I went to Europe and Middle East. And in the Middle East is where I actually met my first cannabis real patient that I saw real results that, he shared with me his whole entire journey of why he started taking cannabis and what has it done for him. And it was mostly for PTSD. And that really just changed, his story completely changed me. And it empowered me to really go out and really pursue for it to be my medicine as well. But I really didn't have any tools except research, tenacity, and I was trying to speak to as many people as possible about cannabis. And I also attended a lot of different cannabis seminars and events, and one of them was in Harvard Medical School in 2017. And that conference actually really, it did something to me. It triggered something in me where it made me incredibly emotional. And they went through the whole entire how cannabis affects you medically, how it affects your body, what globally around the world, what have been the medical success stories. And a lot of them were about epilepsy, which I, of course, resonated a lot with. And I actually cried at that conference, because it was the very first time that I heard that there's a natural medicine that can help me without experiencing side effects, and where I can actually have a good quality of life as a young woman. So, and that was like a huge switch for me, where I decided to really dedicate my career to this plant, to education about this plant, and innovation and product development as well. So this led me to my journey in cannabis medicine. So in the industry. So my prior experience has been in brand development, product development in beauty and wellness products. I've done that for many, many years and had a lot of success. And I wanted to use my skill sets and my knowledge already about cannabis and medical cannabis and what it has done for me. I wanted to translate that into the industry and help other people, empower and inspire other people to take their own health and wellness into their own hands, and to also destigmatize cannabis. So I had the opportunity to be a speaker at High Times. I had the opportunity to also have some interesting events, do some interesting events with some of my partners. One of the events was an experiential event that put together that really highlighted the sensory of all the senses that cannabis touches. So that was a really fun event, and Rolling Stone named it the best pop party of California. And I had also the privilege of meeting the Stanley Brothers family as well. And I continued to really relay my experience and my voice and my just knowledge about cannabis on different panels, different events, retreats, and so on. So And I did all of that before 2018 legalization. So what I want to share with you is what did I learn about cannabis as a patient and also having a career in this industry. So what I learned is it's not one size fits all. We all have a very unique experience with cannabis. And our DNA plays a huge role with our experience. The endocannabinoid system, of course, you have all learned and heard a lot of information about the endocannabinoid system. And it's an incredible system that regulates all of our organs and all of our major regulatory systems. And our DNA is directly connected to the endocannabinoid system and everything else in our bodies. So our DNA plays a huge role in what our experience is with cannabis, personalizes it. Also, what I learned is strains do not matter. You and I can consume the same strain, and we will have a very different experiences. And that is because we are all incredibly unique. We all have our own very different genetic predispositions, and also terpenes. Terpene profiles really matter in your cannabis experience, also your cannabinoid ratio. And again, your genetic predispositions overall, because terpenes do trigger your various different genes and genetic polymorphisms. And one last thing that I learned is get to know your body and self. It's such an interesting time in the industry right now, or just overall in cannabis. We have so many states that are, legalizing cannabis, medical, recreational, and there's an abundance of products out there, all kinds of products. And we have an industry that's not really, because cannabis is so incredibly complex, our bodies are so incredibly complex, and we are still in that beginning phases or stages of the growth of this industry. So the medical professionals are still not caught up about cannabis. They don't know how to work with this plant. They don't understand. It, and they haven't had a lot of experience with it. But we have a lot of consumers that want cannabis, but they're confused and don't understand how to get started with cannabis, where to go, where to turn. They go to the dispensary. The bud tender is not really explaining, how to really start with this medicine. And you have a consumer that's frustrated as well. And also they're spending a ton of money on trial and error, trying different types of products to see what will work for them. But first and foremost, you should understand and know your body and know what is your intention for consuming cannabis. What do you want this? Why do you want to take this plant? For what exactly? And intention is so incredibly important with any plant medicine. Cannabis, absolutely, your intention has to be there. So, and this is something that Stephen Gray, I heard half of his presentation. I mean, this is what he talks about also. And set and setting is incredibly important with all types of plant medicines. Okay, so ECS is tied to our genes. So, which is very, very true. The human race evolved with this plant thousands and thousands of years. Lots of different animals have the ECS system. Cannabis is a plant. We are very lucky to have now found and have research about this plant and how phytocannabinoids interact with our bodies, and how they can help, replenish our own endogenous cannabinoids that we produce to make sure that our bodies are in balance. The goal to health and wellness is to be fully in balance. So this plant is essential for us. I have my own theories too about this plant. In the last 100 years, cannabis has been and hemp has been taken away from us. And then we have all these diseases that started popping up. Lots of cancers. We have food that's not natural. So we have a lot of disruption to our system in the last 100 years. And we really haven't had the opportunity to have access to phytocannabinoids because of legal issues, because of lots of different politics, lots of different things, including big pharma. And it's, it's important to know and understand this type of information, especially if you want to start your cannabinoid therapy or are interested in just introducing cannabis into your lifestyle. Another thing I want to point out that your genes, they are a blueprint to yourself, but your genes do not get turned on and off until it depends on your environment and also depends on your epigenetics. So your environment plays a huge role in your experience with cannabis, and also epigenetics. That's why set and setting, being in a relaxed environment, comfortable environment is incredibly important, especially if you are new to this plant or have genetic predispositions to anxiety. Okay. So very important to also know and understand that. So people always say, let me see. Okay. So here's there's a lot of confusion in the industry. What is my dose? What is the right ratio for me? What do I do? How do I get started? So your dose is definitely based on your genetics. And if you are eating cannabis, you should absolutely be aware of what type of metabolizer you are. I think that, the more I learn about health and wellness and the more I learn about DNA, it's once you understand how your body functions and what your triggers are, genetic triggers are, you can, really create that personalized wellness for yourself. And really, you need to do your own research on that also. But your metabolic function is a huge influencer on how you are, what your experience with cannabis is. So if you are a novice and you're eating an edible, well, before you eat that edible, and I'm sure everyone has had their negative experiences with cannabis, and the way we metabolize cannabis, if you have a variation of a gene called CYP2C9, and I'm sorry, there's a typo here, then you should be very careful about eating edibles, or just really consume a very, very low dose of edibles. Some people are ultra metabolizers, some people are high metabolizers or normal metabolizers, but knowing this information will really help you with your dose. And also if you are taking any sort of medications, cannabis does interact with various different pharmaceuticals. So understanding and knowing this information, how to stagger your cannabis experience, is incredibly vital and important. Also, everyone is unique. Know yourself first. Know what is your health and wellness looks like. What types of foods are you eating? All of that does matter. And balance. If you're a new consumer, just make sure that you don't go for high THC that the bud tender recommends for you. Go for more wellness products that have a balance of cannabinoid ratios, 1-to-1, 20-to-1, CBD to THC is a great start. And also look for products that are full plant and that are minimal processed and really don't contain a lot of sugar as well. Unfortunately, in our industry, there's a lot of cannabis products that, contain distillate and contain lots of sugar, and that's not a wellness product. That's just that's just a fun little good time, and it's not really nourishing your body. What you want is to nourish your body with cannabis in a balanced, effective way. And start slow. Like, it is a rule of thumb in cannabis that starting slow is the way to go. And it is very, very true. And now with technology, biotechnology that we have available to consumers, you can actually test yourself to see what your genetic predispositions are and see whether or not you're sensitive to cannabis, to THC. How do you metabolize THC and CBD? What type of genetic predispositions do you have? And how do you, if you do know what they are, how do you then start with your cannabis journey? How do you buy your products? So all that information is incredibly important. You know what? I skipped. I have a slide that's missing, but I'll talk about it. So how do you empower? How do you want to, being an empowered consumer is extremely, extremely important, especially right now, because we have, again, as I mentioned, we have an overabundance of products on the market, yet we don't have a huge support system built in where you can have a guide that will guide you through your cannabis experience and really point you in the right directions. There's a lot of people like that out there that can help you, but at the same time, you have to seek them out, and also you have to be your own proponent of your own health and wellness. So how do you become an empowered consumer? So figure out what your needs are first. What are you trying to heal? What is it that you want to take cannabis for? Is it for anxiety? Is it for lack of sleep? Is it for pain? So figure that out first with yourself. Do your own research. I included this website here. This is an incredible website where you can learn about any possible cannabis research, science research, medical research that's going on, or that's been done, and what are the results. So this is for anything medical, and this is a great source for anything medical, but there's a lot of research and data that's available for you to look into. So please utilize this and be a conscious and smart consumer with this type of information. And get to know yourself as a blueprint, get to know yourself genetically, who you are, what you are, and what are some of your triggers, because that is incredibly important with your experience with cannabis. And actually the slide that's missing here is I listed genetic variations for each, like for anxiety. And actually, once I'm done with this, I'll pull up that slide so I can go over that information so people can understand. But yeah, your DNA is incredibly, incredibly important with your relationship with cannabis. And also know that your DNA is just a blueprint. Your environment does matter in your genes getting turned on and off. And ask, when you are buying cannabis products, when you are, you're ready to purchase your products, always ask for COAs. Legally, every state should have a COA for each cannabis and CBD product out there. So that shouldn't be a problem, but always check the COA and make sure that, ask what terpenes are in each formulation, or if you're purchasing flower, do your research on the terpene profile, because terpenes, which are the essential oils of cannabis flower, they dictate your experience with cannabis. So that is incredibly important if you are, you want to be a mindful and consumer. So give me 1 second here. I'm just going to stop sharing. I know I'm like ahead of the game. It's about 10:20. So let me stop this. I'm going to pull up the other slide, and we will, I'll go over the specific genetics for each predisposition. So 1 second. Okay, bear with me. Sorry, guys, 1 second. I'm pulling everything up under the sun except for that information. It looks like my slide got deleted, but it's okay because I have all this information here.
Good.
So what I'm going to show you right now is actually some of the personalized formulations that are available for, they're available on the market through your doctor, but I want to just show you some of the genetic predispositions that one second. Sorry. Okay, can you guys see my screen?
Yeah, we see it.
Okay, perfect. So this is the future of medicine. This is what it looks like. I'm just pulling up some of the formulations that my company. So I currently work for a company, a biotech company called EndoDNA. We have a direct-to-consumer DNA test, and we also have come up with patent-pending formulations that are personalized based on genetics. So I just want to show you an example of how your genes affect your experience with cannabis and why terpenes are so incredibly important. So if you have sleep issues, most likely it's due to your genetic predisposition. So we have genetic predispositions variations for MEIS1, DRD2, DRD3. So these are all associated with sleep, lack of sleep, and just sleep deprivation and any sort of disruptors in your sleep. So based on research and science, and the company that I'm working currently with, our business model is threefold. We have a genetic test that's available to consumers and medical professionals as well. And we have genetically aligned formulations that we are working with and selling to, working with doctors and also various different cannabis companies that we license out these formulations. And we're also participate in research. So we're currently involved in 4 different studies globally in the world using our technology and our formulations. And also we just finished a study with Dr. Ethan Russo, who also sits on our science board. He's an incredible scientist and godfather of terpenes. So we are very, very excited for that information to come out. And the study was on CHS, which is the cannabis hyperemesis syndrome. So keep an eye out and check that website that I listed in my presentation. So these genes are associated with your genetic predisposition for lack of sleep. Now, if you want a formulation that's helping you with sleep, you should be looking for terpenes that can help you with that. So myrcene, terpenoline, and little are incredible terpenes to help you relax and to help you sleep. Also, your cannabinoid ratio should be more CBD with just a little bit of THC for synergistic effect. And what you see here is just their CBD formulations, but we also have THC formulations as well. So that's one. This is for sleep. If you're experiencing anxiety, for example, if you have a challenge with anxiety, you probably have genetic variations, predispositions of genes CNR1 and FOD gene, which are directly connected to our receptors, okay? Our endocannabinoid receptors. So if you have a genetic predisposition to anxiety, you should only be consuming terpenes or formulations that, of course, again, you have balance, but also that contain linalool, pinene, and beta-caryophyllene. If you have a genetic predisposition to anxiety, you should not be consuming any formulations or any sort of flower with limonene and other terpenes that will exacerbate your genetic predisposition to anxiety. These terpenes will really give you, they will give you anxiety. And also balance of CBD and THC and other cannabinoids, okay? If you are experiencing inflammation or have chronic pain, it also has to do with your genetics. So again, these are the genes that AKT1, FOS, CNR2, HTR2 are associated with genetic predispositions to pain and inflammation. So if that's the case, your best friends should be beta-caryophyllene, myrcene, and humulene, with also a balanced ratio of CBD and THC. So these are just examples that I'm showing you of why it's so incredibly important to know and understand yourself from a genetic standpoint. And I give that advice to everyone that I actually meet, because that gives you an empowered approach to your own health and wellness, and really helps you with yourself to guide you through that process and personalize your experience, not just with cannabis, but with food, with with anything with vitamins, anything like that. And I'm gonna stop here. And I'm going to pull up my presentation again. I apologize that I'm kind of going back and forth here. But here is basically, this is my contact information. If you have any questions, or if you want to try a DNA test, or if you have any questions about the company that I'm currently with, I also have if you want to try the product, you contact me personally. I will give you a code for to try our product, the DNA test. It's a discount code, basically. So let me see, I'll stop here. Let me see what questions there are. Joan, do I just read these questions?
I can read them for you. So first of all, I see, how do I become a participant in your study?
Okay, sometimes we partner with different companies, and just contact us directly. And if there is a study that we're doing that requires participation, or if we're working with a company that needs participants, we will point you in the right direction. But just email me with with the email that's listed, and I will help you out.
Anna, what's that email again?
It's Anya.
Anya.
Kravitz. It's right here. It's in my signature right here. Can you see it?
No, but that's probably because I'm not looking at it.
Anya Kravitz at gmail.com. Anya.kravitz@gmail.com.
All right. This has been a very fascinating talk. There was another comment, are all these from organic sources?
What is?
So the tinctures that you're showing.
Oh yeah, so these are, they're all they were formulated for medical grade. So they have a very special yes. So organic sources, all of our materials are full plant, our terpene blends and our actual formulations. We worked for 1 year with a very, very special company out in Israel, and that are connected to Dr. Raphael Mashulam's research clinic. So we worked for 1 year to create consistent formulations and, to make sure that it creates consistency and is consistent every time. So, yeah.
Okay, so we have another question. So from Kathy, and she says, this is the first time I've heard about CYCPC9. I hadn't heard about it either. I don't want to get
actually CYP2C9. So yeah, if you just go on that website that I gave you a link to, and that information is starting to come out because there's a lot more genetic tests that are testing for cannabinoid compatibility. But it has a lot of, there's a lot of information and studies about CYP2C9 variation in your metabolic function. And it depends if you have that variation, you will not be able to process CBD and THC, like cannabis, just optimally. You will have a negative experience. So do your own research. Yeah, go on that site. And you can pull up all of that information about CYP2C9, which is the metabolic gene.
Perfect. So we have another question. This one's really simple. Is your company licensed in California? And I want to add to that, does that mean you can send all around the country or just in California?
So we do not touch the plant. We're a bioscience company. We do not touch the plant. Because we also don't produce THC products, we partner with licensed producers. We are HIPAA compliant because we are bioscience, and everything stems from the genetic test. So we're HIPAA compliant. We have all the certifications, and we are in California. But the test, you can go on endodna.com and read about what we do. And again, if you are interested in taking the test, contact me directly and I will give you a discount code. That goes for you, Joan. That goes for you and Neil as well, if you are interested.
Yeah, I'm so interested.
Yeah, it's this is, you guys, the cannabis, and I don't even know how to even articulate it in the way where, like, even just the way I think about it. The more we learn about genetics and plant medicine overall, you start understanding, I have genetic predispositions, and these genetic predispositions play a huge role in my plant medicine experience. These genetic predispositions play a huge role in my own health and wellness. And just also, like, your genes can also tell you and guide you. Do you have predisposition to psychosis? Do you have also adolescent use for cannabis? There's all this information that your genes can tell you. And actually, Stephen Gray brought it up about adolescent use in cannabis. Your genetics can actually tell you a lot about, what you can develop after chronic THC use. That's why understanding your body and really being familiarizing yourself with the current science that's available to you right now, and being that empowered consumer. The doctor is not going to guide you to your optimal experience with cannabis. You can forget about it because they don't understand plant medicine, and a lot of them are not open to it. It's still a journey that we will constantly have to take. And until cannabis is federally legal, which I don't know when that's going to be, our government has a lot of patents on cannabis formulations. But once cannabis is federally legal, I think a lot of medical professionals will enter this industry with ease and will be a lot more excited to learn about it, not be so scared. They're still very scared even to work with CBD, which blows my mind. But yeah, it's learning about yourself and taking your own health and wellness into your own hands, especially with this plant. be an educated consumer. There's so much information out there for you, and just know what's best for you based on your body.
That is such wise information, Anya, and such advanced. I mean, this is really taking cannabis to another
Next
level.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have some other questions here. It's
Okay.
Can you please tell me again what COA stands for?
Yeah, COA stands for Certificates of Analysis. Certificates of Analysis are, by the way, Certificates of Analysis is it's a certificate that comes from the lab that tests any natural product will have a certificate of analysis. It'll give you what the microbials are. It'll give you your components of CBD, like cannabinoid ratios. It'll give you components of what the terpene profiles are. And each state has different regulations for cannabis and terpenes. So for California, for example, California is not required to have terpene profiles and COAs, which is something that a lot of people are trying to change in the space, because terpenes guide your whole entire experience with cannabinoids. And I didn't even talk about flavonoids or the other compounds yet. Terpenes are just, they're such an essential part of the plant. So COA is a certificate of analysis. It's available for every cannabis and CBD product. And if you are trying to buy a product that doesn't have it, I would say do not buy it.
Okay. We had a great discussion yesterday on terpenes, by the way. So if people go back and listen to day one, Michelle, that was a great discussion. So in California, though, they're not really showing us the terpenes. Is that what you just think?
So yeah, in California, it depends on the company. Some companies produce product and they're very much like proponents of full plant information to the consumer. So they do ask the testing labs to test for terpenes, but it's not a requirement. So again, if you are buying flower, for example, and you don't see the terpene profiles on that flower, go on the internet, search the strain. And by the way, strains mean nothing. Like the three of us can go grow a strain and call it Joan of Angels magic. Like we can call it that. And it doesn't even matter what name it is. What really matters is what's inside the plant. What are the compounds? What is the ratio? And that changes based on your curation process, indoor, outdoor, and it depends. Cannabis it expresses itself based on environment, just like us. Like we express ourselves based on our environment and based on epigenetics, which is information that's carried through our genes based on our ancestors, our grandparents, all of that. We all carry that through. And believe it or not, all of that does matter with your cannabis experience, whether you want to believe it or not. A lot of these commercial, cannabis companies that are really looking they're really focusing on profit. Oh, I got to make my numbers, profit. And it's a shame that they don't really go to the full extent of educating on this plant medicine. And really, it's a mind, body, soul medicine. It's 100% proven, and it's 100% real. It's a mind, body, soul, and we are so incredibly connected to it. It's vital. Cannabis is vital for us, and finding that balance is so incredibly important. And actually, Stephen Gray talked about dependence. So we have a genetic predisposition to dependence or opioid dependence. And that also is very important to your experience with cannabis. If you know that information, you have some sort of a dependence, be mindful about your consumption, and try to achieve that balance.
It's kind of interesting to me about this issue of dependence when we're also talking about the fact that our bodies have cannabinoid systems. And now new research comes out that we sort of need a baseline, or sounds like we kind of need a baseline of cannabis in our system.
We do. I believe we do. We totally do. We need, like I said before, if you really look at the last 100 years, and you look at all the diseases that we've started having, that has a lot to do with food, that has a lot to do with like everything, our environment also, but it also has to do with our lack of phytocannabinoids in our body. Animals used to eat hemp nonstop, beginning of the century, 1800, like through centuries up until modern time, everyone was eating hemp. It's a fruitful and cannabis plant. It was a fruitful plant, an abundant plant that can give us clothing. It can give us healing. It can give us spirituality. It's a magical plant. By the way, I love mushrooms just as much, but yeah, it's an incredible plant that we have evolved and grown with. We are so interconnected with it. And yeah, it's an incredible plant that everybody should be taking, as it's a supplement too. You don't have to take cannabis every day. You don't, unless you have to for disease, but it's a supplement that is essential for our endocannabinoid system. So it's essential for well-being.
It's a superfood for sure. Okay, we have 3 final questions, and we can wrap it up. So who can ship your products to Colorado? Well, you don't actually do products.
Well, so yeah, I mean, if they are looking for products, just contact me. I'll point you. There's one company that sells our genetically aligned formulations. The rest are through doctors. And if you're interested in taking the genetic test, just contact me. I will give you a code, and I'll give you specific information where you can find genetically aligned products as well. CBD, not THC, CBD, because we haven't partnered yet with a THC company or MSO. So if there's anyone out there that is interested, contact me, and I'm interested in talking to you.
You got it. Okay, so we have 2 more questions. No answer yet to the THC affecting hearts. So I'm not sure exactly.
I don't know a lot about that. I can't answer that intelligently.
I couldn't even ask it intelligently yet. So what is the correct CYP code? CYCPC9. I can't.
Oh, it's CYP2C9. So I will, Joan, if you want, I'll email you that information, but I will spell it out. CYP2C9. CYP2C9.
CYP2C9. Oh, good. Yeah. I've been getting all my
CYP2C9. Again, if you have any questions, or if you missed anything, feel free to email me. I will absolutely answer your questions.
All right. And I'm just looking any final, but this has been, interesting thing you commented on was, yes, hemp was so available that the food we were eating had already eaten the hemp. I had never thought about that. I don't know if Neil has either, but already our systems had it in balance.
Totally. And that's part of the reason, once you know the endocannabinoid system, you know your genetics, at least be aware. And you understand the need for phytocannabinoids in our body, especially if you're not producing enough. If you have a genetic predisposition to anxiety or stress or anything like that, and you're constantly stressed out, you're not producing enough cannabinoids to heal yourself. And what is the next best thing? You're going to turn to pharma. Pharma is absolutely not. Pharma is just going to I'm preaching to the choir. Pharma is just gonna, blankly conceal your, it's not gonna solve anything. But if you really want to get to the root and to the bottom of your anxiety, of your sleep deprivation, of your pain, take a look at your endocannabinoid system. Take a look at your genetic predisposition. That is the baseline, and then act accordingly. So.
Very helpful, love. You know what? We got this information is life-changing and actually life-saving. I'd like to say that. And I'm so excited to hear how you were healed using this plant. And now you're a woman with a mission. So
totally. I am.
honored.
For
What,
me-
one last question? Nope, I can't even understand the question, CYUT. So I spelled it, guys, CYP2C9.
Correct.
Okay, good. Anya, we adore you.
Thank you. I adore you as well. And thank you for this opportunity. And I'm just glad that people, you're able to relate to this information and just be an empowered consumer. Don't rely on anyone outside. You are the creator of your own kingdom. You are the creator of your own health and wellness. And feel empowered. Don't be scared. We need this plant in our body.
Thank you so much.
Happy
Thank you,
Sunday,
Anya.
everybody, and
Happy
enjoy.
Sunday, and know you've made a difference. Guys, this is
Thank you,
amazing
Anya.
to have Anya. And just to hear what people are saying, brilliant, we'll be in touch, feeling more optimistic about my.
I'm so amazed. I mean, I always knew you could be intentional with it, but with this technology, we're fine-tuning the intention. You know, it's just so incredible what the world is going to have in the years to come as decriminalization sweeps the planet.
I know, and we're doing this because you have insatiable curiosity about everything, and I do too. And so this is Neil's manifestation of one of his dreams today.
Yep,
Share this
exactly.
information.
So,
Isaiah John says we cleared up a lot of things, so thanks to Anya.
all right, so Joan, as I spoke to you earlier, we're going to have a guest join us now, a surprise guest that wasn't originally on the schedule. And I'm going to do a little intro. And Joan, you know Peter Sterling, right?
I have met Peter. It is so wonderful to hear your angelic music today.
Thank you.
So, hey, Peter, I'll just do a little intro before we bring you officially on. So first of all, let me just say that I've been connected with Peter for at least before 2012, I think 2011, 2010. And we worked together a lot in the beginning. And then we did our own thing. And now we're coming back together again to work a lot together. But Peter Sterling is an amazing individual. He is a self-taught harpist who began to play after a series of life-changing angel encounters in the canyons of Sedona, Arizona in the early 90s. His music has touched the hearts and souls of thousands around the world. Many report heavenly visions and even miraculous healings. Peter's recordings have been on top of New Age radio charts and nominated for several awards. He travels extensively around the world, performing healing concerts, light body workshops, and transformational tours to sacred sites. So I reached out to Peter yesterday, said, hey, last minute, do you want to jump on? Because not only do I know that he's a huge advocate for cannabis and healing from cannabis, but he's also an amazing musician. So wanted to just bring him on for 50 minutes here to give us a download. Hey, brother.
Cool. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Sounds perfect. Take it away.
Perfect. Yeah, well, what you maybe don't remember, but also for me, I've been in the hemp industry for several years. I've been working with one of the top hemp CBD companies in the world. And I love it. I love the science of the endocannabinoid system and had some really powerful effects myself as I learned about this newly discovered system that has so much profound effect on humans and pretty much all mammals and many of the living life forms down to like lizards. So it's been quite a journey to learn about that. And also cannabis, you know, I discovered cannabis as a teenager in Southern California back in the 70s. So it's been a lifelong friend of mine as an artist and a musician. Of course, the enhanced creativity from cannabis, THC, has had a profound effect on me as an artist and a musician. And what some people don't know is I have 16 albums out. And my most recent album that came out this last year in January won the award for Best New Age Ambient Album of 2020 in the Hollywood Music and Media Awards. That's called Sanctuary of Light. But from the very beginning, my music has been heavily influenced by cannabis. I found that as a self-taught musician, as a harpist, the way that the harp came into my life, cannabis helped me to just open myself up to receive because, you know, cannabis, with the flower of cannabis, of course, it's feminine. It's a flower, it's feminine energy. And I think that's why guys like it. It's because it makes us more receptive and it tunes us, it softens us up. generally and makes us tune into the feminine energy more, which is very healing and relaxing for men. Is there anything else you want me to talk about? I've in my 15 minutes here,
Yes.
Neil.
So I just want to bring you on because I knew about your hemp company and I remember connecting with you many times about it. So if you want, if you're still doing that, you can let people know about it. But whatever you want to share, just anything empowering that you want to share. And then if you want to funnel into some music to, to close out, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, well, sure. When I got into the CBD hemp business and really started researching and learning about the ECS, the endocannabinoid system, something was revealed to me, and I have an image. I don't have it up right here. I wish I could show it to you. But what was interesting, I'll see if I can remember everything about it. The discovery of the endocannabinoid system was Raphael Mechoulam, the science researcher in Israel. And he was the first one back in the 60s who isolated THC. Probably many of our listeners and people here today are aware of that. So it was right after the Summer of Love, because what I was always shown that during major planetary activations where humanity unifies as one that has happened in history, there's always major discoveries. There's an upgrade that occurs every time we do that. So what was shown to me was that the discovery of the endocannabinoid system, which is a higher aspect of our immune system, and even has aspects of it that are connected to higher consciousness and spirituality, because it is a link into the network of nature, into this billions of years old evolution of Mother Nature, and it can through the plant world. And there's a lot of innate wisdom and knowledge within that system, within that database of nature that we can access and feel connected to and unify with when our endocannabinoid system is healthy and strong and activated and pulsating and unifying with the frequencies of nature. And that's what cannabis, this plant, is helping to do. So the synchronicity I found was really profound. So it was the Summer of Love when the flower children and the Haight-Ashbury and LSD was spreading around planet Earth, and it totally shifted the consciousness of the planet at that time. And it was within months of that, in that same period of time, is when Raphael Mechoulam isolated the THC, and the active ingredient in marijuana that gets people high. He was the first one to discover what it was. And so there was this activation of the Summer of Love, and then this major discovery of the first links into the endocannabinoid was made by this scientist in Israel, Raphael Mechoulam, in 1967. Then what happened was in like 20 years later, I think it was 1987, so we had the harmonic convergence, which was the synchronization with the Mayan calendar, the timing of the Mayan calendar, galactic time, the end of the beginning of the last 25-year cycle of the Mayan calendar was in 1987 with the harmonic convergence. And it was in that same year that Raphael Mechoulam and his team of researchers, it was after the harmonic convergence, within months after that, they discovered the first receptor site for cannabinoids in the human body. That was the first step. So, we had the harmonic convergence, another major discovery, the isolation of the first cannabinoid receptor in a human brain. And then it was 5 years later was the time shift, the dream spell time shift. I forgot what it was called, but it was also connected to the Mayan calendar. There was another global synchronization. We had many people here in Sedona celebrating on that day, including myself, with a big festival on that day to once again link up and align with galactic time. And people were connecting all over the world. What happened? Within months after that, Raphael Mechoulam observed the first endogenous cannabinoid bonding with the receptor in the human brain. So that was when he discovered that our body actually manufactures endogenous, meaning made by the body, cannabinoids that are virtually identical to the cannabinoids that come from hemp cannabis plant. So that was that was really the final and concrete discovery of the ECS, the endocannabinoid system. So I thought that was some very interesting synchronization with these global link-ups. After every one, there was the major discovery in the pathway of discovering the ECS. So I thought that was pretty profound. And what else can I tell you? Probably a lot didn't know that, but I hope you enjoyed that little display of synchronicity. So for me, when I discovered this instrument now, which I've been playing for 30 years, and I was here in Sedona on my vision quest, like many people today are here, also searching and wishing to discover their life's purpose and mission in life. And that's why I was here 30 years ago. And the harp came into my life through divine circumstance, through my shamanic journeys of the time, in the flotation tank and working with many plant medicines and psychedelics at the time. I made a connection with a group of angels that revealed to me that my life's mission that I was asking to be revealed to me during this time was to be a channel for the heavenly music, which I was tuning into and having experienced at that time and still do, but that's when it really opened up for me. And I heard the angels' music and saw the golden light and was taken up into the light, had many out-of-body experience where I was taken up with this group of angels that I was able to telepathically communicate with and still am today. But from the very get-go, cannabis, I could have a puff at the time and just pick up my instrument. I know many musicians can confer. It was like my hands moved on the string. Something would come over me and just a new energy. And it's like I knew how to play. And I was so captivated by this experience. So I was always wandering out in the forest with my harp and my medicine, my herbal medicine. And I would often just find a special place to sit by myself and have a little ceremony, take out my instrument and play and begin to channel the angels' music. So with that, I will leave you with a short improvisational piece that I will play here, Portal of Ascension. So grateful for you, Neil, and your team and everybody here. So happy first day of spring, happy equinox, everybody. May the angels bless your life and shine the light on your path to your self-realization. God bless.
Thank you, Peter. Love you, brother.
Love you.
Okay. See you soon.
Very profound and beautiful, Peter.
That was Peter Sterling, everybody. Do check him out on his website. It is harpmagic.com. Peter's also awesome. The amount of times I've emailed him and asked him to come on last minute, and almost every time he says yes. So he's a great support.
Very beautiful. And he does
Mhm.
celestial music. As I'm
Mhm.
listening to him, I've had a lot of visions of the angels in heaven playing these harps.
Yeah.
And it's so great. So we do have our next speaker. And is she ready?
She's ready. Bring her
Oh
on.
my God, I can't wait to introduce her, guys. This is going to be Barbie Summers. She's a dear friend of mine. After a medical diagnosis in 2008, Barbie sought alternative ways of healing and pain management. From patient to activist to educator, she left corporate America in 2012 and resides up right near me in the high desert Joshua Tree. She's the president of Mary Jane University, which is quite amazing, a cannabis consultancy company specializing in helping clients to successfully navigate the emerging industry, and 20 years in asset management, 6 years of building and facilitating networks in the cannabis business. She's the founder of High Dining, by the way, which is phenomenal, this High Dining company. She takes fine dining to new heights with upscale, low dose experience infused with education. And she's the chief operating officer at Mary Jane University. So she has a lot of information for us today. She's also the host and tour guide of Cannabis Canatourism Chronicles. So welcome, Barbie. I am so excited to see you this morning and hear you if you turn on your speaker. Yes, so we need to hear you. And we need to unmute Barbie. Let's see how we could do that. There she is. There she is. Welcome and good morning, Barbie.
Good morning. I'm actually going to confuse you for a second because I'm logged on twice. This instance I'm talking to you on is my phone, but there should be another Barbie Summers somewhere that you can make a speaker.
There is. Let's see what.
Yeah, so your speaker on both of them, we see both of the windows right now. Which one do you want to speak on?
The computer, so I can.
So you might want to turn off your phone then.
Yeah, because there's feedback. So let's do the computer.
Then.
So all you have to do is unmute yourself on the computer.
Aha, good job.
Can you hear me now?
We can, but you're going to have to shut off your cell phone because you have an echo. And we want it, that's so much better, I think. Good. So we can hear.
That's muted.
Huh.
So
Okay,
it looks
I don't
like,
know where my face went. Where my face goes
Barbie,
away.
it looks like you have.
Oh, that's my other one. All right, everybody.
Barbie, it looks like your internet is pretty low. So it's chopping out a bit.
Right. And she can't be on two. I don't think being on two platforms is great.
Yeah, you should log out of one if
Okay,
it's using
I
internet.
disconnected.
Huh. Well, Barbie has a lot of wonderful information. It's worth waiting for and talk. This is just like cooking for me. Okay. I don't always get the ingredients right. And we are going to be talking about infused cooking as soon as we get Barbie up and running.
Barbie, can you say something?
Hi, can you hear me now?
There we go. So I think it might be better without your camera because the bandwidth issues, but you can try putting on your camera and see if it works now.
Okay, I thought it was on.
Yeah, you switched it off.
Oh, okay, good.
Okay, good. This should be better now.
So now I'd like to start my video. I'm going to share my screen. Is that the same thing?
No, it's different, but why don't you just share your screen unless you want to share your video, because the audio quality will be better without the video, because it seems like there's low bandwidth.
Yeah, I know. My videos are actually embedded into my presentation, so I'm just going to share the screen.
Make sure you share your computer sound as you're sharing it.
Oh, okay.
You click share screen.
I'm not sure what that means.
You click share screen, and then at the bottom it says share computer sound right before you share everything. So click share screen.
Yes, I did.
Right at the bottom.
It says share your screen. At the very bottom, it only says share and cancel for me.
So you click share screen, right? And then you see what?
It says share your screen, your entire screen, application window, or Microsoft Edge tab.
Oh, are you on your phone?
No, this is my computer.
Yeah, it should show share computer sound. You don't see right at the bottom to the left of that share screen window, there's an icon that says share computer sound, right next to optimize screen share for sharing video.
No, I don't see anything that says optimize screen share either.
Go ahead and try sharing it and let's see if we can hear the audio.
Okay, so I should do entire screen.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay, good. Sounds like we're all set, right?
Yeah, I got a feeling the sound won't work though because you didn't click that button. So let's see.
Oh, well, can you hear me? Or you mean the sound in my presentation?
Yeah, is there sound in your presentation?
Yes, but it's
Yeah,
not, well, some of it is necessary.
Well, can we test it out really quick so we can just get into it?
Okay, I'll go to a page that has some sound. This one is, hear that?
No.
No,
Did you hear any sound?
no. Is the sound required for this?
Not for that particular video, but one later on that this discusses the endocannabinoid deficiency syndrome.
So would you want to stop your screen share and let's try it again?
Okay.
So come back to the Zoom room,
Okay.
click the green button that says share screen,
Clicked it.
and now
The bottom on
the
the
bottom left of that pop-up.
I don't see any. I can take a picture and send it to Joan. It's just it's white. There's nothing down there in that corner for me.
Yeah, no idea because it's the
Okay.
first time ever. So yeah, if you want to just go ahead and do your presentation, then probably have to just voice over that time.
Let's
Okay.
use it, Barbie.
So go ahead and share your screen
Yeah.
and start.
I just sent you a picture of my screen, Joan, just so you could see what I'm talking about.
Guys, this
Okay,
is
so
Barbie.
and here we go again. All right, can everybody see that cover page?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Joan and Neil, for having me. I'm sorry for these technical difficulties. I'm sure I can talk my way through the videos that have sound. So I am going to talk to you all about cannabis infused cuisine. I have a company that focuses on cannabis infused fine dining, but I will also be talking about how you can entertain at home and what kinds of products are available at dispensaries and how you can make your own infusions and be in control of your own ingredients and dosages. And I love this quote from Hippocrates, "Let food be thy medicine and medicine be thy food." Obviously, this quote has been around a long time, and I think we've gotten ourselves quite far away from it when we look around at all the fast food restaurants, and our bodies can probably hardly recognize what we put down there as food sometimes, or at least some of us. So I'd like to revisit that because cannabis is most definitely a medicine and it is a superfood. And I know probably almost every guest you've had has talked about the endocannabinoid system. It was so great to see Anya. I took that genetic test a few years ago and it was quite enlightening. I recommend everyone do it. I learned a lot about myself. And this is the endocannabinoid system. So all mammals have one. That's why our medicines work well on our animals as well. And we have two kinds of cannabinoids, phytocannabinoids, which come from plants, and endocannabinoids, which are endogenous and produced naturally in our body, anandamide, which is also found in chocolate, by the way, And we also have 2-AG, which is also found in breast milk. But I'd like to point out now the acidic cannabinoids. The precursors to THC and CBD are THCA and CBDA. These are prevalent in raw cannabis, which is something I'm really excited to talk about, raw cannabis. So first of all, I want to talk about plant anatomy and trichomes and really give a visual for anyone that hasn't seen a trichome up close. It's a viscous gland, that it's a resin gland, and it's basically the cannabinoid factories. And it's where you're also going to find terpenoids and some flavonoids. And I got this little video from Eric Nugshots. He's one of the most well-known macro photography artists for cannabis. And I just wanted to show you this really beautiful video that he made. And there you all saw those gorgeous protrusions. That's where all the good stuff is. That's where all the sticky stuff is. And this is the video that you won't be able to hear the sound on, but I'm going to play it anyway and just walk you through it. Many doctors theorize, and I am not a doctor, but many theorize that some of our disease is due to us having a lack of cannabinoids in our bodies. As many of your previous speakers have said, we've evolved with this plant, and this endocannabinoid system is a natural architecture within our bodies that works with phytocannabinoids and phytochemicals. I have heard different things. I've heard there's over 500 compounds in this plant. I've heard over 800. I think Swami also just said that yesterday. So it's evident that we're still learning about this plant. And since we've been so detached from it for so many years, I think we're going to find that a lot of these things you see right here, appetite, metabolism, pain sensitivity, inflammation, immune response, mood, learning and memory, and sleep, these are all controlled and moderated by the endocannabinoid system. And when our ECS is not as it should be, it needs to be supplemented with cannabis, but not, and I supplement, yes, as a daily intake. That was Dr. Ethan Russo. He's one of the first to theorize endocannabinoid deficiency. Fibromyalgia is thought to be possibly linked to this, as well as migraines. These are known as central sensitivity syndromes, actually, and chronic pain. I myself actually suffer from an autoimmune disease and have chronic pain. So I've been interested in raw cannabis for many years, and I'm happy to share my challenges, because if you don't have access to fresh plants all the time, and if you really want to make this a regular practice, you basically need 30 plants going all the time at different stages. So I love how they point out there that endocannabinoid deficiency syndrome is not a disease itself, but it can manifest in disease. What can you do about an endocannabinoid deficiency? Well, you can do a lot more than incorporate cannabis in your life. They're going to go into their microbiome. Try to not take antibiotics, take probiotics, prebiotics. Get active. That's always a part of getting your body into homeostasis, is moving your body, getting that blood flowing, getting those systems working, and of course, getting enough sleep. Unpleasant people without sleep, and it can cause a whole host of other problems. And you can try some CBD. This is actually an ad for a CBD company, but I thought they did a really good job on explaining the deficiency syndrome. And we've heard a few speakers touch on flavonoids. I thought I would create a special slide just for it. So flavonoids are what gives us that rainbow of color in all of our fruits and vegetables, as well as cannabis. So flavonoids are phytonutrients that are found nearly in all fruits and vegetables. Compounds are primarily responsible for giving fruits and vegetables their color. Flavonoids serve numerous purposes throughout nature, like helping flowers attract pollinators or protecting plants from potential threats such as the sun's damaging UV rays or pests and diseases. Researchers have discovered nearly 6,000 types of flavonoids in nature, with many of them being unique to specific plants. Cannabis plants contain several flavonoids that are found nowhere else. That's how special this plant is. And that goes for a lot of flavonoids as well. You find them nowhere else in nature. This queen of the plant kingdom was exiled, and now we must welcome her back with open arms and remember what she does for us, and learn more about her. So those ones that are unique to cannabis plants are known as cannaflavins. And cannabis flavonoids are primarily responsible for giving cannabis plants their pigmentation. So you see a granddaddy purple nugget and it's nice and purple. This is the reason why. Well, there are some other reasons why too, depending on temperature and the growing season, but generally speaking, I'm going to stay on this topic of flavonoids. For instance, the deep purple color of certain strains is attributed to the flavonoids anthocyanins and anthocyanins. So blueberries are blue because of anthocyanins, anything in that purple blue family. Research indicates that flavonoids, including cannaflavonoids, may also have an array of other effects, including anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, anti-cancer, and neuroprotective effects. So we cannot discount those. They really do play into the effect and the therapeutic benefit of cannabis. This is a very important slide. Basically, every product in the cannabis industry will fall into one of these two categories, raw or decarboxylated. I feel I'm probably preaching to the choir here on our educating the choir on decarboxylated. I think we all know what that is, but for those who don't, that basically means it's been heated up. It's been heated up to a point where those acidic precursors to THC and CBD actually go through their chemical reaction and change. If they do not go through that chemical reaction, raw cannabis is not psychotropic. It will not get you high, but it has oh so many health benefits for you. And if you truly are seeking whole plant medicine and full spectrum cannabinoid therapy, I suggest you have a daily regimen of both raw and decarboxylated. So you're getting those acidic cannabinoids as well as the decarboxylated, which in the industry, many are saying activated now. I don't mind saying activated, although I think sometimes it makes people think that the raw version is inactive, and that is by no means true. Wait till I tell you what CBDA and THCA can do for you. So here is something I got out of my trusty gold leaf cooking journal. I really love this, and I love to point out that each of these cannabinoids have different decarboxylation or activation temperatures. And if you have a precision control vaporizer, for example, you might want to play around with the temperatures and make sure that you're getting the specific cannabinoids that you are seeking. So the activation temperature is the point when chemical metamorphosis takes place and the compound becomes available. This chart shows the most common cannabinoids as well as their known activation temperatures. To activate a cannabinoid, the compound must be heated to at least the number listed on the chart you see. Decarboxylation is recommended before creating infusions. Terpene boiling points. So terpenes are like the essential oils of the plant. That is what gives it its scent, and it also very much steers effects and various therapeutic benefits. And I hope that you caught Michelle's terpene education, and I think she's going to come back later on today and tell us a little bit more about terpenes. It was a really good education yesterday. So the boiling point refers to the temperature at which solids become gas and full sublimation occurs. Terpenes will fully evaporate when they reach their listed boiling point. And as you can see, different terpenes have different boiling points. So again, if you're using your precision control dry herb vaporizer and you know that you want limonene, you're going to set it for 349 or very close to. I wanted to show you what decarboxylation actually looks like. How do you do it? This is a friend, Chef Peyton Curry. I'm going to talk you through this video since you can't hear him, but you see what he's got there is a little toaster oven. He's going to pour out some shake. He's using shake. You can use bud or shake. He's going to put it in that little piece of tin foil, and he's going to bake it at 250 degrees. And he's going to tell you a range of 20 to 40 minutes, which is a huge range. And you will also see as you scout around on the internet that there's different recipes or formulas for decarboxylating your cannabis. And depending on your oven temperature, and by the way, I do recommend you get yourself a thermometer and just make sure that the temperature is what you think it is. And you probably are going to have to play around with the equipment you have at your disposal. See that range, 20 to 40 minutes? That's just quite a range. I'm going to move on from this and talk about single molecule, aka isolate, versus whole plant medicine, full spectrum. Research believed that cannabinoids work synergistically with terpenes and flavonoids in something called the entourage effect, and some call it the orchestral effect. First discovered in 1980, the entourage effect claims that all of these compounds work together to produce more potent therapeutic and psychoactive effects than they could on their own. And I wholeheartedly believe this. Well, I thought it would be cute to grab a picture of Yo-Yo Ma on his own, but then think, like so many people are buying CBD isolate, and I feel like they just don't understand me when I talk about whole plant medicine. I think that this visualization really gets the point across. Do you just want to listen to one instrument? Do you just want one instrument's vibrations healing your body? Or would you like the whole orchestra? I'm going to choose the orchestra. Now I'm going to dive into raw cannabis in a little more detail, as well as raw hemp, because there are some raw hemp products out there that I like as well. Not all of us are able to grow. Some people are actually too sick to grow, or they don't have the space or the time. So it is important for us to have products if we can't access the plants. Let me talk about why raw cannabis and hemp are superfoods. From a nutritional perspective, raw cannabis should be included in the list of superfoods. Dr. William Courtney argues that it's the most essential vegetable on the planet and considers it a dietary essential. It's loaded with proteins, minerals, vitamins, fibers, and antioxidants. Raw cannabis is rich in digestible globular proteins and the balanced proportions of essential amino acids, the amino acids that cannot be synthesized in our body. Again, we need this plant. She's got what we need. Raw cannabis has an ideal ratio of omega-3 fatty acids and omega-6 fatty acids with antioxidant properties. Antioxidants are very much important for the overall well-being, as these preserve health, boost the immune system, reduce the risk of heart disease, address diabetes complications, and most importantly, lower the risk of cancer development. During the normal drying and curing process, the chlorophyll pigment from the herb is lost. However, it is this component that has loads of dietary benefits. Chlorophyll has the ability to rejuvenate the body at the cellular level. With its structure similar to that of hemoglobin, chlorophyll has plenty of benefits, such as it prevents DNA damage, promotes overall cleansing or detoxification within the body, encourages healing, treats inflammation, and improves iron absorption. When you consume raw cannabis, you will not be consuming THC or CBD. Instead, you will be consuming the acid forms of these compounds, CBDA and THCA. Just like the other components of raw cannabis, CBDA and THCA are also very good antioxidants. Recent research experiments show that these components can be powerful healers of serious medical conditions like cancer. In the latest study at Hiroshima International University and published in 2017 in January, the researchers discovered a possible way through which CBDA inhibits the COX-2 enzyme in aggressive breast cancer tumors. The study further talks about CBDA's ability to inhibit a proto-oncogene, CFOS, which is an element involved in the cancer metastasis. I know I didn't pronounce that right. On the other hand, THCA is known to be a neuroprotective, antispasmodic, and an excellent pain reliever. Raw cannabis will also hold most of its terpenes. Terpenes not only decide the aroma and taste of the buds, but also have their own medicinal properties, such as antifungal, antibacterial, and anti-cancer properties. And I bet you that's what Michelle's going to go into today in her terpene presentation. This is a picture of a salad we have served at a past dinner party of high dining. And I just wanted to point out that you can literally put these cannabis leaves in your salad. It's also really wonderful to juice them. You must be mindful of the type of juicer that you use, because juicers that have friction in them can have enough heat to decarboxylate the raw cannabis. And then there goes all your dreams of having those acidic cannabinoids. So that's why I've put a picture here of a wheatgrass juicer. I got out of wheatgrass and sort of felt that chlorophyll surge. You can only imagine what the super surge of a glass of raw cannabis juice is like. It's amazing. The raw cannabis cannot be emphasized enough. Like any other raw herb, cannabis is also rich in fibers and folates. Toxic accumulation in the body may happen for different reasons. It might be either due to your poor diet habits or your inability to fight against free radicals. In either condition, your body will need fiber content. It takes out the toxic substances from your body. To make the best use of all above said benefit, use raw leaves from live cannabis plants. Best methods to consume are salad, juice, and even water extracted hash, like ice water bubble hash. That has not had heat applied to it. You can even put those into little capsules and consume those. You know what, guys, I'm sorry, I'll take a super quick, I have to plug my computer in.
Great info, by the way, Barbie. I'm really loving it.
No, I'm looking at this and going, raw cannabis, that salad looks delicious. I mean, honestly, amazing. And I always wondered if you can eat.
I hope you can still hear me. I'm sure John would have called me if you can't.
Oh, yeah, we can hear you. We're just commenting on how amazing the presentation is.
Okay, so if you don't have access to plants, here's a list of raw brands that I love. There may be more out there, but they are few and far between. This seems to be a generally ignored sector, probably because it's so perishable. but it's so beneficial. And I'm glad that these few manufacturers see that and they make products for us. So this first one is actually a farm. You can buy raw hemp leaves. So if you do still want the raw material, they will ship it to you. And soon they will also be shipping male and female flowers. Yes, male flowers. Isn't that interesting? Which is really the pollen sacs they'll be sending. So those are nutritious as well. Awakened everyday whole flower raw hemp. Now, Awakened is also a cannabis line, but I love that they've created this raw hemp line so they can service even more people outside of the state of California. Fiddler's Greens, you can find that in dispensaries here in California. Eva whole plant hemp capsules, those can ship across state lines because it's hemp. Those are really convenient capsules, and they have all kinds of different formulas for different therapeutic results. They also have these seasonings, so they make it easy for you to season your food with phytochemicals and herbs and spices that you're already used to using in your kitchen. And then these Lumen Raw Hemp shots are pretty great too. They're little 2-ounce shots, and they have little focused therapeutic benefits to them as well. There's one for your brain, one for your gut, and whatnot. Okay, I wanted to talk about hemp seeds. So this is a completely different matter. I know that it was mentioned yesterday. I think Norma mentioned this. Boy, that was an entertaining show. That it is thought that the Buddha ate 1 hemp seed a day. Now, let me tell you, well, he does look pretty thin there, doesn't he? Let me tell you why maybe he could have survived on that. Hemp seeds can contain up to 36% protein. The protein in hemp seed is comprised of approximately 65 edestin, which can be found only in hemp seeds. It aids in digestion, low in phosphorus, and is considered the backbone of human cellular DNA. The other 1/3 hemp seed protein is albumin, another high-quality globulin protein similar to that found in egg whites. Hemp protein contains all 20 known amino acids. I'd say that sounds like a perfect food, including the 8 essential and 2 semi-essential amino acids our bodies cannot produce. Proteins are considered complete when they contain all 9 essential amino acids in a sufficient quantity and ratio to meet the body's protein requirements. This makes hemp seeds perfect for vegans, vegetarians, or anyone who is looking to reduce the meat content of their diet. Hemp seed protein can supply all of the protein requirements without the bad fats in meat and without the stomach upset from soy. Hemp is truly the perfect vegetable source for a high-protein food. Inhaling versus ingesting decarboxylated cannabis. So now we're going to go into more of the entertainment side of things. So probably most of you already know the difference, but I work with a lot of newcomers to cannabis, and they don't even know this, that the high from smoking it, inhaling it, is much different than ingesting it. And both can be really great experiences, but I think people sometimes think if they have a high tolerance with inhaling it, and that's not always the case. So I wanted to go over the absorption and onset of effects, and also reiterate something we say often in the industry when it comes to ingesting THC: go low and slow. And that slow means wait. Our body absorbs inhaled cannabis through the lungs. We start feeling its effects within a couple of minutes. That's the easiest way for onset. I love to start my dinner parties that way. On the other hand, once we ingest cannabis, our body absorbs it through the gastrointestinal system, which may take anywhere from half an hour to 2 hours to feel the effects until the liver metabolizes the delta-9 THC, turning into the metabolite called 11-hydroxy-THC, which is way more potent and lasts much longer. I recommend serving 5 to 10 milligrams. That's actually what I do in my dinner parties. I do have a lot of newcomers, like I said, and I want to make sure that they're to leave when the party's over. I actually put thought into the curation, even of the timing of the microdosing throughout the night. In 2016, we learned some things. I offer no infusion, 5 milligrams or 10 milligrams, and we cater to our guests' desires. Here's a little bit about high dining. There's myself and my partner, Lindsay. That picture down below there is from one of our dinner parties in Joshua Tree. We do these really lovely dinner parties under the full moon, which I will be telling you more about soon. So we like to say we take fine dining to new heights by creating an art form around cannabis-infused dining. Founded in 2016, we are a collective of cannabis advocates. It's actually most of the people I work with, and I call it the hive of us are cannabis advocates and educators. And I think that's really great because if any of our guests have any questions, most of my staff are able to answer them. So we work with many chefs in many venues. We have different creations. They're so different from each other. Some are more spiritual, some are more fun, some are more like a hands-on foodie workshop. And I can't wait to tell you more about our productions. So one of the ones we're most well known for be Rolling Workshop. The chef I work with on this production is Chef Victor Miller. He's from Alaska, and he's actually a sushi chef at Nobu. We don't advertise that because Nobu is still very conservative. But I just thought I would mention that just to give everyone a little idea of the level of dining and quality of fish that we're working with. We also do offer vegetarian and vegan options with any of our productions. So this is set up like a classroom. Proper sushi technique is standing up. Never seen a sushi chef sitting down, have you? So the students, when we make all of the educational puns we can, just to make it fun. So our guests that are also, we call students, are greeted with past appetizers. And keep in mind, we only do 10 milligrams. So we sometimes infuse with other things that are non-psychotropic, like hemp or raw cannabis or CBD-rich products or even terpenes. So we microdose throughout the event, and you can even choose to not have an infusion if you wish, but that doesn't happen very often. So when the class is in session, my friend and our hostess, Keiko Beatty, she is so lovely. She wears her purple kimono, and she instructs students how to roll the perfect doobie. She even makes references to origami when you're folding the joint rolling paper. It's amazing. And she just has everybody laughing. Then after that, we did the joint first, because sometimes you get your hands a little bit damp when you are rolling the sushi. So we want to make sure you do all the dry hand work first. Then you can even take a couple of puffs before we jump into how to roll the perfect sushi roll. And you get to dose yourself. Since we have dosed you a little bit in the appetizers, you have a 5 milligram portion of sauce. And all the while, Keiko and Victor are teaching our students about Japanese culture and tradition and technique and ingredients and the cannabis. People learn so much. That's what we love to say is we infuse with education as well as cannabis. And after class, it's always time for the extracurricular activities at the Sushi and Doobie Rolling Workshop. And that's when it's fun time. We have a DJ, a dance party. There's an opportunity drawing. Our guests grab a little origami crane on their way in. After class, they open it up and see if they won a prize. Really, really amazing prizes that we give out. There's also other workshops. Hey, we should have Normal teach people how to do that doobie with the boobies that he made yesterday. I think that would be fun. Here's some pictures of a sushi and doobie rolling workshop, actually from a few different ones in the past. You see how people get into it, a dress-up affair. There's Chef Victor showing you even how to choose the proper knife. And that's the lovely Keiko Beatty, our hostess. That is a Kumamoto oyster. And there's a picture of a class. Oh, back when we used to stand next to each other. That gives you an idea. This was, I think, a class of about 30 people. And when we do private experiences, we usually like to keep this one around 10, no more than 15. We do need a lot of square footage with all of that setup. And I don't know if any of you recognize the woman in the middle lower row. That's Ashley Manta, the canisexual. She just loves our productions. So this tells you a little bit more about our private parties. So a little more detail into that, how do we choose the flower? I will tell you right now, I usually go for citrus blends when we are doing a sushi and doobie rolling workshop, as I think it pairs best with the fish. So anything that smells lemony, again, I'm going to refer you to Michelle's presentation yesterday. She did such a good job of explaining terpenes. The hands-on demonstration then on how to make your sushi roll, Victor really goes deep into how to know if it's good fish and where to find it, because we want you to be able to recreate these experiences at home. Roll sushi, and we hope that you continue to roll on your own and share the love of infused cuisine and Japanese tradition with your friends. So if you're interested in a private party, please do let me know. Oh, this is something else we do that's pretty fun. Whenever it's somebody's birthday, we give them a CBD cupcake and we put a doobie on it as a candle. And in our private experience, is we also offer mocktail options, and we really try to have it be a no alcohol or at least a low alcohol event. And I know that most of our celebrations are still very much alcohol centric. That's why I do still love to offer something like a mocktail. It gives them that familiar feeling, the ice in the glass and something in their hand. And we also always encourage our guests to practice safe driving, either, use a ride sharing service or a cab. So High Dining actually started out as a division of another company that I am the COO for, Mary Jane University, like Joan mentioned. And we happen to sell ancillary items. So of course we offer this as an added service. If you would like the bring your own bud bong bar, we are happy to bring this, and you can supply even more cannabis, or we can actually bring more cannabis too. We work those details out. But the more important thing is we have access to these high-tech gadgets. That one in the lower right there, that's actually a handheld dry herb vaporizer. It's called the Da Vinci. And we also have a whole line of glass and different, my bud vase bong, the ladies love. These are some snapshots of the other production we are most well known for. This one has actually gotten even more press. This one's been mentioned in Rolling Stone magazine and Palm Springs Life magazine, and I'm really quite proud of this production. It truly is my baby. And this one has a spiritual tone to it. We only do this under the full moon in Joshua Tree. Therefore, it's called the Moonlit Movable Feast. So it's such a wonderful feeling to be dining under the full moon and watching it rise while you're at the dinner table. We have the service so that guests are able to see it rise whenever possible. Sometimes we can't really match up with the moon cycle exactly, but we try, and it's a celebration of the full moon and the energy that comes with it. And it's a movable feast because the courses take place in different areas of this property. And I do this at a very special art compound in Joshua Tree. And I actually live in this area. So it's a way for me to highlight all of the cannabis as well as my hometown. Oh, that was Chef Sabrina Eustace up at the top, and there she is again in the upper right. She has been our chef for Moonlit Movable Feast for most of the productions, and when she's not available, we use other chefs. We always open with sound healing. It's really important for me to make sure that our guests are settled in energetically. A lot of them are just coming in off the 10 freeway and from Los Angeles. And I just want them to relax, and we send out these good vibes. So get to see live glass blowing, which is very much a part of cannabis culture, and it's 100% mesmerizing, although we don't let them stare because we don't want them to hurt their eyes. But here we go. I love to celebrate Joshua Tree Coffee Company, so that's an example of how I incorporate my hometown pleasures. Sometimes we'll have a recognized cannabis sommelier, the woman in the upper right in the middle there. Her name is Jamie Evans. She goes by the Herb Song. Sorry, the Herb Song. So we'll have someone, either someone like Jamie or even myself at times, guide our guests through the cannabis that is before them. Everyone gets an experience guide. It's a little booklet that has not only the menu, but also the activities for the night, because the Moonlit Movable Feast is almost like a miniature festival. It sure feels like the same amount of work that goes into a festival, but it's limited for 50 people. So it's truly an intimate experience with some of the most interesting people. Some of them I plant, and some of them, they're invited. They're special guests, and then either from the cannabis industry or my interesting artist friends out here in Joshua Tree, of which there are many. And it's just such a great time with each other, and connect with themselves and connect with the plant. So the woman in the upper left there is smelling the cannabis as she's learning about terpenes. That's what we want people to know, is how to identify the terpenes and how to choose the ones that are going to work best for you. Right now, the science isn't there. You really do have to take a role in this. We are so unique. And yes, there are these genetic compatibility testings, but they're not testing for all of the cannabinoids and all of the terpenoids and all of the flavonoids. I still think it's very important for you to do some experimentation on your own and have a strain journal and really understand which terpenes affect you in what way.
Barbie.
So once they're guided through the terpene education, we actually have them pack their own bowls with their sticky little fingers. We want them to have that visceral experience. We want them to pop those trichomes and smell those terpenes right there on their fingertips. And the adventure just continues. I love to say that the Moonlit Movable Feast is it's a journey for the soul. And it's a feast for the senses. Knowing that cannabis brings us heightened senses, we really love to play on that. So down there in the lower left, that is actually a sound telescope. We
Barbie,
not
can you hear
only
me?
see the moon with a regular telescope and with our own eyes, of course, but we also listen to the moon with this really beautiful invention that a man named Kyle Simon, who lives out here in Joshua Tree, created. Right in the middle there, some of you, she's quite a celebrity in the cannabis industry. She's been to Moonlit Movable Feasts and has guided guests in a chillum ceremony where she teaches them the practice of smoking cannabis in a more sacred, intentional way.
All right, Barbie.
We've also worked with Chef Stephen Lee. If any of you are MasterChef fans, he was a finalist on season 6, and he's really wonderful. He is definitely part of the high dining family. And just gives you a little idea. We always have a plant. We always have a live plant. Now, some of our guests have never even seen a live plant. So we say she is the guest of honor. And we always close with live music. Joshua Tree is known for its music scene. So I love to highlight local artists and just really have them top off the night. After the 4 courses,
Barbie?
we call it choose your own adventure portion. You can roam around and watch the live music. You can get your cards read. You can learn about terpenes. You see that Canaroma terpene kit? That's a really wonderful way to learn about terpenes on your own. And that's Ross Hunsinger there making some cocktails. That's Rita Kripa. She's another one of our local musicians. Oh my gosh, it's already time to say goodbye. Well, there's your tips for planning your party at home. Maybe you could take screenshots of those. I always recommend you do it yourself. You can buy clones, buy seeds, get a grow tent if you can't grow outside, buy a T-check, which is the only portable dosage thing. Cannabis farms, decarb brands I love. There's all kinds of resources out there for you. No Q&A time. That's my thank you so much for having me, everyone.
Can we see your beautiful face, Barbie?
Thank you. Good night, or have a good day.
Barbie.
She doesn't have her headphones in for some reason, so.
Got it, so she couldn't even hear. Barbie,
Yeah.
that was amazing. I hadn't even considered raw cannabis. I'm thinking we juiced it, put it in those salads. You changed my life and rocked it. So feel free to hop in the chat room if you want to get in there. Wow, that was a lot. Beautiful. I really wish we could taste it.
Such good information. Oh my God.
Right?
I was just thinking, like, I feel like we should like package this into DVDs and send it to doctors. I think they'd benefit so much from this. Everybody would, but just like all of the fine-tuned information about like, you don't have to make a blanket statement when it comes to cannabis. Oh, it's not good for me. It's not good for everyone. It's not, it does this to me. So it's not good for everyone. Or, oh, I love it so much. It must work for everybody, right? What we're finding out here is that there's so many different levels to it, not just CBD and THC, and each of these things can be used intentionally in order to create a specific experience, right?
Right. And the stigma, it seems to me, works very well for the pharmaceutical companies, because the more they can keep you away from this drug, the more you'll either turn to alcohol or pharmaceuticals. So, very, very interesting. So we do have another speaker. And I see it says Timmy, but I have you down as Paul Stanford, who is our cannabis activist. He is an award-winning cannabis grower from Oregon, and he has actually grown and given away over 6,000 pounds of free cannabis for sick and dying people since 1999, which I think is phenomenally that's what we have to do. We have to have foundations that share cannabis for people with cancer and other diseases. So he's been a cannabis activist for over 40 years. He was the director and spokesperson for statewide votes to legalize cannabis in Oregon. He has started the tree-free eco paper, imported and sold hemp paper. He began producing and hosting his weekly cable TV show in Portland that's called Cannabis Common Sense, which is still on cable TV and the internet, has over 1,000 episodes. He's also founded the THCF Hemp and Cannabis Foundation, and he began working with doctors to help with medical cannabis. So you can send this out to everyone you know. But we want you to know that he has helped thousands of people, over 270,000 people become legal, licensed medical marijuana patients. I mean, he has gone beyond the call of duty, and we are really excited to have him here. So Paul, we are just really excited to see you, and welcome.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, Paul, but we don't see you. Your screen is black.
I'm not sure. As you could see, I am on my son's computer.
Okay, so
let's see, it says stop video. You can see his picture there. That's not me. That's my 25-year-old son. He tried to plug in the video, but what I really need to do more than anything is share my PowerPoint presentation. And so let's see, where is the share screen option here?
So since your video is not working, I'll stop your video and then you can just share your presentation. And the share screen is right at the bottom. There's a green button that says share screen.
Aha, there it is.
If you have audio, there should be a button that says share computer sound.
Yeah, no, I'm going to talk through it. I usually give this as a stand-up in-person video. Let's see if that works here. Here's my son.
we
Okay,
go.
can you see that picture?
Yep, you can start your slideshow.
All right. So as Joan mentioned, I've been a cannabis activist for a long time, and I've worked with medical marijuana patients. But the basic topic of my presentation is that we are in a symbiotic relationship with cannabis. We've co-evolved with cannabis for over 25,000 years, and we need that evolution to continue. It's something that our planet needs, and therefore cannabis is earth medicine. This is a picture from present that a lady named Wonder Knack, who does album covers, made, but it basically says that cannabis is earth medicine.
Paul,
yes.
Can you go to the button that says slideshow and just start your slideshow like normal so we can see full screen?
Okay, yeah,
so
that's probably the best thing.
If you go over, it's like 3 more over, the one that says slideshow.
Oh, that makes
there
sense.
You go.
Okay.
There, yeah.
Start slideshow. Where does it say start?
Should be the first one.
Slideshow. There we go. Okay. So again, this is an image from a lady named Wonder Knack, who does album covers. And I started back in 1990 the Campaign for the Restoration and Regulation of Hemp. That is a political action group. We put marijuana legalization on the ballot in 2012 in Oregon. In 2014, we lost in 2012, at the same time that Washington and Oregon, Washington and Colorado legalized, but we continue on. And I imported hemp products. This is a picture from 1990 after about a 3-hour climb up the Great Wall of China. I started studying Chinese in 1987, went to school in China in 1988. All of my classes were canceled in 1989 with the Tiananmen massacres and riots that happened all across the country. But I went back in 1990 and started to import hemp paper and hemp fabric. And I did that as a business up until 1997, when I'd spent a little bit too much on offices and payroll, and I needed more money. But one door closes and another opens. I'm still regarded as one of the founders of America's hemp industry. I, as mentioned, grow and give away medical marijuana. These are 2 plants. These plants are just as wide as they are tall. That's my wife and I in our old garden. Each of these plants produced about 10 to 14 pounds of flower and 10 to 14 pounds of shake. Here are 2 8-pound plants in our garden. We grew 24 plants a year starting in the year 2000, and I did that through 2016. And so we've seen the dawn of hemp agriculture now. I'm just going to go through a couple of field shots from Southern Oregon pretty quickly to get to the main topic of my presentation, which is the evolution of hemp. Cannabis originated in Central Asia. When I first started studying hemp back in 1980, 81, there was a book that just came out, I believe it was in 81, by a fellow by the name of Ernest Abel called Marijuana, the First 12,000 Years. So that's where I first heard about the use of hemp and its ancient history. But recent archaeology has pushed that back to over 25,000 years. We now know that cannabis is likely one of the first crops, if not the first crop, purposely cultivated by our ancestors. And by 12,000 years ago, its cultivation had spread to the Mediterranean basin. And we know that because archaeologists have found remnants of hemp farms in what is today northern Italy. They go back 12,000 years. So that's before the Etruscans and before the Romans in that area. So I believe we've co-evolved with cannabis, and that we have changed cannabis and cannabis has changed us in that civilizing method. You know, one of the first animals that was domesticated was the wolf. And so all dogs today are considered to be descendants of just a handful of wild wolf species. The Latin name for the wolf is Canis lupus, and for dogs, domesticated dogs, is Canis lupus familiaris. But we bred wolves to meet our needs, and we've bred them to a remarkable diversity. We have little bulldogs and white dogs, big dogs, and little dogs. The variety is endless. I mean, just see the variation in the Chihuahua there. But I think that the fact that we began cultivating cannabis led to our domestication of animals, and animals wanted to come and be with us because we could feed them hemp. In fact, if you look at all the various animals on this screen, they were all domesticated by hemp cultivating cultures. And so it's led to civilization itself. This is an image from ancient China. The first emperor of China wrote a book, or is said to have written a book concerning medicines, and he talks about hemp in those medicines. This is a 8,000-year-old piece of pottery from China, and the markings on the side are hemp twine that's been embedded into the outer shell of this ceramic piece. But hemp as medicine goes back to the oldest written text, both in Chinese and in South Asia. The Vedas talk about hemp. And so the word we have for hemp is ma. And so ma is a very basic word. It's a very basic pronunciation. It is used across all different cultures as a word for mother, as it is in China. But China, the language is based on tones. So a tone can change the meaning of a word. And so the word for mother is a different character than this, and it is in the first Chinese tone, ma, which is all kind of an upper tone, ma. And then the second tone, it starts low and then drops off like ma, and that is horse, another very essential creature for human civilization. The third tone is probably one of the most interesting. It kind of warbles. It starts high, goes low, goes back up high. It's ma, and that is a question mark that you put at the end of a sentence to make a statement into a question. For instance, in Chinese, you might say hello as ni hao, but which means you good. And so that's the way you say hello. But if you want to say how are you, it would be ni hao ma. And so that's the question mark that appears at the end of the sentence. But the fourth tone, which starts low and goes high, ma, that's hemp, that's cannabis. But again, this is one of the most basic sounds in all languages. In China today, they often use the character for big, or da, to go with da ma. And so this is the way you'd write cannabis in Chinese. This is an ancient burial in China that goes back about 6,000 years. And you can see that there's some stems in there and cannabis leaves. Cannabis is connected to funeral rites or funerary rites across many, many different cultures. And it seems to still be practiced in China today that way. But in traditional China, there was a system of mourning your patriarchs called the Wu Fu. are the 5 levels of mourning. And if your ancestor that passed was the patriarch of your family, your father, your grandfather, the law required that you carry a hemp stalk and wear a hemp hat and wear rough hemp clothing for 18 months. And that was practiced as a law. If you didn't follow this, then you could be punished in your village. But this is an example of the different levels of clothing. All of these are hemp, the sandals, the shawl, the headdress, it's all hemp. And though this is mainly discontinued in modern communist China, the practice is still carried on in traditional Chinese areas, like where Chinese culture, traditional culture still survives, and that's such as Hong Kong, Taiwan, Singapore, Malaysia. But in communist China, they still wear a hemp shirt and a hemp collar that is white as part of the mourning in ritual for your deceased family member. So that still continues. And they also burn hemp paper and hemp items to send to their family members in the afterlife. And so China is the country where paper was invented. And there is a myth that it was invented in 105 AD, but actually archaeologists have found paper that goes back a couple hundred years older than that. But the myth is that a eunuch in the imperial court of the Chinese emperor had invented paper, and no one would really pay attention to that invention. So he worked with other eunuchs and pretended to die and have himself buried. And there was a hemp reed that went down to his coffin so he could continue to breathe underground. And his friends gathered other people in the imperial court around, and they burned hemp paper and dug him up, and he came back to life. So that's their traditional myth in China of the invention of hemp paper. In fact, up until about 500 years ago, the name of the country of China, the name they used for their own country, was the land of mulberry and hemp. And they changed that to the middle country when the Ming Dynasty or the Mongolians took over about 500 years ago. But their traditional name is the land of mulberry and hemp. But as I said, the Wufu, the 5 levels of mourning that Chinese cultures practice, still goes on in traditional Chinese villages. Here's a picture from Taiwan where they're wearing hemp headdress and hemp rope and hemp cloth and hemp shoes. And here's one from Malaysia. They have a little bit more direct show from the other image at first. Here's another one where they're using hemp in their funeral rites. And so China and hemp are intertwined going back to before history. But hemp also crossed from the mainland to Japan. And in fact, this is the oldest cave painting from Japan that they found, the archaeological cave painting. You can see there are several depictions that we believe are of hemp in this oldest cave painting that goes back about 6,000 years. But even today, hemp is involved in traditional Japanese culture and in the Shinto religion. Any Shinto temple you go to is decorated with hemp. And so there's a company that grows hemp in Japan for Shinto temples, and they harvest it in a traditional manner, and they grow it very closely together. Obviously, they harvest it, and there's one family in particular, the Miki clan on the island of Hokkaido in northern Japan that for 1,350 years has the duty to grow hemp just for the imperial family, for the emperor of Japan. And I had the honor of meeting the head of the Miki clan. He gave a presentation back in 2016 at the International Hemp Environmental Forum in Kyoto. I have some pictures of that we'll come to in a minute. But first, I wanted to show you some of the decorations in a Shinto temple. You can see this big hemp bundle of fibers that's hanging across the entry gate, and the white lightning-like items. Those are made of hemp as well. You'll find those in all the different Shinto temples in Japan, and that is carried on today. This is in 2016. This gentleman makes hemp items for Shinto temples and the general public. And here is a Kyoto temple. This is a hemp rope. It's been dyed to a rainbow color, but the man who is sitting there is Ben Dronkers. Ben Dronkers has what is the largest hemp company, Hemp Flax, based in the Netherlands, and also the largest hemp seed company, Cincy Seeds. And he's also opened some museums about the hemp, hash, and marijuana museum in Amsterdam and in Barcelona. Both of them are incredible, especially in Barcelona. It's an old palace of the Catalonian independence movement. Goes back 300 years there in Barcelona, and he's renovated this lovely palace into a hemp and cannabis museum. And Ben Dronkers continues to operate his companies with his sons, and they sell hemp paneling to Mercedes and Volkswagen and BMW for use in their automobile doors and dashboards and those types of things. Here is the head of the Miki clan giving that presentation in Kyoto back on July 2nd of 2016. Another one of the people who was a presenter there, I was happy to help bring to the conference, was the wife of the Japanese Prime Minister, who just resigned his post about 6 months ago, Shinzo Abe. And he's the longest serving post-war Japanese prime minister. And this is his wife, Akie Abe. And she gave a presentation at the Kyoto Hemp Forum as well. She said, that hemp had been prohibited by Douglas MacArthur at the defeat of Japan in World War II, and that she mentioned it was done specifically to benefit American petrochemical companies and industries. She also said that she gets a spiritual feeling when she's around hemp plants, and she can feel the energy coming up through her feet and out of the top of her head. And that something that most people in Japan don't know is her husband had to give up his post about 14 years ago because of his ulcerative colitis. And he started using an experimental medicine, and that was hemp, which allowed him to come back and be the prime minister for another 10 years. And the ulcerative colitis has flared up again. So he stepped down about 6 months ago. But this is Akie Abe with my wife and I there in Kyoto. The Scythians in Central Asia had an intimate relationship with cannabis. In fact, the oldest Western historian, Herodotus from Greece, wrote about the Scythians and how they used hemp. And they are also considered the culture that domesticated the horse. But they would throw up a tent and put a censer or a metal bowl heated filled with cannabis, and then put hot rocks into the censer to make the cannabis smoke, and they'd be in a tent. And that was a preferred means of inhaling cannabis. It wasn't that you smoked a pipe or you smoked a joint. It was more like a steam bath or a sweat lodge. And so this is some archaeological sensors and things from Scythia. This next photo is from present day Iran, the Babylonians. This is the great lawgiver. Obviously, he is standing in front of a hemp plant, and hemp was integral to him. It also was in Egypt. In fact, the Egyptian goddess of wisdom and education, Sheshat, was always depicted with a little hemp leaf above her head. So much about, in our current culture, we talk about hemp being a detriment to education. In Egypt, it was considered integral to education. And here is a piece of pottery from Egypt that shows that this pot contained hemp and was used for that. As the previous speaker mentioned, Buddhism is also tied to hemp in terms of the Buddha sat under a Bodhi tree for 3 years and is said to have eaten 1 hemp seed a day to attain enlightenment, and that led to his discovering the secrets of creation and sharing those with his followers. And even in present day India and Hindi cultures, hemp is continued a sacrament of Shiva and Kali and Ganesh, and hemp and cannabis are tied to Indian culture. And so in Western culture, we're primarily followers of the Judeo-Christian Islamic culture, and hemp is the anointing oil. It's the primary component of the anointing oil used in Judaism and Christianity. And so it was a highly psychoactive preparation. There's some controversy about the ingredients of the holy anointing oil, but most people today agree that it was largely cannabis oil, that a preparation that was the equivalent of about 2 gallons was infused with 6 pounds of cannabis flower. And in fact, the word Christ means anointed one. And so obviously Christ means anointed with cannabis. And so that was hidden from most Christian cultures, more recently by the Catholic Church. But if you go to a cathedral in Italy, on the island of Sicily, in the town of Palermo, there is a cathedral. The main cathedral there is the Monreale Cathedral, and they have these gold leaf portraits under glass, and it's been under glass for more than 900 years, since about 1125. And so these have not changed. And you can see this is a depiction of Christ healing the sick. This is the exterior of the Monreale Cathedral there in Palermo in Sicily. Also with Adam and Eve, there is a cannabis leaf in between them there. But in this cathedral, there are well over 1,500 different unique pieces of art, and cannabis is depicted in about 25 of these different pictures in Monreale, the Monreale Cathedral. This shows a larger view of it, so you can see the doorways and gateways there. It was also in their stained glass. In Venice, there's a bridge, and under the bridge, there's a little portal, a little covering, and at the top of it, it has this, Cannabis Protectio, or Cannabis Protect Me. And this is from about 1400 AD, a little more recent than the other. I worked with a group from Spain, Marijuana Television, and toured the traditional cannabis valley in in Chile, and they began cultivating cannabis in Chile about 1535. And in the town there, the central town in Los Andes and San Rafael, there is a church. And I'm going to close in on the gate of this church. You can see there's a little motif above the door. This is a church that's in San Rafael in Chile in the Central Valley where cannabis was cultivated. And you can see that it's not a thin-leafed cannabis plant. This is probably a more indica variety. But hemp was cultivated in Europe, as we know, and this is a picture from about 1910 in Hungary. This is in Kentucky in 1935. And so this shows a hemp harvest in Kentucky. Here's another ancient picture. You've probably seen some of these. This is a picture of some of my collection. I collect antique medical marijuana containers. And so you can see here 3 companies that still exist today with some of their cannabis medicines: Sharp and Dome, Eli Lilly, and Johnson & Johnson. Johnson & Johnson made this. I have one of these that it still contains the topical roll, and so it's rolled up in there. It's 7 inches wide and it's about 30 inches long, and it's a cloth back with a thin layer about 1/8 of an inch thick of cannabis mixed with aspirin or salicylic acid. And so Johnson & Johnson had about 5 different topical cannabis medicines. It's very common, and I have about 60 different types of corn removers. Johnson & Johnson made corn removers. You put a little piece of cannabis on the corn, leave it there for a few days, come back, and then it would scrape right off. Eli Lilly and Park Davis both had about 20 different cannabis combinations. They were tinctures, dried, sifted cannabis resin was another common medicine. There were, like I said, 20, and half of those were mixed with other compounds. So the Eli Lilly and Park Davis had cannabis mixed with opiates, with morphine and heroin and other compounds. An anodyne compound would have various things. And this is Henry Ford swinging a sledgehammer. Henry Ford himself swinging a sledgehammer at his own car, and the body of this car was made out of hemp and flax fiber and seed oil. So it was an early fiberglass, and in fact it was lubricated with seed oil, and the diesel engine ran on hemp seed oil as well. So hemp was prohibited primarily to protect industrial interests, what an old friend of mine who passed away long ago, Gatewood Galbraith, called the petrochemical, pharmaceutical, military, industrial, transnational, corporate elite, fascist sons of a bitches. In certain crowds, I might not say fascist sons of a bitches. I might use the phrase ruling class crony capitalists. But this is an excerpt from a study by the Department of Agriculture, Bulletin 404, that said that a waste product from hemp makes more paper than the most productive tree species, more than 4 times more paper. So hemp was traditionally cultivated for its outer bark, or the bast fiber, to make canvas, rope, lace, linen, and specialty papers. And so this study showed that the herd fiber, which was used as barnyard fill and animal bedding, that it could make top quality paper as well. So the nephew of one of Samuel Chase, who was the Secretary of Treasury under 4 different presidents, was a fellow by the name of Harry Anslinger. And Harry Anslinger took this concept that marijuana is a deadly drug that causes people to go crazy and kill their family and friends, and said that that's why he had to prohibit cannabis. So cannabis prohibition, the first laws against cannabis in the United States were in Texas, in El Paso in 1916, but then they spread across the country, and Anslinger led to the Marijuana Tax Act that prohibited it federally in 1937. But hemp remained in our culture, and it's obviously some people believe that when you smoke your hemp, you can be strong like Popeye the Sailor. Louis Armstrong was a big proponent of cannabis and used cannabis throughout his life, and was one of the most popular entertainers of his era. And the very first legalization group in the United States was started by Allen Ginsberg, the poet, and it was called Lemar. And he worked with some people in San Francisco and started the very first legalization movement. But in San Francisco, Michael Aldridge and a group of other people, Todd Mickeria, Jack Herer, Ed Adair, a lot of different people across California came together, and by selling rolling papers, they funded the very first marijuana legalization effort initiative vote in the United States and it was voted on in California in 1972. And so it failed with 32% of the vote back in 1972, but it still had a big impact. The next year, in 1973, Oregon became the first state to decriminalize marijuana, and California followed suit in 1974. I first started using cannabis in the early to mid 70s when I was a teenager, and I heard about an event in Washington, D.C., the Smoke-In, and this is a poster from that event, the White House Smoke-In. And so we would throw seeds on at the time, Jimmy Carter was the president, and they were spraying something called paraquat, a poison, on Mexican marijuana that would be harvested and imported in the United States. This poison would kill people. It caused their lungs to crystallize, and they would die a horrible death. So one of the chants we had at the Smoke-In was paraquat peanuts, since Jimmy Carter was a peanut farmer. And we threw a lot of seeds on the White House lawn. You could approach the White House a lot closer back then than you can today. But the White House Smoke-In continued as a tradition for a long time. As I said, I went to school in China, started importing hemp paper and fabric. And so this is a picture in my office of some of our hemp paper. This is circa probably 1993, 1994. And there's a poster over this copier machine. It says some copy machines have a mind of their own. This one has a conscience. We actually put our hemp paper in about 40 different Kinko copy centers, starting in Berkeley and across California and a couple in Oregon. We had some quality issues. So I went out of the hemp paper business in 1997, but in conjunction with my cable television show, I invited a doctor, Dr. Philip Levesque, to come on the show in 1998 and co-host with me. And when medical marijuana became legal in 1999, we had people coming into the studio to get Dr. Levesque to sign their medical marijuana permits. And soon it became a business, and I did it out of my house. We outgrew our office the very first day we opened it. Eventually, we opened offices in Oregon and then in Washington. This is our office up in Bellevue, Washington. And this is a picture from our main office. We had offices in 9 states and help patients in 60 different cities, working with 40 different doctors. And we were able to help over 270,000 Americans get their medical marijuana permits to possess, use, and grow medical marijuana. This is Dr. Eric Eisenbud in the Denver office. His name was a constant source of amusement for us because he was an ophthalmologist by trade. And so he helped us open our offices in Montana, Michigan, and Arizona, and worked all across the country for us. This is a picture from our office in Riverside, California, where we had an old friend, Lanny Swerdlow, who actually helped start my television show back in 1996 in Portland, Oregon, before he moved back to California in 1998. But the clinics were a success, and I used my money to put marijuana legalization on the ballot. And so this is a picture from a interview about our initiative in 2012. Again, while we lost in Oregon with 47% of the vote in 2012, they won with 54% of the vote in Colorado and Washington. And then we came back in 2014. And this is a billboard we put up. And so this is an outdated poster here. I'm going to skip through these two and just go back to a nice medical marijuana garden shot here. You know, we've co-evolved with cannabis, and it's very important, I believe, for this evolution to continue so that we can use cannabis for fuel, fiber, food, medicine, and fun. The fiber is very important, but I think what we really need is hemp seed. And hemp seed is critical for the food aspect, the protein of cannabis, and the fuel that can be made from hemp seed oil. You can actually take hemp seed oil and put it right into any diesel engine and turn the key, and it will power up. It burns a little hotter and cleaner if you combine it with alcohol in a process called transesterification, where alcohol strips off the some of the fatty acids and is replaced there, so it burns hotter. But hemp seed is, as our previous speakers have noted, one of the most valuable and important foods available. Now, we're currently locked into this low THC paradigm, and we have this irrational fear of THC. So farmers are forced to grow these low THC varieties, and you can see they are generally create smaller flowers, but this is a neat little hemp food we have here in Oregon. This is hemp shampoo I picked up in a hotel. They were a little container there. But I think that we need to continue to cultivate hemp for fuel and fiber, and there's no reason to breed out the THC. And in fact, by breeding out the THC, we've made hemp generally less productive. That higher cannabinoid cannabis plants produce more seeds and more oil and more protein, and they can still produce the resins that we like and need so much. But hemp fuel is a critical component for our development, and I look forward to seeing more biodiesel hemp fuels eventually on the market here. And so that pretty much is the end of my presentation. And as again said, you know, hemp is earth medicine. We've co-evolved with cannabis for at least 25,000 years. That evolution needs to continue. And with that, I'll end my presentation. If you need to reach me, I use that moniker across most social media. And this one Restore Hemp Facebook site, we stream our live television show. In fact, this week our television show guest was Chris Bennett in Vancouver, who's written 4 books about the archaeology and history of cannabis in Western civilization. So I want to thank you folks for listening, and thanks for inviting me, and help restore hemp.
Wow. That amazing, Paul. I realize I can't see you. I'm seeing your son.
Yeah, you're seeing my son's picture there, but you can see my face out there plenty. He's cuter than me anyway.
Good-looking kid. That was so fascinating. and I'm hoping that you jump into the chat room, Paul, because if you can see it, because there's a lot of interesting commentaries about it. I'm going out to buy hemp seeds first thing in the morning. I had no idea why you wanted to take hemp seeds and wash your hair with hemp and wear hemp. And I just love your perspective, what you shared with us.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Joan. I look forward to going on your YouTube channel and looking at some of these other presentations. I really found Barbie's presentation fascinating, and so I'll have a little bit more time. I'm going to go to Colombia, to Cali, Colombia, this week on Thursday with Elvie Masica, who's one of 2 people who still receives medical marijuana from the federal government. She's got 300 joints a month from the federal government since 1988. And so she and I and my wife are going to the Copa Farallones in Cali, Colombia. I will give this presentation in person there, and then I have the pleasure of being a judge in their cannabis contest. And I've judged another Colombian cannabis contest back in 2016, the Copa del Rey, and this will be my first time as a judge at the Copa Farallones. And so I've been honored because of my activism to speak all across Latin America, Europe, and in Japan. So I appreciate you inviting me here, and hope to meet you in person. So you folks are down in Southern California?
Yep. Okay, then, Neil, yeah.
You might know that fellow Lanny Swerdlow there when we opened our office there in Riverside.
I don't know, but I'm only 10 minutes from Riverside, 15 minutes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we had our office there until about 6 or 7 years ago. And so Lanny is an old friend. I've known him since for more than 30 years, actually. And he helped start my cable television show here in Portland. Right. He was already producing 3 other cable shows, 2 about the gay community, 1 about atheism, and then he said, I can produce your show too. So he did that for 2 years, from 96 to 98, and it turned out to be such a valuable thing for us that we continued after he moved back to California in 1998.
Beautiful. Paul, thank you so much. You are not only doing big things now, but you've really been a trailblazer and pioneering it. And I can see, you telling us about your stories in the 70s and how you've just been such an activist for so long. And it's people like you that have really laid the groundwork for the world that we're about to, go into, especially within the States. So I just want to say I appreciate everything you've done, brother.
Well, I appreciate that too. A lot of us are just drawn to cannabis, and it obviously has been going on for tens and thousands of years. And there's something tied to human spirituality that cannabis is involved in, I believe, and as shown by that presentation. So I think that education is critical, and I'm happy to get an opportunity to share my perspective with you folks.
We are honored to have you, Paul. So thank you so much. And we'll see you next time down here in the Valley.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Okay, Neil, I'm learning a lot.
Yeah, I know, right? Oh my God, the history component, I didn't know it was going to be that great. Just the whole entire, it just so many dots and my questions have been just like answered
And
from that presentation on others.
I have to take a deep dive again and listen to certain of the presentations and take notes. I actually have to take notes because some of it is advanced concepts, except hemp every day now, Joan.
Yep.
I think the concept that we need cannabis in our system far more, and we need to wear it, smell it, breathe it, and have it around us is quite a new stunning revelation.
Yeah. I don't know if you've ever heard this, but I've heard that I've been told in the past that hemp has very high estrogen levels, right? And so I just heard that a while ago, and a lot of other people heard it. And you may have heard stories like joking, like when I was like younger and smoking weed, a lot of people would say like, man, that guy smoked so much weed, he started growing breasts, right? It was like it was a joke between like my friends in my year when I was growing up. And then I started researching it, and there's no evidence at all that there's high estrogen levels with hemp use. It was something that was put out there. Hundreds of thousands of people probably picked it up, put it in the back of their head. I literally do not order hemp seeds in my acai bowls because I always believed they had high estrogen.
So they tried to teach you that real men don't use hemp.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's so interesting because you know what? All of those hormone disruptors are in our food. They're in the chemicals, they're in everything, and they don't tell you not to do that, right? They promote that. Oh, well, we are learning so much. And one of the things I'm learning is honestly medical freedom and the fact that we're still fighting for the ability to use this worldwide. And by the way, Mexico just legalized and Canada legalized, and we still are fighting for the right to use what we feel is best for our own body.
Yeah. I want to also comment on two things that were brought up. Well, the same thing that was brought up in the last two presentations and yesterday was Buddha's involvement in hemp seed consumption, right? So have you ever heard of what a dieta is? Like not just dieting, but the shaman's dieta of ayahuasca in Peru. Have you heard of that before?
No, how do you spell it?
Dieta. It's just the Spanish word for diet, right? Okay. And what they do is in the shaman centers and the ayahuasca centers in Peru and all over South America, probably beyond that, they have the areas where you go for the 7-day retreats, the 14-day retreats for plant medicine, but then they have a completely separate area for 30-day retreats in which you do a dieta. And what a dieta is, like, it's as commonly done as people who are doing ceremonies. You eat the plant, a very small amount of the plant, never enough to have a psychedelic experience. And you're in there in a dark room for 30 days eating the plant, and your food is being given to you under the door, and you're just there by yourself with the plant, infusing your consciousness with the plant. This is how all real shamans in South America become ayahuasca shamans. You cannot become a shaman of any plant medicine in South America unless you do this. So now, because all these Western people want to become shamans as well, they have centers, huge centers now, specifically for not having a psychedelic experience but eating the plant. So what was Buddha doing was the exact same thing they were doing in South America. He was having one hemp seed a day or whatever it was, never enough to even have any type of psychoactive experience, but he was infusing his consciousness with the plant so that when he starts facilitating ceremonies and things like that later, he has a direct communication with the plant and can receive the information from it. And this is a thing that has been going on for thousands of years. You can sign up on the internet to actually do yourself.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. I know that plants, there are many ways to communicate with plants, and it is definitely advanced spirituality to have that experience. Anyway, so we have another speaker, and I can't wait to introduce her. This is Kristin Heidelbach, and she's going to be talking about cannabis legalization. So she really has watched how this process has changed the plant and its culture, how legalization looks like in each state, and why are more states accepting commercial cannabis industries. Also, she's, what might the Biden administration do for cannabis, the current struggles the industry is facing, and how this industry is pivoting to survive, which I think is very, very fascinating. And she is a 17-year veteran of the Teamsters. So she from a very different perspective, okay? And it's actually heading the Teamsters State of California Cannabis Division. Oh my God.
How'd we get here, right?
Right, and I'll let you tell us the rest of your story because you have quite a background and I'm honored you're with us today.
I am honored to be here with you. I tuned in yesterday and I've just been watching everything. And one, I'm honored to speak to your group. Your speakers have been fascinating. It's really interesting because a lot of people are talking about history of the plant and decriminalization and all these things, but everyone has a really interesting, different perspective. So I've really, really enjoyed being with you. And Joan, I can't wait to meet you in person. Neil, you as well. I know you guys kind of want to do one of these in person. I think the way you've pivoted is perfect because it's, we've had a chance to meet some really interesting people. So I also have a slideshow. I'll back up just a moment because Joan is right. I've been a Teamster for about 17 and a half years. Not that I'm counting. At any rate, I was asked to essentially create a cannabis division. So my perspective and what I kind of want to share with the group is a little bit of the history, but also what has happened, throughout the nation. Also, it's changing, globally. But I live in Sacramento, California. So a lot of the information I'm going to be giving you is California centric. With that, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here. Oh, wrong one. Hold on. New share. All right. There we go. Okay. So can you guys see that okay?
It's very good. Works perfect.
All right, perfect. Okay, so just to kind of back up, I head up the cannabis division for the Teamsters. I reside in California, so a lot of my work is there, but I do interact with other states to help them with their legalization process as well. And I also have the pleasure of serving on the Cannabis Advisory Board here in California, which it is a group of individuals that do a number of things to suggest to regulators the best way to regulate, which is difficult, and I'll get into that. So cannabis was not obviously always prohibited, and I think it's really important to kind of step back and look at how we got here and why we're talking about legalization. So, and obviously some of the other speakers dived into this really deep. The last speaker was great. He was talking about, the drug being widely used since the 1830s and before. Documentation shows us that it's actually used to ease discomfort and pain, a number of different ailments. So why did that change? Sadly, during the Mexican Revolution, 1910, with Mexican immigration and bringing with them their preferred vehicle for consuming cannabis, smoking marijuana, then all of a sudden there were these ridiculous reports that marijuana was causing superhuman strength and inciting violence. And so it was basically, it became an issue where they found a way to incarcerate people. So even though we didn't have any evidence, 29 states began to criminalize cannabis from 1916 to 1931. You'll notice here the Marijuana Tax Act then, basically criminalized it across the nation. And it's funny because my girlfriend was here yesterday and she was reading through my slides and she said, "You have a typo, you have marijuana with an H." And I said, "No, that's actually how they spelled it." And then from that point forward, federal and state governments just increased punishments related to cannabis. And this went on until the late 1960s. And when I was in college, I took a course called Crimes Without Victims. And one of the things that we discussed was how laws began to change because now these upper middle white class, white college kids were, being caught with marijuana. And it's disproportionately affected communities of color. And we'll get into that in a moment. But it's really sad to watch how the laws have changed, ebbed and flowed to help certain communities and hurt other communities. That's a huge piece of what we're kind of trying to tackle right now. So during the mid-1970s, virtually all states softened penalties. However, the federal government continues to cling, as it does today, to, I can't read my screen, to a policy that has its origins in racism and xenophobia, and whose principal effect has been to ruin the lives of generations of people. And this is, I'm going to kind of later on go into some of the issues that we have with some of the problems that we're having, with the industry and rolling it out. And one of them is social equity, and we'll talk about that in just a moment. So I am happy to share my slide or my slides with anyone. I'm going to post my email at the end, but this is interactive. So I kind of wanted to give a snapshot of where we are right now in terms of legalization. You'll kind of notice I have the source at the bottom here, and I'm going to go there in just a second. The dark green states are fully legalized. We have some states that have some form of legalization, whether it's medical and decriminalized, or just that it's medical and you shouldn't be caught with it. And then obviously we've got some other states here like Idaho, that are fully illegal. And, we've had some really interesting discussions in your group about hemp. And I had some brokers reach out to me from Florida who are moving hemp, because obviously it's federally legal, and all of their trucks were being stopped in Idaho. And so if I click on this, you'll kind of see, I want to show you this particular website. It's updated and it's interactive. And if you're curious about any of the, legal standings, if you're traveling somewhere, you can kind of look, at each different state and see. And what's interesting is I've been dealing with cannabis policy and regulations for 5 years now. And this is something that changes daily. And that's the most important thing to remember. It's that a lot of these states, and there's also some pushback right now at the federal level, and we can talk about this, that now they're trying to put caps on the amount of THC people can actually use. So it's like we're coming out of this space where it was criminalized, and we're making all this headway, and now people are pushing back on it again. But this particular website just has some really good information if you're curious about the current standing in that particular state. So we're moving along. The pandemic has done a lot of things to our lives. It's helped with legalization because it is an economic powerhouse. So path to legalization, how is, I'm going to kind of give you a bird's eye view, and then we can kind of dive into it. But obviously there's two different paths. There's medicinal and then recreational. In California, we had Prop 215, the Compassionate Use Act of 1996, which was to allow obviously dispensaries to give medicine to folks who had, a number of different ailments. They had to have a medical card. These are pretty easy to get. A lot of states are allowing, we can get medicinal passed before we can get recreational passed, I'll say that. But the joke in California, and we're a huge state, so what works in, the northern part of the state doesn't work in the southern part. But we would joke about the weed fairy, because we had these dispensaries that had the ability to operate. But unfortunately, we still had farmers running from helicopters. There's like this huge disconnect in legalization. So you're allowing this dispensary to give this product. Where is the weed coming from? Is it a weed fairy? Because you're still arresting farmers. And so probably 2014, 2015, I know my organization was involved. We were involved in crafting medical regulations. Notice I put in there lobbying. It's really hard to talk about legalization without talking about who's got their hand in the pot and who's going to get paid and how things are going to roll out and the best way that it can be done. So when I say lobbying, and you'll notice now on a federal level, we have an organization, and I can't remember the name of it right now. I probably have notes on my desk, but it's made up of alcohol and tobacco, huge companies that are getting into cannabis. So the culture is really changing, because when I started, it was medicine makers and people that were really reaching out to help folks, and those people are still there. They're struggling to survive with onerous regulations, and yet we have these rich white guys from Wall Street that are coming in, and now they look at the benefit of running, huge cultivation facilities. So it's hard, right? I really want to see that culture preserved. At the state level, I'm really trying hard to come up with a license that helps the smaller farmer. I think that they have a huge valid space that should be protected. So, but by November 8th, 2016, Prop 64 passed and we had recreational. So we really had two different pathways with two different types of regulations. SB 94 was signed by the governor, and that basically aligned the differences between the medical regulations and the recreational. Here in California, it did. So one of the questions I always get, and I know folks probably hear this, oh my God, I went to a dispensary and the taxes I paid were $40. Legalization has a cost. Government's going to get its money. And when we talk about federal legalization and we talk about a pathway to that, I remind people it's another tax. They're going to get their money. So again, that is can motivate cities and counties to move forward with that. This industry is going to exist. It's going to be there. It's decentralized. It's all over. They have a network, and it's going to be in your city or county, whether it's regulated or not. So the craftiest bunch of folks, and that's a compliment I've ever met. So, but it makes it, when it's legalized, it makes it expensive because cities and counties tack on their own tax. And then the state has their own tax as well. One thing I want to stress to folks is that just be forewarned, because here, actually throughout the nation, people heard about VapeGate. People were still buying illegal product. And the problem with that is that product that you purchase from the guy on the corner is most likely not tested by an independent testing lab. So you don't know what pesticides are in it. You don't know what there's mold or mildew. In these particular vape cartridges, there was a product that was inside, I can't remember the name of it at this point, but it was an additive that was essentially gluing people's lungs shut. So I do want to stress that even though it is expensive, I think that, really aiding the legal market and continuing to pay what we need to pull it out from underground is what we need to be doing right now. So a really quick breakdown of the industry. I know some folks have kind of talked about getting into the industry. Here in California, we have a dual licensing scheme. California is a huge state regulating cannabis. Here in California is very difficult because, like I said, what's going to work for in LA is not going to work for, guys up north. So you have your grower cultivator license. Obviously, these folks in LA, I've seen some really elaborate grow facilities inside warehouses. And then in the Salinas area, where growing flowers, I guess, is too expensive now, they've converted a lot of these hoop houses for cannabis. And then obviously you have outdoor manufacturers, vape products, edibles, tinctures, oils. My favorite, the beverage can. we can talk about microdosing or not. I find these delicious and refreshing. No, I don't have any stake in the company, but it's definitely one of my favorite products. Laboratories, we have strict testing requirements. We're trying to kind of fix that at the state level, because you can have a testing lab, but if you're a research scientist at all, you know that if there's no standard operating procedure, or at least some kind of guidelines set by the state, these folks could be doing it 10 different ways, which they are. So you could get your product tested at one spot and it gives you one set of numbers, and that changes when you go somewhere else. So we're trying to fix that. But the laboratory license is independent. You cannot be involved in any other arm of the industry. Dispensaries and consumption lounges, obviously these are the retail locations. West Hollywood really cornered the market here on consumption lounges. We are working to create a separate license type at the state level to make sure that other cities and counties can hop onto this. And then obviously distribution versus delivery. So distribution is the tax collector in California. They collect money from separate arms of the industry, and then they send it off to the state. And then delivery was really a hot button issue here in California. Delivery is business to consumer. It's not called delivery. It's called non-storefront retail, meaning it is a retail location you're purchasing. They have a brick and mortar, but there's no on-site purchase. They're delivering to you, but a lot of people fought that. And then the pandemic happened and people still wanted their medicine, and they still wanted, you know, you're stressed out, you're at home, you're on your 10th Zoom call with your kids also stealing internet, right? Because they're in school. So people really kind of latched on to that, and that it changes throughout the country. So in Colorado, initially they didn't have delivery. Now they do, but they call it couriers. So it looks different. The micro business license type was created to really aid the smaller farmer. The idea behind the micro business license type is that you can only have 10,000 square foot canopy. The problem with it is that that is the only place that it's capped. So what happens is these ginormous companies have come in and used the micro business license. So it's left the smaller farmer kind of in a precarious position. So we're trying to also find other ways to license cottage farming, but those conversations are ongoing. Current industry challenges, where are we at right now? What's happening? Well, specifically in California, we've got these huge cannabis deserts. So only 168 of California's 540 cities allow any kind of cannabis operations. And that is a problem when you're in a state that passed Prop 64, and yet we can't, you know, in certain areas, you can't find it. Onerous regulations that are constantly being revised and changed, or it's really difficult because you take some of these companies and they're paying compliance people, they're paying attorneys to stay on top of the regulations. Not every state operates like this. There are other states out there, you know, New York is getting ready to legalize. There's been some hangups there. Obviously, Illinois have just one single licensing by the state. So, but there's also another problem is confusion on behalf of the police. And this is education. This is reaching out to law enforcement, explaining to them. I actually had a fully licensed distribution company, licensed by the state, licensed by their area, and he was moving product, and one of my drivers was arrested. And we got him out, and we called the county to talk to the sheriff, and he asked me, you know, tell me why I can't arrest this guy. So we still have education that we have to really unpack for law enforcement. Another challenge is the illicit market. And the problem here is that the illicit market is outperforming the legal market. This is a tough one because a lot of folks will operate on both sides. If you have to put food on your table and pay your bills, you know, you're going to do what you need to. So this is a tough one, but you know, if we can aid the, let's make the regulations easier for folks. so that they can actually participate in the industry rather than having to continue to participate in the illicit. Social equity and social justice, folks, this is a failed war on drugs. I mean, this has disproportionately impacted people of color, communities of color. I personally have an issue with, like I said, these rich white guys now coming into an industry and making money when their neighbor has been serving. I just saw a comment yesterday from one of the participants who said, yeah, my husband did 10 years. So, and we have at the state level, we are issuing and giving funds to cities and counties. They haven't figured out how to do it yet. They haven't figured out how to take that money, because we're still in a situation where we have, I see, predatory practice where some white guy wants to open up a business in a city. The only licenses available are social equity. And so they'll find a person of color to prop in front of that license. So we're not there yet. It's not fixed. We still have some work to do. And then also banking is an issue. This is a cash-based industry. So you're giving cash to people that are sending in tax payments. Banks are still shutting people's accounts down when they find out. I just had a hemp farmer at my house this Friday. And he's been operating for 14 years. He just had his banks shut down, bank accounts shut down. Worker protections lag in many states. This is also something that we're working on. How can a state be legal? How can it be legal to drink alcohol? How can it be legal to participate or use, use cannabis, and yet your employer can fire you for using it? There's a lag there. See, there's so much work to be done. So worker protections and also reefer madness. I can't tell you how many city council meetings and board of supervisors I've sat through. And, there's still a couple members that just don't want it in their city or county. They have, it's still going to be there. You can regulate it. It's still going to be there, but they're terrified of the industry. So we've got some things to work through. How's the pandemic changed? I mean, obviously delivery is more widely accepted. We did have a lawsuit in California. It was a League of Cities and a couple other folks. It's been dropped. Curbside pickup is kind of a new thing. So you can go to your local dispensary, and most of them have a phone number and ordering system, and they'll bring the product out to you so you don't have to get out of your car. Also, SB 398, Senator Skinner currently has a market expansion bill. There's a lot of moving parts to this bill right now, but what we're trying to do is open up California. Part of the reason why some of the cities and counties may not regulate is because it's costly and it's expensive, and it takes a lot of research to craft regulations. This market expansion bill, what it would do is allow the state to basically regulate in that city or county so that the city or county can participate in the regulatory, in the cannabis industry, but they don't have to set up their own regulations. But then they also receive a kickback. So that piece is a huge moving piece. There's a lot in there. But if that passes, that would be great, because then we can have more shops, less cannabis desert. And also the cannabis consumer has changed. Newer products on the market. I know some folks have no issue with, high dosing. Some people are scared of that. And I yesterday, the terpene queen, God, I can't remember her name at the moment. She was fascinating to watch. She was on in the morning.
Michelle Riccio.
Yeah, she was wonderful. She was wonderful. I want to call her the terpene queen. If she doesn't have that name already, I think we should give it to her. But she was kind of talking about, and I just lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. She was talking about someone having a really bad experience with a high dose of THC. Been there. And so now the industry is kind of creating different products that can help folks that don't want to have a couch lock experience. The Chardonnay moms, some of which, some of us who've put on a couple extra pounds because we're sitting at home drinking too much alcohol have switched. These things have 30 calories in them. So that, it helps with weight loss. I know some other folks that have used cannabis, to help, and because they don't want a hangover, or they don't want to have, a ton of calories. And then obviously the economic power of legalization. So moving on, I wanted to just kind of point this out to folks. Cannabis is a huge job creator. Okay, so Leafly released its 4th annual cannabis industry jobs report, which shows that a record high 243,700 Americans are employed in the legal cannabis industry as of early 2020. So I'm sure we have more, with 33,700 jobs added in the last year. Cannabis industry has produced 15% more jobs in 2019 and has seen 100% growth since Leafly began collecting data in early 2017, making cannabis industry the fastest growing job sector. So the great thing about that is, obviously, especially in the middle of a pandemic and with cannabis being deemed an essential product, we have people that are not losing their jobs. So that was another great way to watch the industry really kind of pivot and continue to, offer jobs and income to their people. Oops, let me back up here. So I've talked a lot about legalization at the state level, but I kind of wanted to unpack what federal legalization looks like. So unfortunately, at the federal level, it remains a Schedule I drug. It is on the Controlled Substances Act, which I have linked here, which is kind of a laundry list. I mean, how cannabis is actually on the same list as fentanyl and heroin is beyond me, but that's where we're at. And we have been trying to change this since 1972. Efforts are underway, but for some reason that reefer madness it sticks, and so that's something that we're fighting. Sessions under the Trump administration rescinded the Cole memo. I do have some info on the Cole memo if you're interested. What that did is a lot of other states were seeking guidance from the federal government because they were, seeking guidance from the federal government because a lot of different states were legalizing. So they didn't know exactly how to treat it. So basically the Cole memo states, if you have a regulatory structure in place, then you're not going to go into that state and continue to arrest folks. So Sessions rescinded that. That created a lot of confusion. A little fun fact, though, we had more raids under the Obama administration than we did under Trump. So that's kind of something to keep in your back pocket. Newly appointed Merrick Garland, we'll kind of see what he does. We have, obviously the vice president, she has a couple different, we've got a couple different folks that are working on decriminalization and also legalization. So we think that this could be a positive thing. On December 4th, 2020, the U.S. House of Representatives voted in favor of the Marijuana Opportunity Reinvestment and Expungement Act in 228 to 164 vote. And this vote marked the first time in a half century that a Chamber of Congress voted on a bill to end federal prohibition. Of course, it's sitting at the Senate. I created another link for you here just so you can kind of see what's happening with that. I mean, this was sponsored by our vice president. It's currently sitting in the finance committee. But what I kind of found interesting is it's got 8 co-sponsors. So you can kind of see, I mean, obviously Cory Booker has been a big proponent for change with cannabis, Senator Warren, and then Kirsten Gillibrand and some other folks. So it's sitting. I don't know how long it's going to, though. And then the Congressional Cannabis Caucus was formed in 2017 with bipartisan support. There are 2 Republicans and 2 Democrats on this. And this caucus seeks to harmonize federal laws that conflict with various state laws that permit medical or recreational cannabis. So we've got some movement at the federal level. But one thing that I found really interesting, the Office of Personnel Management and the Biden administration recently provided updated guidance that states federal agencies should exercise special care before making the determination of unsuitability for criminal conduct based on marijuana possession, but it does not change the policy. The minute I typed this bullet point, I don't know if any of you saw, the Biden administration got rid of 8 or 10 people because they had admitted in their background checks that they used cannabis. I'm shocked because this note from the OPM came out last week. This isn't old news. So again, some of these folks, I heard that, maybe they had other, other issues and it wasn't just the cannabis piece. This is concerning. I'm going to watch it. I don't know exactly what's happening with that, but it's concerning. This is just some information on the Cole memo, which I've already kind of unpacked. It's a document originally drafted by the former U.S. Attorney General James Cole. I don't think that it has been, I don't know what Garland is going to do yet, obviously. All right, so one thing I just wanted, and I think some folks already kind of touched on this. I'm going to start by saying I am not an attorney. So I want to start there. But people always want to know if they can fly, or travel, with their cannabis products. Technically, it is illegal to leave the state you're flying from with cannabis, and it is illegal to carry it into another state, and it's illegal to bring it onto a plane. However, I can dismantle a vape cartridge faster and put it into various different parts of my makeup bag and purse, and I have actually crossed into Canada and not had any problems, and I've flown with products and not had any problems. I don't want to advise folks one way and then someone come across an issue. I was in Philadelphia speaking on a panel there. And it was really interesting because in California, we sit there and say, well, it's legal and it's fine. And, we can do all these things. But then in Philadelphia, it's, I believe, currently not yet decriminalized. So the folks on that panel that were discussing whether or not you could have it, they said, look, just don't put yourself in a bad position. Don't have it in the car with you, put it in the trunk, do this. So it's really interesting. I think it's, to stay out of trouble, we got to do our research. Certain airports like LA and Chicago, they do have amnesty boxes. So you can actually place your product into the amnesty box and not get in trouble. I did read a report last year about someone breaking into the amnesty box, which makes sense, right? And then finally, cannabis tourism really has changed. And so it was refreshing yesterday to see Lynn when she was talking about the cannabis, and then Barbie today. A lot of people are creating experiences around, using cannabis. And so in some situations, and I believe yesterday Lynn said they do not consume, but it is possible to travel to the location you're going and then purchase cannabis there, which I always find is a fun experience because then you can kind of see how, different cities and different areas treat it. So I wanted to throw some resources at you in case you want to look into some of these folks. They cover a lot of information on legalization. MJ Biz Daily is a great resource. Normal, of course, is federal, but they have chapters all over, and they're constantly working with the Biden administration and their electeds to push for change. The NCIA, the National Cannabis Industry Association, there will be chapters in different states. They also have some great information and interface with the electeds. Cannabis Law, Be Green Legal, these are just websites that have really good information on current law. And with that, I think I'm going to toss it back over to Dr. Joan. And does anyone have any questions?
Wow. Okay, you unpacked so much. Okay. And even starting with this whole thing of the Teamsters, like I didn't even think about how it's impacting all the country as a big deal, and all that work that's going on and this decriminalization thing. You know, what do you think, Neil?
Yeah, that was thank you so much for the information.
Thank you.
There's so much that I didn't know there, and just tracking the history and where decriminalization is right now, that was something I really was like wondering about. And you brought up some great points that just kind of sparked things in my head. Like, for example, we are not technically allowed to smoke outside or even walk down the street with it, but almost every single leasing company also says you can't smoke inside or on the balcony.
Yeah.
So where can you smoke? And it's legal. And then the fact that you said 168 cities out of all of them, I think it was, aren't accepting it, but it's legal. Like,
right.
That doesn't make sense as well. And because I've been so free with it myself, I haven't really spent the time to sit and think about that.
Yeah, it's different. I think here in California, I mean, I was at a conference in Oakland, and you know, I mean, people were obviously just smoking on the street. It wasn't really a situation where we were concerned, but we have to be really careful when we talk about, you know, what is legal and what isn't. I mean, delivery was a hot button issue because it was allowed, the regulations according to the BCC. And when I say onerous, when I talk about onerous regulations, I mean, this is just California, right? I mean, this is statute and there's a lot to unpack there when you're just growing a plant, right? But we got to pay the piper. We have to do our due diligence. But delivery, in the regulations, it states you can deliver anywhere, even if they ban it. They cannot ban delivery. You can't ban people from obtaining the plant. And more than anything, with advocacy work, what we try to explain to people, if you're shutting this industry down and not allowing it, they're going to get it off the street, and it may not be a safe product. And do you really want that for your people? Why wouldn't you want to, allow the industry? So yeah, it's and it's changing daily. So
definitely. So based on what you just said right now, another thing that I wrote down was that what it looks like is, and I've seen this even with my own family, is that if somebody dislikes something or hates it so much, they rather not even think about it or talk about it, yet alone regulate it. So if you like have this like, whatever, it's out there, those little hippies, those kids smoking, but I'm not into it, I'm a city council member, and you have that kind of like whatever kind of view that puts you against it, then rather than like you're saying to them, hey, it's going to be there anyway, you might as well just regulate it so that it's done in a proper, safe manner. And they're like, oh, we don't even want to think about its existence. I'd rather just put that to the side, because maybe giving it time to regulate it gives them a check mark saying that they're for it or something like that. I don't know the reasons why, but
it's I think honestly, some of the places that I've seen a lot, and I'm gonna step through this very delicately. I have seen certain areas where there was a mayor who is Hispanic who opened his area up for cannabis regulation, and the older constituents in his space basically voted him out, because it is this it's the brainwashing. It's not just brainwashing today, it's the brainwashing that happened in the 60s and 70s, where the people of color, these communities, where they basically said this is bad, or people are going to jail, and we are totally against it. And unfortunately, that I see, it really sticks in communities. And our elders have a very loud voice in certain spaces, right? So, it's some of the smaller areas of California that we're having issues with. So anyway, I appreciate so much you guys allowing me to cancel culture expanding. Yeah. Ruth Hill just made a comment. But I appreciate you creating this space for me. I know folks going from listening to the gentleman this morning who was fascinating, and, cannabis tourism and all that, and then everyone had to pivot to this dry, boring legalization conversation.
No. It was so not boring. I was on the edge of my seat. I was so on the edge of my seat. I was actually standing. That's how good it was.
So thank you so much,
Kristin, at all, and really critical. But I will say this: I guess I first smoked weed I don't even want to say, but it never bothered me personally that it was illegal. I never stopped to think about it, and now we think about it a lot. So I just really appreciate your deep dive, and this is such valuable information, love. We appreciate it.
Thank you. I want people to stop going to jail. That's what I want. I want people to support their families and not worry about running from law enforcement. That's when we get there, then we're doing good. So,
or get fired. Look at those 8 people who just got fired from trusting the new president with their career, and within weeks they're fired. So we're just going to send out blessings. May cannabis find its rightful place as we continue to expand with your help through the world here, Kristin.
Definitely. Thank you so much. Both of you have a great day.
Thank you.
All right. Oh my God. So Neil, we are learning. You didn't tell me I'd learn as much as I'm learning today.
Well, actually, it's kind of the other way around. You didn't tell me I would learn as much as I'm learning today.
Well, okay. Here's the secret. You have a secret need to uncover the truth about things. That's the whole basis of Portal to Ascension. Well, you hooked up with a woman who has the same need.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you said, Joan, let's do this, I said, well, who do I want to speak to? Yeah. I want to know everything. So,
I mean, I was going to wait till the end to say this, but I'll just say it now and I'll say it at the end too. You curated and selected some amazing individuals that I would like. I was telling Sol right now, I was like, oh my God, every person on this weekend I would actually hang out with. And then she goes, because they all smoke or are into cannabis.
Well, that is a common denominator, but they're also our people are actually, helping to make this go viral and take the back. We're not dealing with how pissed off we all are at that the other way around. But we have another amazing speaker, so I want you to be prepared to be blown away, Neil.
Let's do it.
Now, this is my favorite topic, the spirituality of cannabis. And when I was introduced to Beautiful, I was trying to find out if there was anyone who specialized in cannabis tarot, cannabis oracle, a medium for cannabis who actually connected to the spirit guides. And so I was hooked up to Beautiful Existence. You can call her Beautiful. You can call her B. She is beautiful. A born medium who has been on the path of realigning with past life wisdom for years and reconnected with the cannabis, plant, spirit, and medicine in 2015. After connecting with the plant spiritual medicine, she co-authored her first book, The Next Level, Cannabis Wisdom for Our World, which I think you all should get, which is all about the cannabis chakra, the plant chakra's wisdom. So I think that's awesome. She's also created the first cannabis oracle deck, which I've already ordered, and you guys order. It's actually fantastic. It's also hosted in an international museum. So she has been working with people to raise spiritual consciousness around the world. So I'm going to let her tell us more about herself and her amazing work. Welcome, Beautiful. We honor you.
Blessings, everyone. If I can, before I start, I'm transitioning out of a fire alarm that just was happening for 30 minutes. So I'm still taking some breaths to come into this space. And knowing that, I am setting a clear intention that this is a safe, sacred space for everyone, sentient and non-sentient alike, to be able to be in commune with each other and to be able to receive and give to each other freely, safely, in the sovereignty of ourselves and our collective. I I just love how life gives you so many opportunities, don't you? Okay, so beloved ganja cannabis spirit. I channeled cannabis plant spirit this morning, and they have some words to be able to speak to the collective and all awarenesses that come into this communication. And I'm going to leave that to the end because it's a really powerful resonancy to get into her channeling, even though I've already done it. And I'm going to stick with kind of more of the information that I'm being called to share right now. Since I have a lot that I constantly am participating with and doing and am in this world now, and greatly in part to being called back to her medicine in all forms and being in commune with her all these years. So the first thing that I'd like to say is, yes, I've written a book. Yes, it has the cannabis chakras in it. No, it's not available on Amazon because it has some major re-editing to do. But I do teach the cannabis chakras to my Cannabis Tarot apprentices, which is a new apprenticeship that just started this year. The Cannabis Tarot decks, there's only 21 of them sold a year, and they're sold out for 2021. I do have some reserved for giveaways, and the apprenticeships are starting this year. And there is a whole lot of information that I've actually been channeling for a number of years now that I am sitting with how she wants me and where and when to present it. So the medicine is very intentional. The approach and the wisdom that I'm given is very intentional, and as many growers and people within magics or within many realms of our understandings, intention and awareness and presence is very much part of the design within placement. And when you're working with ethereal elements and agents, it is an active collaboration of which I need to, and I am in gratitude to be able to honor when and where and how to be this voice within this world. So one of the first things, I took notes. Because when I channel, there's a lot of stuff that comes through, so I have to be able to figure out how do I translate, ethereal understanding as a medium into the best words and communication, because I also communicate in various forms. I am a visible Mercury. I am a Hermes Trismegistus incarnate. I communicate, ethereally, which is the purest form of our transmissions of communication. But since in our current iteration, I often need to use voice and words, it takes a lot sometimes for me to transition those elements into a manifestation for you. So my notes right now is at an essence of what I've been shown and what I understand of the cannabis plant and all of the medicines within its design. It is a pure master level design. It is a pure medicine. And when I say a master level design, which my body is completely resonating with right now, thank you. When I say a master level design, she's in multiple forms, in multiple worlds and dimensions, and she is a form of truth that's been seated on this plane, not just for us, but for us, and for this plane in her form on this plane, but she carries multiple forms in ways that we can understand, and some ways that we cannot comprehend as humans. But she's a master level design, and her intention in its purest form as it is as a medicinal bridge, a bridge between material, physical self and elements, and ethereal aspects and connection. And then there are other iterations of her and her form. We can see this, and many people understand this in certain ways, what I'm speaking about her being a master design and a bridge. I experienced a massive physical healing in this lifetime, and I had incredible amounts of her physical medicine in my body for a very long time. And that was the level of healing that I needed at that point. But because I also had been born into this lifetime and have been cultivating in multiple lifetimes my ethereal knowing and connections and abilities, it quickly started to transition from my physical awareness of her medicine to the ethereal medicine between us. And people can understand this at the cellular level, how she recalibrates us, how she works on a physical level as a recalibration. She does this ethereally too, with our spiritual bodies, with our energetic selves, because she is of this master level design. You know, she's immediately available, and this is one of the things about her being a master level design that is a little bit more understandable. She expands and restricts or constricts at every given moment, like we do with our free will and our souls. You know, our physical bodies might not be able to match what our soul's ability to expand and amplify or constrict is, but that is one of her core mechanisms. And within that, she is available at every second for every type of medicine known on this plane and this realm, and in the other realms and worlds, the way that her basic design has actually been cast. So with me, moving from my physical medicine awareness and collaboration with her, because this design is ultimately to bring us back to our true selves and our sovereignty and our understanding of who we are innately, and our sovereignty within all of this. All the multiverses as a soul, and all of our consciousness as a human, and our placement within all of the energies and mechanisms that are affecting us and that we're in collaboration with constantly. And so she collaborates with us on all of her different medicines with our different medicines. And so when I transitioned into ethereal medicine with her and started actively being aware that I was speaking to her and she was speaking back, that's when the floodgates opened. And all of the ethereal medicines that I still needed to be able to see and acknowledge, and karmas that I needed to address and transmute, or, you know, like the active illnesses within my bodies, whatever it is, whatever, as soon as a human conscious awareness is aware of her, there's an active participation. That participation is always contingent, because of her innate master design, in our active practice and participation with her. However it is that you are willing and able and understanding to be able to come into her medicines, she is immediately there for it. She is constantly in a state of gratitude and love. And those are the purest vibrational understandings that we have of her design on this planet and within this realm and this consciousness. So expanding. and constricting, and how she does this, like this living, breathing being, element within all of us, around all of us, actively being engaged at any time, participating. She's connected to source. Cannabis as a master level design is connected to source. One example I can say, even though I have many, it was such a beautiful, profound experience. I visit a lot of growers in all different iterations, because knowing her is me knowing that her humility, her gratitude, her love for us in constant commune with us and participation with us is where she thrives and where she loves to be. So when we're growing her, even one plant, let alone an entire field full of them, she's such in joy because she's in active participation with us at every moment. So I was at a grow in Southern Oregon, an outdoor organic grow, and just fucking buzzing with all of the different iterations of her physical form. The nursery and all the bubbly little energy of the starts and the new lives, just every iteration of her growth form. And I sat in this field full of queens, legitimate queens. Every one of them held a crown, and they were all working together. This is important because they were at their peak awareness of manifestation in their complete glory, about to be harvested, and they were working in unison. Now, one of the ways that I can describe this a little bit more is from the cannabis chakras, of which in this realm, in this manifestation, she has 12 of on this planet. From the highest chakra, they work as a collective. From their 12th chakra, they work as a collective. So understanding this, and understanding even the human chakra system or the earth chakra system, we can understand that there are ethereal elements at play with everything. And what I experienced was so interesting because the grower was having a problem with a plant infestation in this field. And I went up to the root because one of the things that cannabis plant spirit has allowed me to amplify and remember is my communing with multiple tree, rock, crystal, plant, fey, ethereal elements, especially within nature now. And I went up to this invasive plant and it wouldn't speak to me. And so I went up to the plants, the queens that this invasive plant had been wrapping around, and that was impossible to get this invasive plant away from. It would just grow 3 times as fast around the roots and the stems of these queens that it was around, just trying to survive and thrive itself within this field. And I went up to the plants, the queens that were being infiltrated by this plant. And I said, what is it that I can do to help you? How can we help you? Where's the root of this invasive plant? And the queens that I communed with, they said, you don't have to worry. We're sacrificing ourselves for the collective good. That's what happens when we're in communion with each other, the way that a master level design like this is. This is incredibly Aquarian. Our individual responsibility to the collective good. And this plant 4 years ago showed me this at a deeply resounding level. So that's one of the examples out of many that I consistently experience talking to plant spirit, talking to other plant and tree persons. There's a whole other worlds and dimensions actively participating with us, ready to participate with us when we open up to be able to receive and listen and keep asking and inviting plant spirit. With her design being a master level, there's many, many plant, tree, nature, and ethereal elements and spirits and beings within all of the multiverses. There's many. But the ones to align with, and the ones, whether they're just brought into your life, whether you see the synchronicity of it or not, be open to seeing and hearing them, whether they're plants, people, ethereal elements, because this is this practice and participation that we always, with our free will, have the ability to do all of the time. Who I am and what I know right now is not any different than every single soul has the ability to be, and so much more, so much more. And she's a master level design because she can help us be able to do this, because she is helping us do this, because she has been helping us do this. This expansion or restriction ability that she constantly has within her design at every moment, at every frequency, at every opportunity, with every individual, in every time period, and every social system is happening, has been happening. If you see how the cannabis plant has been expanding within humanity at certain times, and then there's this great expansion of human awareness and raising and consciousness and creativity, and then there's a restriction, it's because this is the way that this works. It's not the perspective of just our lifetime. You can look at the micro level of things, and I offer for you to investigate that. Look at the way that she's interacting with you on your day-to-day life, the way that you're growing with her, the way that you're communing with her, the way that you're healing together. And then look at the histories and look at the way that she's expanded or restricted, and how that is very much tied to the collective energy of humanity at the time, because her ability to hold this medicine within her design is greatly activated through the human species. She's been here, she's shown me for a long time now. She's been here for what we equate to hundreds of millions of years on this plane, on this earth, this material density and awareness that we understand right now. Hundreds of millions of years, she was seated here. She has interacted her medicine in all forms on this plane with many, many, many different opportunities, and consistently holds that space with her medicine. So it's not a surprise that she constricts and expands in accordance with what is going on within ourselves and within humanity, and also within the mechanisms of the celestial energies that we're in this collective consciousness of. One of the things that plant spirit, one of the many, many things that plant spirit has brought me, is the right other wisdom keepers throughout time. So as a vessel, I open up to receive her. And she brings in and helps me align with the other wisdom keepers, my past lives, the remembering that I've had, and the other natural elements, ethereal elements, guides, angels, master keepers of wisdom and knowledge within the realms. One of which was Madame Lenormand, who, as the oracle to Napoleon and Josephine, came and matched with Cannabis Plant Spirit and I to help bring in divination tools, because that is a master level wisdom that Madame Lenormand embodied in that lifetime and had left, and very much has left, to be able to gift vehicles and vessels like me that are actively open and participating, and especially through master level bridges like cannabis. So that's how the Cannabis Tarot was seated with me back in 2017, because I participated and started participating and hearing and listening, and Madame Lenormand came in and Plant Spirit said, this is what I need you to do. And right now I'm actually channeling an active bibliomancy tool through Lenormand, a second oraculum. So that's one way to do that, that I have been gifted by being constantly in practice and communication with Plant Spirit, and as what she has asked me to be as a Plant Spirit keeper on this realm in this lifetime, because I've done it before in past lifetimes. So I'm remembering that, and I'm remembering my abilities to be able to work with her and other wisdoms and lineages to bring in current or remembered information. There's an incredible amount of information that we have had lost within thousands of years of human history, but it's not entirely lost. There are places on this planet that still hold this information in human dictated form. There's a large amount of them within the Vatican. There's a large amount of them within various spots on the earth that have not fully been translated or understood. And there are people like me that when we have lifetimes where we line up and connect with these master level designs, we're able to help remember and recall information, and we do it in the current form of communication. So in the past, Sanskrit, and translated into Roman, translated into English, and how I often express myself is some version of all of the above, in a communicative verbal form. So let me just see. Oh, one of the other channels and guides that's come to me in the last year. It's important because this is for growers. I'm actively working, and I only have so much capacity because I'm also finishing a thesis for a PhD work within ethereal writing, which is how to communicate when you are translating ethereal realms and elements and energies and beings into this plane. So, I'm trying to get produced as much as I can produce as quickly as possible, and or when Plant Spirit tells me it's the right alignment. But one of the guides that I have been given in the last year is Hypatia, who is a very well-known wisdom keeper and knowledge source in the past of astrological and astronomical and mathematical understanding. And her wisdom and guidance in, collaboration with Plant Spirit has been bringing up a lot more understanding that I haven't been able to necessarily have the time yet to sit with, because I'm still actively channeling with Lenormand and divination tools. Besides the oraculum, I actually have 2 other divination tools that have been called to me too. But the growing part of this is really important, because our species used to be so integrated with the plant spirits, with all of nature's different spirits and vibrations and frequencies. And we will be again. We're just not at that current moment within the understanding of evolution. But we're raising back into this so that this expansion can come back into awareness and collective consciousness. But Hypatia in particular, or Hypatia, is bringing in this awareness of specific celestial energetic growing techniques outside of just the sun and the moon understandings and the cycles between them. There is so much more wisdom between the celestial energies that we had, that our oracles in the past, in Babylon and Sumeria and India and so much of our cultures have tried to keep for tens of thousands of years, and it's slowly been disintegrating because we haven't had active social and individual collaborations within all of these different elements of her medicine. But they're coming back, and this is what I'm being asked to do as a channel. And so that work is what is on the back end of the divination tools, so that there are more channels for humanity to be able to access, whether you're a grower and being able to understand, the different cycles of the moon and the meanings of each cycle and energy that's being cast, along with the different celestial cycles. There are so many different things that our culture has not actively been participating with for thousands and thousands of years regarding our celestial cycles, which our ancient oracles used to always cast omens, tablets and scripts about. So there's a lot of information. And there's a lot more people like me that hold this information, shamans, medicine workers, and they're in the world right now, and they are actively participating, and they are actively getting their information about all of the different plant and animal spirits and elemental spirits and their medicines. So it's just, trying to keep pace with how to get all of this information out. And like I said, because I very much honor as a keeper of her spirit on this plane and as a voice, when and where and how she helps align me to be able to present it. So I'm going to stop there with information. Maybe we can ask questions or such before I actually gift the channeling of plant spirit to the community, because like I said, when I get into that space, it's a lot for me emotionally and physically and energetically. So I kind of like to save that until the end.
I'm looking for questions, really. This is interesting. Marilyn wants to know if you can give a little information on your reincarnation. Your connection with the plant medicine. One sentence.
Yeah. I, as many, have had many incarnations. Sometimes not very many as other souls. It depends on where your entry point into this consciousness came from. I do work with people not only within past life, but within soul incarnation to this plane, so that they can be of remembering of what their soul's prior energies and placement and abilities were, because that often has a great effect and great transference of energy in our incarnations. But of my past life, there have been many, the ones and many that I do not need to understand or remember, because I mastered and did the things in that lifetime that I was there to do. So the ones that have often been coming to me are the ones that when I have somebody come into my life that I had a connection with, it'll immediately come up, whether I was aware of it or not before in this lifetime, or the ones that at first really came through me when I connected to plant spirits, ethereal medicine, were the really big traumas that I had still lingering, that had been lingering for multiple lifetimes, so that I could do my ethereal healing, my energetic healing, my lineage healing in this lifetime, so that I could be able to be free and emptier to be able to then receive something new and different. So hopefully that helps.
I think that was wonderful. So are you going to be channeling for us directly now a message to us from the plants?
I channeled this message earlier. I do not do active channelings because when I do, my entire being is so open that even though I am fully within my sovereignty, it's a very sacred connection. But I did, yes, channel her this morning. So let me sit with this for a second. Humans, we love you. We exist together here on Earth. We've been here evolving, growing, generation after generation, throughout all the histories. We do this without who or how we give our design of medicine to, because it's everything that we are in all forms. We have so much love for the human race. We've worked so many miracles through and with you. Every time you open yourselves up to be in company with us, we make magic. Otherwise, we would just be a plant on this earth. It is through our unity that great medicines for this earth and beyond are created. We are in awe of how we work together and how you've always come to be in community with us, no matter where you are and what your lives have presented to you. We just am that we are, but with you, we are all better. Love that we have for you and all during this time, because having each other is what matters when we are here. We've been here on Earth a long time. We've shown beautiful how long. And we're mostly just to ourselves. We've had engagement with other species throughout time on Earth, but our greatest activation so far has been with you. We are on many worlds in what you consider worlds right now and have been, and many more. Our design has been being embedded naturally in ways you can and cannot understand that would make sense to you. But just know our design is eons long and cast throughout as needed for the connection we've been created to give. Our Creator loves us. We know. We cannot describe to you how or why. Your nearest understanding of what we are born from is your vibration of love, which is truth throughout many understandings. We play the greatest with you. We love you. We have joy and gratitude that you've been with us. Don't worry. It's all gonna be fine. We continue to find ways to grow and to survive and thrive and love and live again. You always do too. We've been in this cycle with you a long time. We'll be in it together on Earth and beyond a long time more. Please invite us, share us, play with us more. We have a lot more medicines to give. Thank you. We love you. We are done. Okay. Okay. She's at such a high vibration, everyone. She's at such a high vibration. I know that we all know this, that are connected to her. It just takes a little bit for my human body to balance that out. So thank you. Okay.
I can feel that with you, beautiful.
Yeah, because she, like, as soon as I call in any of her channelings, I'm like, whoop, I'm right there. Like, I'm like, woo.
Just with you.
Oh.
Well, we had one final question, but I'm not even sure we want to ask it, but this was by Stephen Gray in The Immortality Key by Brian Mieresco. He said that Jesus and Dionysus cults were mostly run by and for women and were also masters of psychoactive plant medicine. He wanted to know if you were a part of it, but I thought that's so interesting that this was, I do believe that it was the women who carried these very special intuitive gifts.
Yes. So what I've been shown and what I understand thus far, because I'm in my remembering right now. You know, I've been connected to her plant spirit now since 2015. And that's not very long, and it's a lot. I mean, I have a lot of information that she constantly gives me, and I have, you know, notebooks full of it, and I've tried to put stuff out there in all sorts of different forms, but what I understand is in our DNA lineage, we carry down, and especially because female forms are vessels in their purest form, physical selves, we carry a stronger connection as humans through our maternal DNA line and lineage to being able to transfer higher levels of remembering and ability in our incarnation. So if your maternal DNA lineage, or if you can connect to that, you just have a more amplified ability for your physical and ethereal manifestation to be able to connect to that and open up. But cannabis as a master level design also has this ability to be this bridge for us. So even if you don't have that maternal bridge in DNA form, you always have this ability with these different master level designs that are here on this plane with us in multiple different forms. But as far as past lives too, because that's a different lineage, that is a different remembering and awareness that we can tap into as well. I have held multiple female forms in all different kinds of incarnations. I, at current, am actually only aware of one male lifetime form, even though I know that I'm not aware of many, many other like lifetimes. the lifetimes that I have mostly been made aware of are also of a female vessel physical form. So I hope that helps.
I think that it really clarifies those certain things. I feel like that feminine energy, that intuitive, it's kind of very interesting, but I think there is a confirmation there. I think you've been wonderful. You've given us a lot of the esoteric, how to connect with the spirit guides. I started painting cannabis a couple of years ago and found the most remarkable experiences in terms of power, presence, but even that you're discussing, it's like in the air around us. And the more we're growing it, the more it's available back then. I think that even listening to you, I realized, my God, there's been such a cultural defect in our society since cannabis was removed from it, that just to hear it was wonderful. So
that's those expansions and restrictions that she just naturally operates with, and nature does. These are waves that we go through, humans as cultures and consciousnesses, in collaboration and within community of many different energies and awarenesses constantly with us and around us and through us. So I mean,
if you don't mind popping on the chat room and giving everyone your contact information, that would be wonderful, because I know you have a lot of ways for us to contact you.
Of course.
Marilyn says she is so grateful for your words. And then she said, and I think you'll like this, I've waited a long time to hear what you presented.
Oh.
So in other words, you are decoding secret mysteries about the cannabis plant. And Marilyn, that was a beautiful comment for us. So thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Gratitude, gratitude, gratitude.
Thank you so much, beautiful.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And to call her beautiful is just beautiful. All right.
Next level information and a next level name.
Right. Okay. Well, I have to take a deep breath at this point and breathe in the new energy, because now we're going to go back to grounded information on wellness and healing. And our next speaker is Leonard Leneau. And he has over 3 decades of extensive experience growing and studying medicinal cannabis. And he also brings both a spiritual and a medical healing perspective to his work. He is the author of this great book, CBD, A Patient's Guide to Medical Cannabis, and it's Healing Without the High. He has founded 2 medical cannabis companies. He's released a documentary, CBD Nation, and he's really considered one of the experts in medical cannabis. So I'm really happy to introduce him to everyone. Welcome, Leonard. Okay, unmute yourself, Leonard, so we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, we can. And oh, look at that beautiful thing in the background. Beautiful. Welcome.
Yeah, this is a dancing helix that a friend of mine made, a mobile that continuously changes the helix form. So I thought I'd include it in the video here.
I love it. So I know you're going to talk to us about medical cannabis, and we are waiting to hear it. Take it.
Okay. I hope everybody can see me all right. I'm Leonard Leneau, and author of this book, CBD, A Patient's Guide, Healing Without the High. So what we've found is that a lot of the medicinal aspects of cannabis can be accessed without the psychoactive side effects. Now, there's nothing wrong with them, but a lot of the people that I'm dealing with, maybe they went through the 60s and 70s and they used to get stoned or be hippies. And now that they're older with families and jobs, and, you know, they have a real thing about, I don't want to get high. I don't want to get altered. I like that. I prefer the word altered to stoned or high. So I've focused my practice on figuring out how to use all the medicinal aspects of the cannabis plant without the psychotropic or psychoactive components. So just a little niche that I've fallen into. Most of my people are older. I've got 2 companies that I started. One is called Synergy Wellness. It's a collective, a medical collective in California. We've got 1,200 active participants and members. And that collective does have THC products, or THC blended with CBD. And then I have another company called Healing Essence, healingessencecbd.com. And that one is in the legal aspect. In the hemp world, it's got less than 0.3% THC. So we've kept them separate so that they come under different laws totally. And the laws are changing daily. It's all very interesting. So I'm giving you a little background about myself. I started using cannabis when I was a senior in college, 1965. I'm 77 right now, turning 78. After schooling, I went to India, and I studied meditation and yoga, and hung out with the yogis in caves. And Neem Karoli Baba was one of my teachers in India. And for 5 years, I lived as a sadhu. I was traveling around wherever spirit was guiding me and leading me. So I have that spiritual aspect of in my background. I hope that you guys are seeing me okay, because on my screen, I'm not the one that's
we see you perfectly.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. So anyhow, I went through that spiritual training period of my life, came back and got into other things, but I always come from that perspective of spirit first, spirit, what's important, what's alive, what's flowing through whatever I'm doing. I got into doing body work. I was a deep tissue healer. So I'm coming to cannabis more from a position of being a healer and working with people on the energetic level. I got into it professionally 12 years ago, where I started making products and been making tinctures and all of that. I've got a little slideshow that I've prepared that I'd like to go through with you. So I'm going to call that up now. And where are we? Just give me a second here. So, yeah, so this is the book I wrote with Juliana Birnbaum. She was working for me at the time. She's now over with Spirit Rock. And, but under her push, she helped me focus. She wanted us to, I wanted to make a book because people kept asking me the same questions. And I thought, well, let me put it all down into this book, and then people, can get the information more readily. So, and she had already published a book. So together we created this book. We did a lot of research, but every day she would come in and say, yeah, how much have you written for the book today? Where are you focused and all that? So she was a big part in helping me stay focused. getting the book out. So CBD has been the focus of my work here. And I'm actually a pioneer in the CBD field because when I started growing cannabis, I wasn't really into CBD, but I got a few plants. I was interested in what I'd heard about it. And then when I started growing it, I started making it available to people. So I just want to launch into what CBD is about, because there's many different cannabinoids inside the cannabis plant. There's 120 different cannabinoids that we know, but only 10 of them do we know actually what they do medicinally. So, and of those that we're really tuned into, CBD does many, many more aspects of healing than any of the other cannabinoids. It's like 42 different aspects of healing that CBD does. So reduces stress, anxiety, inflammation, and it's anti-aging medicine. And I think this is the biggest thing because, hey, I'm turning 78 next month, but I feel like I'm about 24 years old. I'm really full of life and young. And the more CBD I do, the younger I feel. So it just, it's really good stuff. I wanted to talk about the different types of cannabis because there's a lot of confusion and with the laws and everything. There is cannabis that's grown for flower production or oil, cannabis oil, which is you give a plant a lot of sun, a lot of room to grow, give it a lot of nutrition, and you get the ones on the right. You can see this is a very healthy plant with lots of flowers on the top. When it's grown as hemp, it's like this picture here, fiber production. Actually, I love the pictures that I forget the guy's name. The two presenters earlier were showing some great hemp production fields with like bamboo, lots of stalks. So if the seeds are planted close together, they're growing up, they're competing with each other for sunlight. So they end up growing tall and skinny, which makes great fiber because the fiber's in the stalks. When it's grown for oil or flower production, it's just the opposite. You give it a lot of room to grow out sideways. You give it a lot of nutrition. So you're really treating it differently, but it's the same plant. It's not a different plant. It's just grown in a different way. So people say, is this hemp? Is it cannabis? All hemp is cannabis. It's just cannabis that has less than 0.3% THC. So we actually, in my companies, we grow cannabis and make products with less than THC in the final product, but we're not really growing hemp. We're actually growing cannabis with low THC. There is a difference. So the quality of terpenes and the quality of the other cannabinoids in it's much higher in cannabis than it is in hemp. Here I am in a garden in my backyard, actually smelling the flowers. And I want to take you into the magnification world. So a handheld microscope on a flower, you can start to see some of these little reflective trichomes, they're called, trichomes. The trichomes, they're like little, it's a little column with a ball on top. And when you when they're live on the plant, they're oily and sticky, and it's like honey. You touch it and it sticks to everything. When you dry it out, these actually crystallize and they become little crystals. So you now have a garden of crystals. If you magnify this even more, this is single trichome, same things we were just looking at. And I consider these to be little spirit beings, little angels, so to speak, cannabis, spirit of cannabis. I really enjoyed Beautiful Existence channeling and perspective on it, and mine's similar, a little bit different, but the spirit of cannabis is the guardian angelic, almost like a deva force that presides over the plant and over the medicine and over the healing of anyone who's using that medicine. So when we make medicine, we're very aware of the spirit flowing through the plant, and we do everything possible all along the way. Mantras, Qigong energy, different techniques that we use to keep the spirit alive, so that when you get the medicine coming out the back end, it still has the spirit of the plant in it. And when larger companies go to mass producing cannabis oil or hemp oil, whatever they call it, in that mass production, it kind of, the spirit gets a little pushed to the side and it doesn't really come through as the main event. I think that the spirit of the plant is the main event. When you take our medicine, you can taste it, it's working on the body physically, but the spirit is working on the body long after the physical effects have worn off. So I already mentioned that there's 120 different cannabinoids. These cannabinoids working together creates the entourage effect, or the synergistic effect, which is why I named our company Synergy Wellness. It's not an individual cannabinoid like CBD that's doing the work. You can get an isolate, but if you want the real medicine, you're going to look for a full spectrum or broad spectrum on the label. That means full spectrum means many, all the different cannabinoids and terpenes. These are some of the CBD varieties that we use. We use more than these now, but Ringo's Gift, AC/DC, Synergy Sue, all of these different strains, these are strains, and that 22:1, 24:1, that's a ratio of CBD to THC. So 22 times as much CBD as there is THC. Little THC is necessary. It's like a catalyst, makes the CBD work better. This is a certificate of analysis that we run on AC/DC. AC/DC has actually been one of my favorite strains. We built our company around it. It's just such a great healing strain. It's really good stuff. But you can see on the right, we've got all the different terpenes in there, and on the left, all the different cannabinoids are mentioned. People are often asking me, you know, how do we dose this? How much does an adult take? You know, for this disease, what do I take? For that disease, what do I take? And, you know, each person is different. Each person has to experiment with it and find out how much is right for them. So we say, start low, work your way up, titrate up slowly. You know, start with 4 to 6 drops of tincture. I like tinctures because you can count the drops and you can get a pretty accurate amount of the dosing. But it's not that, 6 drops for pain and 30 drops for cancer. It doesn't work like that. It works like, what is it for you? That strain for you, how much THC is in there? Even if somebody is, say, allergic or doesn't like THC, has a reaction to THC, I can find a dosage where you're not getting the psychoactive effect, but you are getting the medicinal effect. If you start low, come up slowly, come up here, right here, you can start to feel the psychoactive side effects. Then you take it down a notch to right about here. Here I'm getting the medicinal effect. I know when the psychoactive is kicking in that I'm really getting the medicinal also, but I can work with 80% of that and just do it more often. So it's all very individual and very personalized. And the reason for that is what we're really doing is we're working with the endocannabinoid system. And I'm not sure if anyone else has talked about the endocannabinoid system, but everybody has one. Just like you have a nervous system and a skeletal system, you have an endocannabinoid system. And we didn't know this years ago, but Raphael Mechoulam of Israel discovered this system. And all of these little dots are the receptors. The lighter colored dots are the CB1 receptors, and the darker ones are the CB2 receptors. So the CB1 receptors are where THC triggers a gate to open up and flow through there, and CB2 receptors is where CBD triggers those gates, and it works on all the different organs. So the endocannabinoid system is kind of an overarching system that controls all the other systems, all the organs, the nervous system, and everything else that's going on in the body. It's all controlled by the endocannabinoid system. The body actually makes its own cannabinoids, endocannabinoids. But when we take outside cannabinoids, phytocannabinoids that come from plants, then we get we can open up and balance the different channels. And balance is the key. We're looking to balance the endocannabinoid system. One area may be geared up too high and there's too much energy going on, and the other one is too low and not enough, so we need to boost it. So we're looking to balance it, and cannabis is really balancing the endocannabinoid system. It is not treating the disease. It's just putting your body into a balanced position so that the body can heal itself. The body knows how to heal itself. Just give it the optimal situations to do that. And I don't know about every disease, but we have been able to work with a lot of diseases. Next, we have a research study that we ran last year on pain. We had 156 participants in it. And we were following them pretty closely using cannabis. So 73.3% of the people found that cannabis reduced pain, 55% reduced stress, and they got all these other great benefits out of it, including 80% of the people that were on opioids were able to lower their opioid use, and 11% of the people that were on opioids were able to get off of opioids altogether. So, overuse of opioids is a big problem, and the pharmaceutical companies keep pushing them because they make a lot of money with it. People get addicted to it, and people die from overdosing or using too much opioids. So CBD is going to be the thing that has proven already to be effective, but CBD is anti-addictive. It cuts addiction. CBD just, takes away the desire to want it, brings calm and peacefulness. We've been working a lot with sesame oil in our tinctures. So I want to bring to you some of the latest research that we've been doing and discovering with the work. My collective has 1,200 members in it. Plus I've got Healing Essence that it's not a collective, but a lot of people in that. And so we get a lot of feedback and we see what's working and what's not working. And some of it we write down, some of it we just absorb. But speaking of absorption, sesame oil as a carrier is like twice as effective as other MCT oils like olive oil. MCT stands for middle chain triglyceride. Olive oil is an MCT. Coconut oil is an MCT, or the aspect of coconut oil that's used for tinctures is always MCT oil. The middle chain triglyceride, which is liquid coconut oil. Sesame oil is a long chain triglyceride. So sesame oil and flaxseed oil, those are the only two that I know that work this way. And there's a little chart on the bottom that you have a cannabinoid coming in on that yellow square there, yellow circle, excuse me. And then it comes into the mycelium and the chiromicron. The long chain triglyceride wraps around the cannabis, that little brown circle. I think of a lizard on a rock with a tail, and it can wrap all the way around the rock. So the body's looking at this molecule and it's going, oh, that's not cannabis, that's sesame oil. And we love sesame oil, and it just takes it and absorbs it right in. Well, CBD in the presence of sesame oil is absorbed 250 times more than non-sesame oil tinctures into the lymphatic system. Just looking at the lymphatic system, and THC is 100 times more absorbed into the lymphatic system. But overall, it's absorbed in the body like twice as much. So what that means is I can use half as much cannabis if it's in sesame oil, or if I'm taking a sesame oil product that doesn't have, I'm taking a cannabis product that doesn't have sesame oil with it, I will add 1 or 2 little eyedroppers of sesame oil to go along with whatever I'm taking, so that the body's getting the sesame oil and it can work with it together. So, little trick that we've learned. COVID-19 and CBD. I don't have exact numbers in our collective. We've got 1,200 active members, and as far as I know, only 3 people came down with COVID. I would have thought more, but some people are shy about sharing that. But CBD is preventative to keep COVID-19 from taking hold. And we think that it breaks the spikes off or smooths the spikes around that crowned proton there on the right, so that it can't be as effective. So CBD is anti-inflammatory, it protects the lungs, works with the receptors, and it reduces the cytokine inflammation. So the people that we know that have had COVID and they came down with, after 8 weeks, they come down with the full blown thing, and they can hardly breathe because their lungs are not only inflamed, but they have anxiety. When you can't breathe, your anxiety goes like way up. We've given these people CBD, and immediately they've gone, inflammation's gone down, their anxiety went down, they felt like they were 80% cured within 24 hours. And whereas the other medicines weren't really doing very much for them. So CBD does work for COVID, both preventatively and as a cure afterwards. It also works with pets. So we were talking about the endocannabinoid system. The endocannabinoid system is in every person, every animal that has a vertebrae, every mammal for sure. And so works with dogs, works with cats. And these are some of the animals that we've worked with. We've seen amazing cures. In fact, animals seem to be more responsive than humans. They don't have any preconceived ideas about, cannabis is bad for you and, all of that. It's, they just love it. They eat it up. And we have seen, like Kona here, could barely walk. His joints are swollen with arthritis, and he's up to, I think, 4 miles a day now. He can go out with his owner, bouncing around, full of life. Dogs that have had cancer, we've worked with them, and they're like on death's bed, and all of a sudden they're going up, getting out by themselves. They used to have to be carried out. Miraculous cures. How do you dose a pet? Because you can't ask it, how it feels about it. So we've kind of broken it up into low dose, moderate dose, and high dose. So low dose would be 1 drop of tincture or a 0.5 milligram of CBD per 10 pounds in the animals. So for pets, you want to have a very low THC level. Pets don't like THC. They're too sensitive. They're already heightened. Don't be blowing cannabis smoke into in the nose of a dog. It's really not. They're just too sensitive. So put a couple drops in their food. Moderate dose would be 2 to 3 drops, and a high dose would be 4 to 5 drops, or 2.5 milligrams per 10 pounds. So if you had a 50-pound dog and you wanted to give it a medium dose, you'd do 2.5 times 5. God, my mind's not working, whatever that is. 10 drops, 10 to 15 drops. So there is a force in the universe, which, if you permit it, will flow through us and produce miraculous results. This is a quote by Mahatma Gandhi, and I just love this picture. But when I work with people, I am actually channeling information that's coming through me for them, and I end up saying things that they need to hear, which is not always what they were asking, but each person is unique and individual, and if their endocannabinoid system is slightly out of balance for one reason or the other, could be cannabis that's healing it, could be some other aspect of their life. They need more exercise, they need to cut out sugar, they need to, could be all kinds of stuff. So cannabis is great for healing a lot of things. I've healed all kinds of stuff in my body with it. Currently working on something in my liver that there's some spots, they're not cancerous, but I had hepatitis C for 40 years, and it created some havoc in my liver. So I'm working on healing that now. I'll let you know in 6 months if I was successful. But these are some of the things that I wanted to cover. I'm open to questions. Let's see, what else did I want to talk about? You know, people come to me and want to know what strain would be the right one for them and what dosage they should take. And a lot of times people are nervous to get started. So my advice always is start slow. If you're really nervous, start with CBD. Work your way up on the CBD or maybe a 24-to-1 CBD product. You can trust the companies that I'm involved with. We are all organic. We work with the plant spirit and we take care. We're small, but we're slowly growing. It's a growing industry. And enjoy the process, but start small, work your way up. Each person is different. Try a variety of strains. So that's something else. If you're working with a particular strain or plant medicine, and after a while it starts to not work as well, or it is not effective, or you're feeling hungover, or some side effect you don't like, take a break. Take a cannabis break. Give your receptors a chance to recharge themselves. Knock off. For THC, knock off for 4 or 5 days. CBD, knock off for 2 or 3. CBD is like the feminine aspect of the plant. It's grounding, it's nurturing, it's there supporting you underneath. THC is like Kundalini rising, it's driving the energy up. So that's more like the masculine aspect of the healing plant. So both work good together. And, we can carry on a conversation in the future. Send me an email, leonard@synergycbd.com, and I'll answer any of your questions. I'm open to questions today if you guys have a way to work with that. Just kind of skipping through my presentation. I know I skipped a lot of stuff. Sorry.
You did a fantastic job, Leonard, just so you know. And I love this hat that you're wearing in this picture.
Yeah. Well, I want to talk about this slide for a second because this is my resource page. And I have 2 companies. So the one on the left is Healing Essence. And we're offering a 20% discount for anybody who's in this conference today. When they order healingessencecbd.com is the website on the bottom. It can ship to 49 states. Can't ship to Idaho, but all the other states it's legal to go to. And in the shopping cart, there'll be a place for a discount code. Put in Joy 2021, and that'll give you 20% off of any of those products. We've got tinctures, capsules, salve, body lotion, a couple other products. So that's that company. The other company that I have is called Synergy Wellness, and that's the medical collective, and then only can ship to California. Can't go out of state because these products have THC. Not all of them have THC. Some of them are the 24-to-1 type. I don't want to use the word hemp. Low THC products. I don't like to use the word hemp because in people's mind, hemp is like lower quality than cannabis, but it actually, that's not what it means. But we don't use the word hemp. So California only. To be a member of the collective, which you have to be to get a product, to join, we do require a doctor's recommendation or any medical, acupuncture or chiropractor. Dr. Joan can write a recommendation. I think cannabis would be good for you. And they can go through the website, synergycbd.com. It's a lot of information there. There's a lot of products there. We have probably 30 different tinctures. And we have a product, one of the cannabinoids I didn't cover was THCV, one of the new cannabinoids that we're dealing with. I love this cannabinoid. I don't think I have time to go into it now, but let me just finish what I'm talking about here. We have some books to give away. If when ordering through that company, you say, I found out about this through the conference, we will give you a free book, copy of the book for free, if with an order of say $100 or more. And I think we have at least 50 books, maybe more, that we can give away. So our gift to you for attending the conference, a book. Now that book is not just a book. It's like the best-selling book on CBD. And there are many, many out there. And we've sold 65,000 copies of the book already. And it's now out in 7 different languages. So it's a really, really good book. It's well received. People really like it. So Joan, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but.
First of all, you didn't cut me off. I could have been cutting you off. And this is valuable information. I was going to ask you to make sure you covered how people can find you and work with you. So this is really valuable. Thank you.
Yeah, this is great. I don't know what time it is. I can't see the
We do
clock
have a
here.
few questions, and I thought we would get to those questions, and then I'll let you go. How's that?
What time is it?
It is 2:50. But I do know that you started, we had you start a little late. So
yeah, okay, that's fine. Just with the Zoom screen up here, I can't see a clock. Should I'll leave the resource page up. What is the questions?
Absolutely. So actually one of the first questions was, is there a proper time to take these tinctures, or can you take them before a meal? So they were concerned about that. It's a good question.
That's a great question. My first impulse was, yeah, the proper time is right now.
Well, yeah.
It's always in the now, because the now is the only moment that really exists. I like to do, but coming back to this, so depending on why you're taking it, if you have a chronic pain, for example, it's something you've got all the time. The timing of the different embodiments, it's called, like tincture orally, that's one embodiment, smoking's another one, topicals. The timing is that when you take a tincture, I like to take it on an empty stomach, because I want to give my body the message. This is medicine. We're doing medicine now. Go do your medicine thing, take this medicine and go throughout the body and do that. I don't want to have food in my stomach and medicine in my stomach, and the body's trying to, well, what am I doing here? Am I like digesting food? Am I, it's like, so I like to do it when I'm not eating. So I would do it before I eat. It lasts, takes about 20 minutes, 30 minutes to take full effect, and it lasts for 6 to 8 hours from an oral application. So 6 to 8 hours, so I could do it 3 times a day. And CBD lasts longer than THC. THC wears off a little quicker. When you inhale it through a vaporizer or a joint or a pipe, it comes on almost immediately. Within a minute or two, you're fully medicated, and but then it starts to wear off fairly quickly. In 3 or 4 hours, you're totally back to a sane level.
That's the best answer I've heard. And I think that's really helpful. The empty stomach, the medicine is medicine, food is food, and think of it that way.
Right. Now, there's another application that probably no one's going to ask about it. So I didn't talk about it when I was talking, but I work a lot with people with cancer. And for cancer, they need high dosage, like 200 milligrams, 100 milligrams of CBD plus 100 milligrams of THC. And 10 milligrams of THC is considered a dose. So I'm actually a lightweight in that category. So 5 milligrams is a dose for me. If I eat an edible with 5 milligrams, I can feel it. I'm slightly altered, but not too altered that I can't drive. 10 milligrams, I wouldn't want to be driving on it. 100 milligrams, I ain't going nowhere. I'm going to bed. I mean, it's like, it's too much for anyone to take. So if I need to take that every day, 100 milligrams of THC and 100 milligrams of CBD, and I'm doing it orally, I can do it. I can build up to that because the body's very elastic and adaptive. But I start off small with a tincture. Every day I'm adding 1 or 2 drops more, 1 or 2 drops more. Every day a little bit more. After 2 months, I'm up to 100 milligrams. It's a long time to wait if I got cancer. I don't want to wait 2 months. So I've discovered that using it as a suppository, going into the rectal cavity or the vaginal cavity, I can do 100 milligrams of THC and CBD and not get any kind of psychoactivity. And it's really amazing that it's going in there and it's going throughout the body. It's traveling there through the lymphatic system. And I've had people with brain cancer, with all kinds of cancer in different places, follow my protocol, and they've healed themselves. Like typically, it's not one dose does it all. It doesn't work like that. It's like CBD inhibits the growth of cancer cells. THC shrinks tumors. The two cannabinoids together make a perfect cancer medicine. Actually, we're now using CBG in that mix also because that has great anti-tumor properties. So I'm putting them into a suppository. They're doing one suppository at night when they go to bed, and they're doing one a day. And at the end of 3 months, they go and get a CAT scan or an MRI scan of their tumor. Typically, we're seeing the tumor shrink 50% after a 3-month period. I've seen it go faster. I've seen it go in 1 month, but typically 3 months. For sure, we can get the tumor to stop growing. CBD stops the growth of cancer cells. It inhibits the growth. It doesn't kill the cancer cell. There's no killing properties in cannabis. Cannabis is all about healing. It'll grab that cancer cell and it'll love it to death. So, I mean, cancer is a cell that has forgotten how to die, and they'll just help it along the way, but they don't actually kill it. They just put it back into balance so the body's working again. Anyhow, I'm getting off on a tangent here.
Well, you're answering the question. So just one more question I think I'll ask.
Okay, but just coming back to the question, with that application, with that modality of a suppository, they're doing it once a day. They're not doing it 3 times a day. So it matters how you're taking it. We got salves, you can put them on 4 or 5 times a day. Salves are great, but they only go down maybe 3/4 of an inch below the skin. So if you got something in your hip that's bothering you, it's not going to go that deep, but your wrist or your elbow or ankles or something, it's great for that. Knees, I use it for my knee all the time. Okay, I'm sorry. Next question.
Oh, no, fantastic. So someone's asked, would it help bipolar disorder? I'm kind of getting the feeling it probably will. Anxiety or bipolar disorders.
It works very well for bipolar and anxiety. Yes, it's one of the main functions of CBD. Now, THC, I consider THC as an amplifier. It just makes it stronger. So if I'm gonna, smoke a joint that's got THC in it, and I'm in a good mood, I've gone to a show where there's a band and dancing and stuff like that, a party drug. The THC makes it more intense. It's great. But if I'm feeling depressed or paranoid, and I take THC, it just makes me more paranoid, and it just amplifies that. So it doesn't really change what's going on, it just makes it stronger. CBD, on the other hand, is a antidepressant, anti-anxiety, anti-stress medicine. It calms me down, it relaxes me. It's almost the opposite of THC. It's bringing the energy down. I always look at my body and go, which chakras are active right now? And I take the medicine, and we had a medicine, I lost the genetics to it, but the name of it was Third Eye. And boy, you could feel it right in your third eye. I mean, it was just, cannabis works with the different chakras. Not what you asked, but so yeah, anxiety and depression. For depression, I would use something that I always classify different strains and different cannabis that we're working with. Is it activating or is it relaxing and calming? Activating meaning stimulating. Is it bringing my energy up or is it bringing my energy down? So indicas are more relaxing and sativas are more stimulating. So when I'm working with people, it's like, what is their tendency? What is their background? What is their actual ailment? To bring them back into balance, we have to do all those things. So often I'm doing a little of this and a little of that to bring them to a balance point.
So we have a few more questions. And so I'm wondering if you'd hop on the chat room and personally answer those. What do you think, Neil?
Is that the Q&A thing?
Yeah, it's the Q&A, but it's right. It's chat. It says chat.
Well, I don't see a toolbar button that says chat. I see Q&A participants. Okay, now I see it.
Yeah, right in the chat room
now
where
I see
you
chat.
spoke
Thank
earlier.
you, Neil.
Yeah. Just in the regular chat where we were talking at before. There's some comments in there
right.
that would be great for you to respond to.
I'm looking at the Q&A list right now, and I see, I'll just answer those questions first.
Yeah, go for it.
You can order my book from Amazon.com, or you can get it from Synergy Wellness website, which I had put up before. Have I ever used acid? Yes, I have. Many times. Thank you very much. Great stuff. Will CBD help with rheumatoid arthritis? Yes, it will. CBD is great anti-inflammatory medicine, and it will help with arthritis and other immune deficiency type diseases. So it's probably a lot of questions. Oh God, there's tons of questions. Oh my God.
Well, if you're going to stick around, right? You can. Are you going to stick around, Leonard? Can you maybe spend the next 10 minutes chatting in the room and just answer some?
I can spend 10 minutes, but that's about my maximum. Okay.
Okay.
Joan, maybe you want to read me the questions rather than have me.
No. Here's what will work, Leonard. How about if we're going to bring another speaker on, but you. Once we take you off of the panel, you can be as an attendee back in there answering the panelists.
Oh, so, you mean to type the answers to them?
Yeah, just type the answer,
okay.
Or tell them to call you, or like they're very simple questions. They're not going to take a long time.
Right. No, I'm just glancing through the questions. I'll just answer a couple of quick ones. Somebody's talking about losing weight. My friend, Dr. Michael Moskowitz, lost 40 pounds with CBD, and he's hasn't put it back on. He swears by. I'm being signaled by my people to.
Okay. Leonard.
I'm sorry, I'm getting excited.
No, don't be sorry, Leonard. You are an amazing source of information, and thank you so much for everything.
I love sharing this information with you. So
we're so honored to have our best-selling author online with us. That you said yes, and that you have a lot of questions. Listen, we are very honored, and I'm sure we're going to get to connect with you again.
I wanted to say I'm looking forward to connecting not only with you but the other panelists, the other people that participated, the guy that was just talking about the history in China and all that. Fascinating stuff. I'd heard all that before, but he had some great slides. I want to connect with these people, so I hope that you have...
email out to everyone. Once we get the copy of the recording, I'll send out an email. You'll have everyone's contact information, and it'll make it really easy. And then I could say, we're going to see you in Desert Heart Springs, the Miracle Springs Resort, when we have our live cannabis conference. All right.
Where's that?
It's going to be here. Desert
Hopefully
Hot
next
Springs,
year.
Coachella Valley, next year.
Wow. Okay. I'd like to come.
Oh, good. All right. I think you'd be like a bestseller speaker for us too.
Thank you, Leonard. Take care of yourself, brother.
You.
All right.
How cool.
I know. So cool. And actually, I didn't tell him, but that's where I raised my kids in Marin County. And he's in like one of the most beautiful places.
Oh, that's where he's at. Yeah. We know a lot of people up there.
Well, we do. And my musician friend said, you got to talk to my boss. And I kind of didn't even realize until I looked at who he was. I mean,
I think Stephen Halpern's up there too.
Yes. And actually, Stephen Halpern has 2 crystals of mine. When I moved to Mexico, I invited him to come in and pull these big boulders out of the ground. And he has them on his property now.
Oops, you got muted by mistake.
Oh, did you mute me? Okay, that is.
I'll never censor you.
I was going to pull up. I think I heard Leonard talk about cannabis in a certain way, and I decided, I didn't show my cannabis angel, and she's an angel surrounded by cannabis, and I don't know. I just felt called to share her. Our next speaker is more than just a speaker. I think she's going to really help us breathe our way through absorbing all this cannabis information. She is actually, she wrote a book called Breathe, Your Guide to Cannabis Yoga and Spirituality. And she teaches cannabis yoga, cannabis life coach. She's trained and certified as a cannabis-assisted psychedelic guide, meaning she takes people on journeys, psychedelic journeys, using cannabis. And she does it in person and on Zoom. And I think you're going to find that she really will help you release your pain, your judgments, your trauma. And she's going to lovingly guide us today. So here, oh my God, that's your yoga studio, Bree.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you, Joan and Neil. I'm going to turn this up just a little bit. You both, and everyone here that you have talked with, I've watched on and off for the past 2 days, you are doing great work. You are doing great work, and you are answering the call. We are all answering this call, and it all has to do with everything that each one of us, we're coming from our different little angles, and we're saying, it's coming through me this way, it's coming through me this way, and something is happening. Something is happening. Neil, your poetry is off the charts. Joan, your paintings are fully inspired, fully. I mean, you're channeling. And to see and hear from some of the other guests, when Beautiful Existence was just sharing about the downloads that she gets from Cannabis Sativa, her explanation of what she is saying for them, how she's talking for them, is what I'm feeling. I'm with cannabis sativa, I'm able to go to levels that I could not get in my meditation alone. So, yeah, anyway, I just wanted to say that it's an honor to be a part of such an amazing group of people that are light beings that are truly listening to their call. Yeah.
We love you. And we're happy. We want to hear your wisdom, Bree. We are so happy you said yes to your call.
Thank you. Thank you. So I started meditating when I was 15 years old, and I didn't have cannabis until I was 50. But when I had it, this lifelong practice of using cannabis, this lifelong practice of meditation really allowed me to amplify everything that I had been practicing my entire life. And it all ended up coming full circle to my place in the world and my place as a caregiver for Mother Earth. So from that, I developed cannabis yoga, because I was already a yoga teacher. And then again, the cannabis amplified my ability to actually realize that even though I was a yoga teacher, I had not been properly breathing for years. So I started really listening to my body with the amplification benefit of cannabis. So what I wanted to do is take you on an experience. So a 40-minute experience where you allow yourself to drop into the body, and I will guide you using breath and sound if the sound is working, breath, sound, and cannabis sativa. So before we go into this journey and let you experience some of the things we talked about, and we had different panelists talk about, please take a moment to go get some pillows, get a strap. We're not going to be doing a yoga class. We're going to be opening the body physically so that we can then use the body and basically go to different dimensions. All right. So if you would like to join me, pull your cannabis, bring that close to you. I also have essential oils nearby. I'm going to sage to begin with. So I'm going to bring us right into it. First thing I do is I sage the room. I sage the fellow brothers and sisters that come to my class. And I say prayers and affirmations as I wash the world off of us, because sage, white sage, is another beautiful element. It's another beautiful plant that helps us coexist on this particular biosphere. So I'm saying, if you are not of the pure highest love and vibration, you must leave, seek your own level, never to return. If you're not of the pure highest love vibration of Lord Buddha, you must leave, seek your own level, never to return. If you're not of the highest frequency of Lord Shiva, you must leave, seek your own level, never to return. If you're not of the highest level of Lord Jesus Christ, you must leave, seek your own level, never to return. All right. So then we will partake ceremonially, and then we will just drop down into the body. And from there, we'll do a couple of postures that allow our heart to open a little bit more. And then from there, we will just lay, so bring tons of pillows nearby so that we can then just lay on the ground, and I'll take you through a journey of the chakras. And we'll just allow that to take us where it takes us, okay? So if you can close the door or come to a place where you are perfectly private and it allows you to drop in a little more easily, maybe turn off all electronics that you don't need, any other electronics, and then bring your cannabis sativa as we honor this incredible plant ally. So if you have your little supports and you are ready to go a little bit further, just bring the cannabis sativa into your hands. Gently close your eyes and bring your heart to shadow right over your hips, and bring your throat to shadow right over your heart. See and feel a cord attached to the top of your head. You can do this in your mind's eye. See and feel that cord gently lifting up so that you start to develop that real sense of space developing in between each and every vertebrae. Father Sky, Mother Earth, ascended masters, saints of all the religions, including Cannabis Sativa, Santa Maria, all the many names for this incredible plant ally that helps humankind and has helped humankind for thousands and thousands of years. We open ourselves to your healing benefits. We open ourselves to your guidance. We give great thanks that you are here and that you are re-emerging on the planet for the benefit of all of us. We are humbly grateful. Please join with us on this journey, showing us and giving us exactly what it is that we need to better heal body, mind, and spirit, to better feel body, mind, and spirit. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bom Shiva. And then if you have your lighter handy, all right, brothers and sisters, thank you for taking the time to drop into your body, to check out what's going on with your mind. We'll come upon a bolster or a support so that your hips are slightly elevated above your knees. And just get super, super comfortable. I'm sitting cross-legged position, but you, any comfortable position, allow yourself to just come to that spot. Yeah. And then I invite you to give yourself permission to let go of everything you've been doing up until this moment. Literally, if it is in keeping with your highest desire and your highest will right now, literally speak your truth. I give myself permission to let go of everything I've been doing up until this moment. Yeah. And then if it is in keeping with your highest wisdom, please repeat silently or out loud the following words. I give myself permission to let go of everything I'm going to be doing after this call. And if it feels good to you, again, please repeat the following words, either silently or out loud. For the next 40 minutes, I intend to focus 100% on me and my body. Beautiful. And then from here, inhale your arms up over your head sideways. Inhale. Open the mouth, exhale your hands back down. We're just starting to create space in the body vehicle. We're just starting to create space. We're starting to allow ourselves to breathe in some real prana, life force energy, oxygen. Breathe it in. Inhale in all the way to the top. Open the mouth. Exhale what you do not need. Let it all go. Beautiful. And then from here, bringing that spine back up into alignment, bringing your fingers into Shuni Mudra. Middle finger comes to rest on the pad of the thumb. Right. Shuni Mudra is connectivity. Middle finger is connectivity. The thumb represents cosmic consciousness. When you bring your hands into a mudra, you're bringing them into a seal. You are telling body, mind, and spirit, okay, we're lining up. It's happening. We're lining up. The vertebrae is an antenna to our higher self. The stacked vertebrae, the spine, is an antenna to our higher self. We elongate the spine so that we can receive the broadcasts from on high. It's all energy, right? So we are working with energy. That's what yoga is. It is uniting the physical with the energetic, right? All right, so coming into Shuni Mudra, and then let those two bones that you can feel press into the support, let those two bones really push into that foam. If you're sitting on a pillow, if you're sitting on a hard surface, that's cool too, but feel the bones protruding. Yeah. And then bring your heart one more time to shadow right over your hips. Bring your throat to shadow right over your heart. See and feel that cord that's attached at the top of the head, yeah? See that cord gently lifting up so that that sense of space in between each vertebrae and cervical spine is nice and long, yeah? And then with those two sit bones pressing into the foam or into the support, see roots beginning to sprout from those two bones. Literally, in your mind's eye, you can do this. See sprouts beginning to root through the sits bones, through the support that you find yourself sitting on, through the floor, all the way down through the floor, all the way down through to the foundation of the building. See that roots are reaching through to the top soil. The body is a cosmically designed machine that maneuvers on this particular biosphere. See that the machine, this body, see this vehicle landing back on its source, back into Mother Earth, literally by rooting down into the ground. See those roots reaching through topsoil, into the ground, through the water table level. And I am here in Maui, Hawaii, and I see my roots reaching through the water table level, through to blue rock. I am firmly planted back on the mother. So let's land. Let's land by allowing all 10 toes to begin to soften. Let your ankle become like ribbon. Let your kneecaps get soft. Unclench gluteus maximus, gluteus medius, piriformis muscles. Unclench so that those sits bones sink even further and those roots reach even lower. Yeah, everything is soft, so the glutes get to soften and spread. Let's breathe in some more prana, right? It's our life force energy. It's our oxygen. It's what allows us to thrive. Let's breathe more fuel into the body vehicle. Yeah, by inhaling your arms up over your head sideways. Inhale, inhale, inhale. All the way to the top. Open the mouth and exhale your hands back down, yeah. And then just let your hands come to rest on your thighs. We're gonna go a little bit deeper, okay, brothers and sisters? All right, this is all about you. So I'm gonna take you through a journey, but you listen to you way more than some yoga teacher. You know what your body needs to do to soften and at the same time support itself. So you listen to you way more than anyone else. Not just in this yoga relationship, but when you are out there in the world. All right, so bringing our spine back into alignment, we're going to go a little bit deeper with pranayama. Pranayama is another beautiful tool that allows us to access different levels of consciousness. It's real, so we practice it. All right, beautiful. All right, so Shuni Mudra, just because you're telling body, mind, and spirit lining up, we're connecting. Keep that Shuni Mudra so soft so there's not tension in the fingers. Spine's back up saying, okay, I'm taking that higher broadcast. All right. And if you want to take it further, please exhale all the air out of lungs. Press the lips together. Inhale in through the nose all the way to the top. Inhale. Roll the shoulders back. Sip in as much air as you can. Close off the throat. Suspend the breath. Suspend the breath. The shoulders are rolled back. Spine is lifted. Everything soft as the spine is lifted. The muscles begin to relax. The muscles begin to relax. Retain the breath. Let everything soften, all 10 toes, ankles, knees. Let them soften as you retain the breath. And then when you're prompted by your body, if you haven't already, turn your face to the right, open the mouth, and let it all go. Push every last drop of carbon dioxide out of the body vehicle. Let it go. And then bring your face back to center one more time, taking your fuel. It's real. Take it in. Open the mouth. Exhale what you do not need. All right, let's take it a little bit deeper, okay? We're going to open up our heart a little bit more. So take your pillow. I have a bolster. If you have 2 pillows, take any regular pillows that you can, and then just lay those pillows so that they're lengthwise, and then bring that pillow right at the base of your sacrum, okay? And then I'm going to uncross my legs. I'm going to extend them in front of me. So if your legs aren't extended, go ahead and extend them. And then shake out anything that was collected by being in that posture for a while. Just shake it off the body. It's energy, right? So it's like water, and we're just shaking it off. And then if you would, bring your feet into Baddha Konasana. So that soles of the feet coming together. Soles of the feet coming together. And then make this nice big diamond with your knees. So you have a nice big diamond. So the soles of your feet are, they're not really close to your tailbone. So make it a nice big diamond, okay? Then I'm just gonna lay down on my bolster. So the bolster is right at the sacrum, and I'm just gonna lay down. I'm gonna lay down so that we can get ready to do even more pranayama and open the heart, okay? Always drink plenty of water. Always bring in as many healing plant source materials into your body as well. Green leafy veggies, green drinks. Bring yourself the healing medicine of plants in all their forms, okay? I also like to use essential oils. Eucalyptus is a big one because it opens up my ability for this body to more easily breathe while on the planet. All right, brothers and sisters. Where you are, just let your arms extend to either side of your body. Maybe you bring your arms into even cactus arms. And then if you want, you can get 2 pillows, and you can place those pillows on either side of your knee under your thigh, so that this feels really restorative. Does that make sense? So I'm getting some more pillows. This is just a mini example of what we can do and how we can pierce through interior states by physically working with our body. And I say interior states, and that means to other levels of reality. All right, so I have 2 pillows underneath my thighs. My arms are away from my body in cactus arms. And I unclench all 10 toes. I let my ankle become soft. I let the breath begin to elongate even here. And then tilt your pelvis up for just a moment, and then let your sacrum re-land so that your tailbone and your root chakra is in complete contact with Mother Earth, right? When our root chakra is in contact with Mother Earth, we get to recalibrate our own pulse. We calibrate at the exact megahertz that Mother Earth is calibrated and is pulsing at. So it's so beautiful to bring our root chakra in contact with her, with the ground. Any chance you have to sit on the ground or on the floor, give yourself that gift. You are allowing yourself to come back to her heartbeat, right at your roots. All right, let's go a little bit further, brothers and sisters. So tucking your chin into your chest even here so that your cervical spine is nice and long. Yeah, cervical spine nice and long. And then where you are, exactly how you find yourself, please exhale all the air out of lungs. Press your lips together. Inhale in through the nose all the way to the top. Inhale. Roll the shoulders back. Sip in as much air as you can. Close off the throat. Suspend the breath. Body soft. If you can sip in more air, sip it in. Let all 10 fingers become soft here. Let everything melt. Everything melts. All muscles are melting. Spine is still straight and your lungs are expanded. When you're prompted by your body, take your sweet, beautiful time. But when you're prompted by your body, turn your face to the left, open the mouth, and let it go. Face comes back to center. Breathe in your prana. Breathe in your life force energy. Beautiful. All right, brothers and sisters. So then bring your knees up towards the sky and then set the pillows aside. If you had pillows under your thighs, set the pillows aside. And then let's come to even roll off of the bolster that we're resting on. Yeah. If you feel comfortable where you are, stay where you are. It's always about you. When we're comfortable in a yoga class or a yoga experience, then we learn, oh yeah, I need to be comfortable in my life all the time. Then I let it flow through me. Whatever that is. When we're soft, it flows through us. And we remember that we are light inside a body called a vehicle. So with your knees bent, soles of feet flat on the mat, just windshield wiper your knees right and left. Yeah, just let your knees fall right and left. And breathe. Yeah. And then we'll meet with our knees back up towards the sky. Take your right foot and cross your right ankle over your left knee. Yeah. And then maybe you bring your arms into a capital letter T to act as kickstands. And then just drop your knees all the way over to the right, keeping the ankle crossed over the knee. Yeah. Gaze goes to the left and breathe. Let yourself breathe. Bring your mind's eye to your thigh bone. See your femur bone in the dish-shaped socket of your hip. See that your foot on top of your knee is creating traction, and you are allowing your thigh bone to come to the top of the dish. It's in a place it doesn't always have contact with. Yeah. Yeah, beautiful. And then bring your knees back up to center. Keep them crossed, cross through center, and come all the way over to the left with the knees. This time, let your gaze go right and breathe. See that you are allowing compression and you are allowing expansion at the same time to your digestive organs. See that your spine is fluid. Beautiful. And coming back up to center. Shake out the right leg, uncross it, shake her out, and shake her off. Shake out left leg. Yeah, beautiful. And then hugging your knees into your chest. And then let your body rock right and left. Let your body roll all the way to the right and all the way to the left, and let your head follow the movement of the rest of your spine. Yeah. Breathe. Let the entire backside of your heart recalibrate with our mother. Let yourself come into the resonance and remember what it feels like to completely have someone have your back. This is the back of your heart. This is long-standing hurts and resentments. When we rest in the awareness of the planet that sustains us, Mother Earth, when we rest in that awareness by letting our heart come in contact with her, then we get to soften because we know we're being supported. We literally feel it. So then energetically, we get to relax our heart. All right, please let your feet come to the top of, to the sky. So keeping your knees bent, just let your feet come slowly up and then take a hold of the outsides of your feet or your ankles and come into happy baby by pulling your knees down on either side of your body. And then rock your baby right and left. Let your head follow the rest of your body. So that again, you get to recalibrate. Beautiful. And then from here, we're going to bring our feet together and our knees together. Let them come to land back on the earth. Soles of feet in contact with the ground. Take your left ankle, cross it over right. Yeah. And then let your knees fall all the way to the left. Let your gaze go to the right, and then bring your bottom heel either closer to your buttocks or further away so that this feels like you're getting just the right amount of traction for your right thigh bone. Just the right amount of traction for your right thigh bone. See that you are giving yourself traction. Yeah. Oh my gosh, we need to breathe more. And this is, we need to there's so much beautiful openings that can occur within the body when we break habitual holding patterns by actually taking a new position with our body. It breaks habitual physical patterns and habitual thought patterns and energetic patterns. Yeah. All right, beautiful brothers and sisters, bring your knees back to center. Keep that ankle crossed. Come all the way through center. Let the knees drop all the way to the right. Let your gaze go to the left. Unclench your 10 toes here. Support yourself if you want. If it sounds good to you to have a pillow underneath your knees, bring a pillow underneath. If that sounds inviting to you, come to the place where even in this posture, you can let your 10 toes get soft. Support yourself how you need to so that your ankle is relaxed and the small of your back has full on space. So let there be no clenching, but an opening and an invitation. We're just increasing our ability to move forward in our life, right? We're giving our hip socket and the gears right at the sacrum, that the root chakra and sacral chakra that control our legs and our ability to move forward in our life. We're just giving it space by bringing it into a new position. So energy gets to flow, prana gets to enliven all of our actions. Breathe. And then allow your knees to come back up to center. Uncross left ankle, shake out left leg, shake her out, shake her off, shake off right leg. One more time, hugging your knees into your chest and then rocking right and left. Yeah, beautiful. And then just roll over onto your side. Yeah, and rest here for a moment, letting that side of your heart recalibrate with Mother Earth. It's the right and left side of our heart, right? All right, brothers and sisters, and then using your top hand and arm, push yourself slowly back up into a seated position. I am rushing just a little bit, but I want to come to our heart. So normally we would, when you do this on your own, give yourself the opportunity to really allow that thigh bone to rub on the inside of the dish socket by doing these kinds of rotations when you have more time. Because right now I'm going to move us back up to our heart for just a moment, all right? So come into a comfortable seated position. And then if you would, if you have a strap, take your strap. Bring your spine up into alignment. And if you want to sit on something, give yourself a pillow to sit on. You know, if you feel like this is going to feel even more comfortable. And I am wearing this beautiful lei because I hail to you from incredible, life-giving and sustaining Mother Maui. All right, so with that strap, let's bring it so that it's shoulder width and shoulder height. Thank you, Ruby Crystal Bowl. And then shoulder height, shoulder width, just lift your arms up to the sky and let your shoulders be down. Yeah. And then slowly lower your arms all the way back down. All the way back down. And when you land your arms, really let everything soften. Let your glutes get soft. Let your tummy hang out. And this time, bring your awareness to your shoulder in the shoulder socket. And we'll do the same thing, bringing our arms up, shoulder height, shoulder width. And then slowly lifting your hands up to the sky, lifting your arms up to the sky. See the shoulder rotate in the socket as you slowly lower down. See that you are creating synovial fluid in the shoulder socket. That means you're literally oiling the joint, right? And it's the right and left side of our heart. It's the ability to embrace our life and our loved ones. Bringing your arms all the way back up to the sky. And then give yourself all the slack you need and let your arms drop behind you. So give yourself all the slack you need. I'm just using a belt. I have a yoga strap, but I'm using the belt to show you that you can use anything you have at home, anything that works, that allows you to hold and then let your hands drop down behind you. So bringing your arms all the way down behind you. When you land, just let go of the support, leave it there, And then please inhale your arms up over your head sideways. Breathe in your prana. It's real. It's life-giving energy. Breathe her in. This time, bring your palms together. Bring your palms together and draw those palms down through the center line of every single one of your energetic 7 chakras. The 7 chakras that govern the physical body all the way down to the root chakra. Beautiful. One more time, please inhale prana. See a golden sun in the palm of your hands as you draw your palms together and draw life-giving energy from the sustainer of our life, the sun. The sun, bringing rays of golden sun down through every one of your 7 energetic centers, yes. And then take a hold of the strap behind you. However you need to take a hold of it so that your hands can then lift up behind you. And then slowly allow your arms to rise up, come back through center. And I like to take up some slack so that I create a bit of tension in between my shoulder blades so that I get in between my actual shoulder sockets so that I can actually feel this traction. And I'm letting this traction come all the way to where the shoulder hooks into the shoulder socket, all the way down. Let your arms continue to come all the way down. Beautiful. One more time. One more time. Just let go of the strap and then take it so it's shoulder height, shoulder width again. And allow your arms to come up to the sky one more time. All the way up to the sky. Give yourself the slack you need. And then drop the arms and the hands down behind you. Come to the place where you feel the most tension here and pulse it. This is the back of our heart, right? See that this strap is like a piece of gentle floss. It's a gigantic piece of gentle floss. And then let one arm come a little bit higher and see how you're getting under one shoulder blade. And then let one arm come higher and see how you are literally flossing the back of your heart. This is long-standing hurts and resentments that get pushed back to the back of the heart. We don't always reach back there. That's why we do this. We reach back there and we scrape off. It's just like scraping plaque off of our tooth. It's the back of our heart. It's energetic and it is physical. They're the same thing, yeah. And then letting your arms come all the way back down. Yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful. And then from here, brothers and sisters, we have just a few more moments. So if you'd like to make yourself comfortable, please just build a nest for yourself and we'll come back into Shavasana, where, so just if you want to lay down in Shavasana, maybe you put some pillows underneath your head. Come to a place where Shavasana feels really nice for you. It's also nice to put the bolsters underneath your knees when you're laying there and have your knees propped. I'm going to move a little bit closer and take you through just some of the chakras that will allow us to more easily access higher levels of energy and higher levels of existence. So start by allowing yourself to become very, 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 very comfortable. Allow the breath to begin to lengthen. Allow all 10 toes to get so soft and let your feet, let them fall away from each other. Let the ankle become like soft taffy when that taffy is stretching on the machine. Let that ankle become like ribbon that blows in the wind. Allowing the kneecaps to melt. And then tilt your pelvis up slightly here and let it re-land so that your sacrum becomes fully relaxed. Yeah. And now allow your awareness to center in right at the base of your spine. Allow your awareness to zone in to the 5 lowest vertebrae in your spine. And as you become aware of those 5 lowest vertebrae, see them beginning to glow red. See these 5 vertebrae beginning to vibrate like a glowing red sun. See that glowing ball of red begin to swirl and revolve right at the base of your root chakra. Right at the base of root chakra. See a red ball. It is glowing, revolving, spinning. See it becoming brighter and feel its heat. Feel it becoming brighter, radiating a red ball of light. And as your awareness continues to climb up your spine, see that that continues to evolve. See that continues to revolve. But bring your awareness slowly up your spine, about 2 inches below the belly button. See as you approach this place that is located about 2 inches below the belly button. See that as you climb the staircase of the spine, that this orange ball begins to come into your vision. And that this orange ball is literally like an orange that you can eat, except it is like the sun at the same time. It is a radiating orange light, creativity, confidence, self-esteem. Brilliant orange ball of light, radiating right at the sacral chakra, Svadhisthana. My sensuality, my confidence. I am alive and I am creative. And Svadhisthana allows me to live because Svadhisthana is radiating orange light from at my sacral chakra. And then allowing your awareness to continue to climb up your spine. See a ball approaching as you approach, see a yellow ball of light like the golden sun. See this ball of light coming into your vision, radiating your power into the world, Manipura. Manipura, located about 2 inches above your belly button. This yellow ball of light radiating out into the world. Manipura, my power, asserting myself in the world, and it is radiating from your solar plexus out to the world. Manipura, it is real. We are remembering our solar plexus by feeling and seeing the yellow ball of light right at our solar plexus. And we allow our attention and our awareness to continue to climb up our beautiful spine. And we see a ball of green light right at the center of our heart. And this ball of green light is radiating like a green sun. And she is located in the center of our heart, deep within the physical body, and in the energetic body. Anahata, the great transformer. Allow Anahata to radiate out this ball of light that transforms lower energies. That means physical, dense energies from the planet. It doesn't have to be bad, it's just denseness. These lower energies and lower vibrations, denseness that holds our beautiful Mother Earth together, allowing that awareness to transform to even higher energies in this incredible center of the heart. Spinning, evolving. It is okay for me to open my heart. It is okay for me to feel my heart. And allow your awareness to continue to climb up your spine to the pit of the throat. See Vishuddha, see turquoise waters at the pit of the throat. See and feel this turquoise ball of light flowing. It is okay to speak my truth. It is okay to speak my truth. I lovingly share my truth, and it flows through me like turquoise waters, like the turquoise waters in the ocean. I lovingly speak my truth. It flows forth from my throat. And allowing your awareness to continue to climb up your spine a little bit higher till you see the color of indigo, purple indigo, right at the third eye. So bringing awareness to the center in between the physical eyebrows. And within the skull, see your pineal gland, your third eye in the center of your skull. And it is located directly through the center of your eyebrows in the center of your skull. I see what is happening physically, and I see what is happening energetically. I see what is here as well as what is not here. I know. I am all knowing. See that purple ball of light in the center of your physical head. See that ball of light radiating, revolving, spinning, radiating purple indigo light. See how you are activated and activating at all times. Allowing body to be so soft that the light that encompasses the physical body begins to slip past the envelope of your skin. See the light inside the physical body become so light that it begins to slip past the envelope of your skin. The body vehicle is so soft that the light that animates the physical vehicle can transcend the physical vehicle and merge with the light of all there is. Awareness climbing even higher till we come to the 1,000-petal lotus, merging with white light of the all that is. Physical body is soft. Physical body is so soft. And now where you find yourself, please, more softly than you ever have done it before, exhale the air out of the lungs. Press the lips together. Inhale so light and so long that the inhale is almost invisible. Let the inhale come all the way to the very top of your lungs. And when you reach the top, Open the mouth and let that exhale come out even slower than the inhale as you let your body stay soft. This is the practice of light body fusion, known forever as union, known as yoga. Cannabis sativa has been a human ally for thousands of years, showing us how to heal our physical body and our energetic body, showing us how to work with our mother and our brothers and sisters. And she is re-emerging at this pivotal time in the transformation of this incredible living system that we are a part of, called Gaia, called Pachamama, called our mother. So allow your breath to begin to deepen. Allow your body to slowly begin to come back into an awareness that it is laying on supports. And then calling your energy back to you. Calling all energy that makes up my physical body, calling it back to me. Calling your physical energy that makes up and animates this physical body that we call a vehicle, or vehicle that we call a body, calling all of my energy, calling it back into the body vehicle, and allowing yourself to see that you are coalescing into this form, this light form that you are, but you're coalescing and you're just maybe even hovering right above the body vehicle as you see yourself lying on that place where you are laying. See that this light energy that animates, see that it is slowly hovering over the body, and that then you are allowing yourself to then just settle back into the body vehicle. Like you slip your hand into a glove. See that you are slipping the energetic body back into the physical form. Yeah. And then start to make some little movements in the wrists and the fingers and the joints of the feet and ankles. And then reach your arms up overhead away from the body. And reach your feet away from the body. Yeah. Beautiful, like you're waking up from the most restful, deep sleep. Yes. And then just turn onto your opposite side, the side that you hadn't turned on before. Just make your way slowly onto the side that you have not been on before, and let that side of the heart come in contact with Mother Earth. Yeah. And then using your top hand and arm, push yourself slowly up into a seated position. Take your sweet, beautiful time, because there is plenty of it. There's plenty of time, there's plenty of money, there is plenty of love. Take your sweet, beautiful time. And we will round this practice and observance of merging with our energetic body and physical body more easily. Knowing that we can be in contact with both parts of ourselves. They're not even parts. It's like a gradation. We can be in contact with the whole all the time by keeping the body soft. And we come together with like-minded people so that we remember, literally meaning rejoin, come back to the reality that we are in several we are energy and we are physical at the same time, and operate from that knowing and that truth. So let's join in with the primordial sound that makes up the vibration of all of life, that sound of Om, bringing our hands together at heart center. And this is us honoring our light, bringing our hands together at heart center, and we create an energetic field of light when we bring our healing palm to our healing palm. And then we bring it to our heart, because we know the heart's the great transformer, right? And we remember to see it all in love. We can choose to do that. We just remember. We'll round out this observance by doing that incredible, vibrant sound of Om, by inhaling to Om. So we'll take an inhale in, and then we'll open our mouth and Om it out. So exhaling air out of lungs, pressing lips together, inhale in through the nose all the way to the top. Inhale. Open the mouth and Om. Om. The divinity in me honors and recognizes the divinity in you. Namaste. I see you, Joan. I see my brothers and my sisters. Who in the heck are all of you that are bringing this incredible message to the planet? Who in the heck are all of you? And Rita, my assistant.
We're so honored. God. So, Bree.
Yes, sister, thank you so much.
Can you hop on and let everyone do the chat and ground and let everyone know where they can find you?
Absolutely.
We're just so honored you with us, love.
Thank you. And I know we ran a little long. I so appreciate love and light. So do I just leave? Do I leave or I go to chat? Oh, I go to chat.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Then, brother.
Oh my goodness. I feel like I don't want to get you out of this space or me out of this space. Well.
Integration is key, right? In any plant medicine ceremony.
Guys, I should mention Bree does this for people and with people, groups and individually, so she can create sacred ceremonies for you wherever you are. And I felt carried away. So we can come back to earth with Robin and our last speaker.
Okay, I'll bring her on. And right before you introduce her, I just want to make a comment based on the previous speaker, Leonard, that somebody had commented when speaking about RA in regards to use of CBD, and I said my wife, had RA or has RA and used it, and asked what type of CBD it was. We basically just we were working with a company where we're distributing it, but it was pretty much regular CBD with a little bit of THC in it, and it had a really great effect on, anti-inflammatory, and that's what RA is. It's an inflammatory condition. And as I said earlier, multiple times during this weekend, from my own research and really trying to look at what's the best things for anti-inflammation, really cannabis is really the number one thing that I've come across. So it makes sense that it works in situations like that.
I'm a little embarrassed because for all that I know, I made a decision after listening to this. Number one, I'm going to be taking hemp seeds all the time.
Yes.
And number two, why aren't I taking CBD regularly as a preventive and to keep my immune system? So that was wonderful information. And now I see Dr. Robin going to the office. Okay.
Tough act to follow, Joan. Thank you. Oh my God.
You know, the people who are here want to hear what you have to say.
Oh, man.
First.
Okay. I all feel like we should all just go take a nap, but okay, I'll do my best. I'm going to change classes.
Nap, my dear Robin. Okay, so Robin is on a mission to help people with growth and self-discovery. Okay, she gives you the keys and tools to make gains in every aspect of your life. She actually has a cannabis university, of which I have taken and passed with an A, Cannabis 101. Okay, just so you know. But she's a trained psychologist, an industrial organizational psychologist of human behavior. And she's a teacher, a practitioner. And so she's the best person really to talk to us about how to transfer our skills in life to this new business. This new Take it, Robin.
Okay, I'm going to talk about myself and share my screen in just a moment. Thank you for the nice introduction. And like I was saying, wow, tough act to follow. I'm coming to you from, that was a wonderful, wonderful thing. I just loved it on a Sunday afternoon. It was just splendid. Coming to you from my office in Desert Hot Springs. I'll just give you a little background about myself real quick. I have a PhD and a master's in what's called industrial organizational psychology, which is basically psychology and business combined. I have also had a nonprofit accredited college for, 12 years now. And recently, 2 years ago, rebranded it and added the cannabis component to it. And that's what launched me into the cannabis world because, you know, as an executive trainer and coach, I've traveled all over the world, and workforce development, that's what our school is all about. I realized very early that if I didn't bring cannabis careers to the community, especially the at-risk communities that I work with, and out here in Desert Hot Springs, that is a huge opportunity for employment here. And so I ventured into this world, and now I've become, if you will, sort of I'm not going to say an expert, but I help people get into careers in the cannabis world because I'm going to talk about transferable skills, and they're pretty much, the industry's grown. So I'm going to share with you a PowerPoint, but I'm also going to show you the school and talk to you about what I do as well in the end. And then hopefully, if you are looking to get into this industry in any kind of professional way, this will help you. So with no further ado, I'm going to share my screen here. Okay. All right. And I should add that by trade, I am a professor, a college professor. So if I sound a little academically, I apologize because it's kind of a natural thing the way I teach. So I apologize if it gets too a little boring or anything. Okay, so this is me, DRG Consulting. I do have my own business, like I said. You'll see I have a YouTube channel and a website address, which I'll share with you. But I do weekly what I call 5-minute coaching sessions around career development and whatnot. And I'll get into that soon. So you can always look me up and things that I'm talking about. But today I'm going to talk about careers in cannabis and transferable skills. Like I said, I work in the academic world and also run a school. So I work a lot with people trying to get into this industry and also with professional companies trying to get compliant and be a real company to work for in this new legal cannabis world we're in. So one interesting thing to know is there are now more cannabis workers in the US than there are, what we call traditional jobs, librarians and pilots in this particular meme here. But this is such a fast and growing industry because everything all of you guys have been talking about for the last 2 days, all of these things feed into this new awakening. And you know what? I am not going to lie. I was raised by what would be called the hippie children. I was the California beach kid that grew up and marijuana, pot, weed, we called whatever you want to call it, was just part of life. Then when I got older and raised some kids, I wasn't really that much into it because it was illegal and I was trying to raise responsible people. now I've kind of fallen back into this world, which I'm really enjoying. But in that, I'm realizing the parts that I've never known about it before, which is all the things you're talking about, the spiritual side of it, the medicinal side of it, all of these amazing, this new world. And I'm so excited about that. And all what it's bringing to us is a whole, I mean, the Pandora's box is opened. I mean, the jobs are coming as fast as we can keep our hands on them. But I'm going to talk about the basic ones today and what we, if you're looking for a career in a traditional cannabis industry job. Okay, so it's a growing thing and it's the future of work and it's growing faster, than I can keep my hands on. As a matter of fact, right before COVID, we literally had just completed, and Joan was there supporting me with the state of California EDD and my school, a huge cannabis career event. So even this, the legislators are getting behind this. So as you all probably all know, we divide up the workforce into, medicinal jobs, food jobs, and industry jobs, because as we know, and we were the speaker before, Miss, the yoga instructor, I'm sorry, I can't remember her name. I'm so sorry, but Bree, thank you. I should remember that. That's my daughter's middle name. Okay. So, but there's all kinds of jobs that flow into these three main categories that we're talking about. First of all, okay, as you can see, we have everything from the growing to the management. And that's what's so fascinating about this. It's not just the retail or making products or edibles or growing. It is a vast industry with every kind of professional you can imagine in any industry. And that's why I've fallen in love with it. And it's also proven to be a challenge, because one of the problems I have run into is people coming in who are not of, I should say, the best of character, and thinking they can make a big buck and doing really bad, wrong things. And I've been experienced it firsthand and working with these companies to try and get them up to speed on this is a real industry now, and we have to treat it as such, meaning we have to follow the rules. We have to follow labor law. We have to follow, discrimination requirements. There's so many things, ADA, you name it. And this is the part that I do a lot of work with industry, people within the industry to help them understand. Okay, so here is a basic look at some of the jobs in cannabis. So in the retail side of it, obviously we have, the management side, the supervising of people, what we call bud tenders, the ones at the counters and who need to know the product. Compliance is a huge thing. This is what will shut down any business so fast. And so a compliance manager is critical. Inventory manager, and then, we even have medical cannabis consultants that work inside of these facilities and elsewhere. So that's one side of it. Then we also have the business side of it. We have the marketing. And we have the security side, which is a huge, next time you do this, Joan, I would love to have you meet my friend Tony from Sapphire. He does security for cannabis, retail, and just the stuff that goes into that in itself it's a beast of its own. And then there's, of course, human resources. Like I was saying, these are human resource jobs. We have to follow the rules to be a legitimate industry. And then there's the bookkeeping, the accounting, and the administration side of it. And then there's IT and front desk and delivery driver and cashiers. And I believe you heard from Michelle Rizzo. She's, a brand ambassador, knows her product, right? And then there's the agricultural side and the food side. And we, the school I'm going to show you in a moment, we are actually launching our cannabis. It's a 6-month certification program in culinary with a cannabis concentration. I'll share that with you, but that's a whole nother industry, right? And they're growing and evolving. And based on what the previous doctor was talking about, as these CBDs and all these things, it's like a whole world is opened up to us, and careers as well. Here's just a little snippet to give you an idea of all the subsectors within those main categories, right? These are just examples of some of the smaller scale, or I shouldn't say smaller scale, but subcategories of all the things we don't even think about. A lot of people think, oh, cannabis industry, I'm going to grow, I'm going to trim, I'm going to sell, I'm going to deliver. No, this is real money. This is traded money. This is people, investors. This is big business. So whether some people are against that and don't like that, and I understand that, but it's unfortunately the nature of the beast when it went legal, and as it continues to go legal in more and more states and eventually federal. So, these are just to give you some examples of how big this industry has become and will continue to be. Okay. Everything from growing, but also to all levels of business. Now, to give you a little insight into how some of these salaries are, and I hope you can see this, I have a laptop and it doesn't look super huge, but I'll kind of go over it with you. On the accounting and finance side, I mean, we have CFOs making, $160,000 a year, top down to, your average, bookkeeper, $50,000. I mean, they're pretty much in line with traditional industry, right? VPs, $175,000, $180,000, down to, your traditional administration roles. Cultivation, they're high up there. To be a VP of production is a very big responsibility, specifically because everything is tracked and everything can cost money. Just a shift in something within the greenhouse and you can lose a crop and it can be worth a fortune. So these are the kinds of people that make big dollars. And then we also have, down to just people who package and trim. It's a nice living for a lot of people, especially retirees. If they can pull in $30,000 a year, they're happy. Distribution is the next side of it. Distribution manager can be making $75,000. And again, you're going to see these change based on regions, right? So California may be more of a salary level than, say, someone in the Midwest or something like that, because it is inflation related. So, and then there's the legal side. I mean, to be an attorney in the cannabis industry, I have several friends who are making some good dollars, okay, depending on the size. And out here in Desert Hot Springs, we're about, Royal Emerald is about to be the first. I was talking to them last week. They're one of 26 licenses that are federally approved to grow federally approved pharmaceutical grade cannabis. And their focus is on veterans and PTSD. And so, we're talking big dollars when you get up to that level, right? And then there's manufacturing and marketing. And so you can see they're very much in line with traditional work. Oh, did I go too far? Hold on, I hope I didn't. Okay, no, sorry about that. So in terms of operations, same kind of thing. Oh, I can't see. I hope you guys can see it. Sales directors, there's marketing, there's retail. And so that's my point. And then the science, now you're talking about PhD level scientists and lab people who, the research and development. So we're talking big dollars, and this is just going to continue to grow and grow and grow and not to, pun intended, but you get it. Okay. And then now we need to talk about, well, how do we get into it? I'm sorry, I got an itchy nose today. No, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm sorry. So where do we start? People say that all the time to me. How do I get into this? What do I do? How do I start? Well, we have to talk about transferable skills. And this is how I work with my people. I'm like, well, you've got a skill set. How can you bring it into a career? And I'll give you an example. One of my colleagues that I've worked with is Adrian Sedlin, who was, as you know, started Candescent and is the CFO, I believe, or CEO to this day. And he said to me something I thought was just so perfect. He said, Robin, my best trimmers are manicurists. Well, of course. And that's a transferable skill. I can't think of a better way to say it, right? So transferable skills are any talent that you can bring to the table and use it in the career path you want to go to. And in this case, we're talking about cannabis. So I always inspire people and ask them to really list their skills. What are your skills? What do you do? What can you do? And how can we, even if you've been a stay-at-home mom, I mean, you've been a bookkeeper, you know how to cook, you probably know how to clean, you probably know how to trim. There's a million things you can bring into the job market. And also we can combine our skills. Think about how you can combine your skills, both hard skills, which are the things which are teachable and things you can quantify, to soft skills like your time management, your personal skills, how you communicate with people, your personality, right? So we want to look at those things and say, well, what makes me different that I could bring to the table? And these are what we call transferable skills. They're our personal, work-related skills coming together, okay? Now, when we're talking about transferable skills, we need to think about our work history, obviously, what we were doing, what we've done, and how we can take that skill set, create a resume that's cannabis specific, and apply those skills to a most current job. And I'm going to show you something in a moment too that's very important to help you to do that. When you're looking at job postings, think about, okay, well, this is what they want in a job. How do I know the things I know translate to those things, both academically, the things I've done, my hands-on activities, whatever, previous jobs. And then we need to highlight those skills in our resume as we're bringing them as we're trying to change into this career. Trust me, the majority of people coming into this industry are new. This is not a huge and unusual thing. It's just people don't think about it. So you're not alone if you're trying to get into the industry and transferring your skills. Okay. So at the end of the day, you really need to create examples of your skills and round out your resume. And I recommend you having a cannabis specific based resume, because you will take your transferable skills and put them into this resume, and you can categorize them. You can do them a lot of different ways. But these are ideas of transferable skills and how you can think about them when you're doing your resume. Sorry, my little phone's just beeping. I apologize for that. So here's some examples of some transferable skills in sort of categories for you. There's general skills. Those are your basic job skills. Things like how well you listen, how well you understand and carry out information, your performance abilities, your written communication, how well you do, basic skills, punctuality, math. These are what we call general skills. So you first need to think about that. And if you like, I can give this PowerPoint to Joan and she can email it to anybody who requests it if you ever want to look back at this. But these are your basic skills, your general skills, okay? The building blocks of who you are. Now, when we're talking about transferable skills, we're also talking about, how you manage people. This would be considered a managing kind of role, right? So we're also looking at how well in a situation like that you might be able to motivate people or train employees. Maybe you've got a training background, or maybe you've got stories that you can add about how you collaborated as a team and worked together. Supply relationships, references from people you've worked with. But it's really about these general skills and the transferable way that you can bring these things into the cannabis industry. Okay, now when we're talking about management, we're talking about that skill set which is about, how do you develop and oversee a budget? Can you recruit personnel? Your job, interviewing job candidates, selecting new hires. These are all the things that we do in the cannabis industry as well. So you can show how you can transfer these skills into a specific job application or whatnot. Start thinking about how you take this management skill and put it into this field. And when we're talking about clerical, these are the things they're usually looking for. How good we're at, you are designing and maintaining correspondence reports, your basic administrative abilities, right? That is the next kind of transferable skill that's important to think about. We also like to see research and development and planning skills. So if you have these things, these are basic things that demonstrate that, you have skills that are transferable into, research and development or time planning or, in some kind of management team or whatever, analytical skills, documental processes and conducting research. As a PhD, that's what I do. So this happens to be one of my areas. So, this is how I was able to take that and parlay it into this industry in the work that I do. And you can think about it that way. Now, also, IT, huge. Why? Well, if you've been in this world, you guys have heard the term track and trace. We have to track something from seed to sale and every step in between. And if you don't, you get fined, you lose your license, you're in trouble. So, this is a very important skill. If you have any computer and IT skills in this industry, they're very much needed. We're going to find this to be a huge part of the industry. We already do, but I think it's just going to continue to get bigger and bigger and bigger as we go. And then the key points to remember when you're talking about transferable skills is, think about how you can use them. And we're going to look at some job types in a minute. Think about your hard skills and soft skills and how you can quantify those. Okay, so I increase performance 50% by doing this thing. Okay, you will more than likely, I don't like the word may, I am sure have transferable skills from any job that you have had in the past. And you need to think about the categories and highlight those things. Now, I'm going to, and then that goes into your resume, of course. So I'm going to show you a little about our school. I work with, as I said, I founded this nonprofit school. We have been working out here in the Coachella Valley for 13 years, all through Riverside and San Bernardino County. I'm going to get out of the screen and show you. And since then, okay, where are we? Okay. Since then, we have grown and rebranded to WEI. And so this website, which Joan will share with you, is on that PowerPoint. It's westerneducationinstitute.com. I'm just going to go through and show you some of the highlights of what we do and our website. We do a hybrid and online and face-to-face, but we found that especially with COVID, it's been a great opportunity to launch into our online programs. We have, I think I need to share, hold on, I need to share my computer sound with you. So basically we have several different programs, and they all are 6-month. You can take one class and get one certificate, or you can get the master's certification I'm going to show you. But like I said, in the last 2 years, we found ourselves in a position to get into the cannabis world. So as you can see, I've got some videos here. You're free to watch them. I'm just going to show you our cannabis concentration one. You can watch them, and they show you about them.
Robin, are you trying to show us a video?
Oh, you can't. Oh, I'm sorry. You can't see? Oh, I apologize. I thought you could see. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Yeah, let me stop that. I don't know why I didn't share. Okay, let me try that again. Okay, I'm going to share screen one more time. There we go. This will work. Sorry about that. Can you see the website?
Yeah, we see it.
Ah, good. I apologize for that. So I was just saying you could go in here and you can look at a little. This is our Culinary. Cannabis concentration culinary program. They're just like a little bit. You can go through and look at any of them, and you can click right here and it'll open up actually the culinary certification and what's involved. And as you can see, we have interest to cannabis cooking and cannabis baking and pastry along with, because the idea is a person can come in, for example, and take one class or take all of them and have a master certification. So that said, I'll just, we have the horticulture. We actually have arrangements. We have several grows throughout California, but we also have partnerships throughout the the country, as well as Ireland, Spain, and the UK. So we have several interesting places where students can intern, do most of their coursework online, and then actually go and work in the field. We have the business management certification with optional cannabis concentration. I'll show you what that looks like. The reason that the cannabis part, we have a special HR in cannabis. But all of these things are important to cannabis business, be it accounting, be it management, being leadership tools, be whatever it may be. And so, we add a cannabis piece to this. So this is our basic programs. And then if you want to, you can click over here to our green industry programs. We have another little video. And this is our horticulture certifications. We can add a cannabis and a hemp certification. And this is all your greenhouse. This is all of your food marketing. This is plant science. This is all of those things. And again, human resource management and cannabis. This is all the business side. So this is where you can go with that. Student services. This is what I really wanted to share with you. If you go to our student services, you will see grassroots staffing. That is a very dear friend of Joan and myself. I've come to grow very fond of David and his company, but he does all our cannabis job placement. So anybody who goes through our program can then turn around and he will help place you. But what I wanted to show you that's important, if you go down here, there's cannabis job description manual and compensation guide, which is where I got those numbers for you. But if you ever want to look and see what's in a job description for a cannabis company, you can open this and this will show you, as you can see, a general manager. It describes everything. So if you're ever looking to get in the field of a store manager, for example, or a shift supervisor or bud tender, this is a great resource and I encourage you to check it out. And then compare it with the other one here, which is this compensation guide, which will give you, and this is part produced by the National Cannabis Industry Association, which gives out amazing materials such as this. But the idea being, it goes into depth about the business, but this is where I got all of these figures for you. And they update this regularly, so I really encourage you to keep an eye open for that. And that's basically, if you want to register, you can click here, you'll get an email, you can subscribe to our website, whatever you want to do. I did want to share that. And then before I wrap it up, I wanted to show you a little bit about me. So if you ever want to find me, I do a lot of career training, a lot of career development. This is my personal website, drrobingoins.com. I have worked all over the world. Like I said, executive coach training, I do career development, and then the school's my passion as well. I have webinars and training that I offer here. So I have regular, just little webinars that are available to you on all kinds of different topics. I have little video clips, but I also have series of different trainings that I offer for $49.99. So you can take it and you can get a certification for your work, for your compliance, for whatever. And then another very important thing. Actually, let me go back to here. For $9.99, get whatever you want. But I also do sessions if you want group training or one-on-one, but here's the thing I want you to see. I have many free things here for you to look at. Here's some of my university level lectures, but if you want to learn about some of these things that pertain to cannabis, and then I have a lot of 5-minute coaching videos on different kinds of skill sets for getting out there in the world. They're not cannabis specific because obviously it's not the only industry I work with. But like this week was aligning your values with your career or suffer the consequences. So these are some of my video clips, and I'm happy to work with anyone that's interested in getting into this industry. So that's really it for me. Is I'm open to questions or anything anybody. Oh, I see a lot of chats here. Should I just that's the yoga one. Does anyone have any questions for me?
Thank you so much for all of that, Robin. Yeah, I was going through your website as you were speaking. I was checking out every page. I'm trying to figure it out here. How do I sign up to be a compliance manager?
Well, that's part of it. You can take a class on compliance, or we have a business certification with that included in it. So you could just email me, or it'll go to Jennifer, our registrar, and she would hook you up. But we also make them very affordable, and get those certs and get to work.
I love it, Robin. I found it really helpful. All of the transferable skills, and last year I did go to apply for a job as a bud tender, just so everyone knows. After I took the class with you, I thought, well, I could get hands-on experience. I wasn't qualified for bud tending, I guess, but that was just really well done, Robin. I can't wait to have those, in-person meetings with the EDD again.
Oh, it was an amazing event. I'd love to have you guys there and doing maybe some live stuff, but that got put on the back burner, obviously, we had this amazing event in October. We were scheduled for the spring, and then COVID hit, and that was the end of that. So.
But life happens here in the United States of California, here, America.
But I'm always here if you ever have questions about the industry and getting into it on a career level, or you just want, a coach, a life coach, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to be definitely contacting you, and I'm probably going to be referring people over to you a couple times every few months, because
wonderful.
I think a lot of people want to go in the industry and have conversations about it, but this is a practical step-by-step in order to position yourself well within the industry, to be selected from an industry that there's a lot of people that love cannabis. And the industry is growing now. So pretty soon it could get oversaturated, but this is a way in order to really become credible within the industry, right?
That's correct. And going in, like Joan was saying, into a job and saying, I completed a training, I got my certification, it's an accredited thing, that makes the big difference. That unless you have a degree, but even then, you need some experience in that field in some way, and that's a way to do it.
Exactly.
Thank you so much, Robin. Very and helpful. And I love that you're working with David too. So guys, it's not just a school and training. You get sent right over to David, grassroots, and they have jobs. These are essential business.
Oh, and someone just wrote here, I need workers. Okay, well, I'm trying to read all this as fast as I need workers. Okay, I'm going to type in my email. It's info@drrobingoins.com. Email me and go to my website, email through the website, whatever, and I will plug people to wherever they want to go, who they want to meet, and David or the school or whatever it may be.
Cool. And Terry is actually saying, amazing info. I'm looking to transition from medical administrative assistant to cannabis.
There you go. There you go. There you go. Okay.
Thank you, Robin.
Appreciate you, Robin.
Have a lovely Sunday.
Thank you too.
Thanks for being with us.
Okay. Bye.
So great. I saw so many of my friends on this.
Yeah, I know. You did such a good job. And there it is, Joan.
I can hardly believe it.
All right.
Curious. I hope you guys have liked it, and I hope you end it with your with a poem, guys. You can reach me, by the way, at joanofangels.com, and I do have a new group that's developing 420 Spiritual Living, and I will be doing 420 Spiritual Sundays. So stay in touch with me if you're interested in knowing more about that, and Neil will know all about it as well. So I want to thank all of you for being here for us.
And being here in the beginning of something that we're building. You're here in the grassroots. Many different topics that we've been working on in PortalToAscension, we built from the ground up with a few people to thousands of people. And this is one of the industries that I wanted to get into for a while and do something. And what I guess I would have said in the beginning, but I forgot, was my real reason to want to do a conference on cannabis was that when I looked at cannabis conferences, most of them were for business professionals and investors, and a lot of them were $300, $400, $500, $600 to get into. And then when I looked at the events that were for the consumer, there were festivals, because the consumer wants to go to music festivals and pay $25 to $100 and have a good time. So what this event was bridging the gap between that all. So providing information that everybody could benefit from. And I learned so much from this, Joan. Like, we're going to debrief for sure, but I have so many ideas of how we can do like a live event and, keep the entertainment flowing, and as well as really providing a lot of great info.
I've really enjoyed it, Neil. It's, first of all, I've been talking to the cannabis plant since about 1966. So I think that's when it was. And I can hardly believe that I'm sitting here now doing conferences on it, and even having been a chiropractor, like, this is just a miracle.
Yeah.
Hard to believe. And this conference, I've never had this much information coming to me about how to use it, how to love it, how to, all of it was really helpful, the history of it. And I've learned a lot. So all of you have helped Neil and I tremendously.
Yeah, definitely. Taken my awareness. And you know what? Even this event has made me reflect on my usage, to the point that being so much more informed about it has made me been like, I'll cut down a little bit. It's because I do notice when I don't really need to use it, but I do. And not that I'm gonna like judging the amount of use or anything, but it's like this kind of event doesn't inspire me to smoke more. It inspires me to be more present with it. Well,
that's really true, and doesn't inspire me to get the highest THC content anymore either. I've been trying to learn about terpenes, but also for me, I think that I've learned that it's time for me to have CBD in my system. That is a good all around health and wellness. And
yes.
And I love, I love that plants adapt to us. So intention. Oh, we had this beautiful comment from Kathy. All right. She says, you two, I'm sure she's talking about you and I, are karmic twins. I genuflect at your prowess. Listen, this came about as just an evening of just chatting back and forth, and Neil had some ideas, and we went deeper and deeper, and I'm just so honored to be here. I love Neil and Soul, and I love cannabis, and I love teaching. I love sharing wisdom.
It's so interesting, Joan, that we connected, right, over consciousness, UFOs and ETs, ancient history, but the two major events that we did together were on plants.
Oh, you mean the cannabis, the psychedelic conference?
The psychedelic plant medicine and the cannabis one.
Yeah, but I also was at your I spoke at the Portal.
I know, but I'm saying you were at many events. You've done many events with us, but to be co-producing an event, you know what I mean?
This was a dream come true, by the way. So I don't want Neil to hear this, but I have been visualizing things like this for quite a long time.
Yeah. I agree. I understand. You told me that a lot, actually. So I want to make a comment based on another previous presenter before we close out for today, right? Okay. And this is gotta give credit to Soul. She's the one who said this, right? So I think it was Paul that was talking about the wolf, the evolution of the wolf, right? And how like we basically crossbred wolves in order to make all different types of dogs. Okay, you with me, John? And then canna means dog, right? And then in Dogon, cannabis is the dog plant, so the dog star system, all that connection. So it's very interesting that he was saying that not only did wolves were the first type of dog, and then we kind of did all this stuff to create all these variations, and now dog is a man's best friend, right? Look at the connection we have. But it's almost like we put so much intention in the genetic hybridization of dogs that they're intrinsically connected to us. And now you look at cannabis, also named after a dog, right? Has the exact same thing, where it started as one thing, but it's been crossbred, hybridized, all types of different variations of it. And it's also, so Soul said, so are you telling me that dogs and cannabis are both man's best friend? Or so I was like, well, that's almost like, even though it's kind of an esoteric kind of thing to say, that's probably physically actually a truth, that we have had so much involvement in the hybridization of this plant for so long that not only have we, do we have receptors in here, but it's completely connected to us on that level as well.
And it used to be infused all around us. I mean, wild as a weed, hemp clothing, hemp products, hemp fuel, hemp, everything that used to be around that people had it so available. I had a crazy thought though. Here's my crazy thought. the cannabis from millions of years ago, wow, wouldn't that be interesting to experience? Because you started mentioning hybridization, and I went, oh my God, that plant when it got here was in one form, but it has adapted to our environment and us. So we're spreading more cannabis around the planet now where it should be.
Exactly.
Rightful place. And all of you, we're so happy you joined us and that you're going to join us in the future for our future cannabis programs. They're unfolding.
Definitely. It's been beautiful. Thank you all so much. I'm going to close out with a poem in a few, Joan, but do you want to have a few more words before we go into that?
Oh my God, this has been a bridge into another universe, which is the universe of this magical plant in all of its forms. And it's an honor to be sort of a curator of teachers and wisdom guides and people who know so much, who are master teachers and have so much to share with us. And so as an intuitive and as an oracle myself, I'm just honored to have helped to bring this. So you can find me, Joan of Angels. I channel, I do art, I help guide people, and I'm honored to be here.
It is a miracle plant. And before I do the poem, well, first I wrote some comments here that we can smoke it, we can eat it, we can inhale it, we can bathe in it, and we can have all these external things that we don't want to pollute. So we can use it for all these other things that actually are sustainable to the planet. It's all around us, it's in us, it's helpful to us. It can bring back so many different ecosystems on the planet. Like, it's so amazing. But I want to, before I get into my poem and close out, I want everybody to join me in gratitude to Joan of Angels for, I'm just going to give you a little synopsis once again, that, you know, it was my idea to create this event for a few years. I really wanted to do it. I couldn't do the live event. I spoke to Joan. Joan was the perfect person to bring on to co-produce this event. Everybody except for one presenter, Kathy, that I brought on, she brought on every single one, did so much research, spent hours a day making connections, building bonds in order for this to be an event that she wanted to be at, really is what it comes down to, which is something with high integrity, great information. And due to that, like, honestly, like, yes, I have PortalToAscension running this, but Joan curated the speakers entirely and has created something so epic. Even the way we progress into information. So I want us to just put our hands together, snap our fingers, put our palms up, and just send pure light and love and more than everything, abundance to Joan for her assistance in this, and knowing that, you know, karmically it's going to come back 1,000-fold and manifest in her life as beauty and abundance. So thank you, Joan.
And so it is. I'm just so honored, Neil. And you know what? That is so loving. And that's why I'm working with you, because, you know.
Yeah, I see you 100%. And you've known that, and you see me like that too. So we just already know, you know.
So, yeah. So guys, you know, we're going to be diving into 420 Spiritual Sundays in the next few months. I'm getting that together, and we have the most amazing speakers, and Neil and I are the most creative together. So God knows, just be ready. And if we know you like our stuff, you will get more of it.
Exactly.
So,
yes.
Thank you, Neil, for acknowledging me. You just make it so easy to be myself.
Thank you, Joan. All right, I'm going to do a poem, okay? So this one is another poem that is not about cannabis because I don't have too many, but it is inspired by cannabis because 90% of everything I ever wrote, I was actually probably had smoked some cannabis before I wrote it. So this one here is called Road to Zion. I love you all. Thank you for being a part of this amazing event. Road to Zion. In this world of calamity, with organized piety making people drop to their knees, we be the free. You see, people see right in front. It's time for the peripheral, narrow-minded ignorance to be the big man and see the benevolence. The interdimensional energy of love holds my truth above other dimensions. I'm the anti-level vacuum being sucked down with the pull of a black hole, recycled in this universe that shows acceptance. Knows acceptance, accepting the predicament that I am in. With all the government makes me think I do is all I do is a sin. Straight fear-mongering. So I'll write with a pen to show a beginning to an end. Just know we chose to be here. Tear perceptions of fear. And remember, Jah will be waiting there. It's time to believe in yourself. To forget monetary wealth. To concentrate on your health. I felt lost, stones pelt, body bloody, judgment by those who say they love me. But what does love mean within these lower frequencies of emotions, causing mental erosions? I'm frozen in a rapidly moving time, with holes in the heavens, flow of energy from realms of divine essence. These beings, they think that we're under their guide. To receive lessons of ascension? No. The gods we show, the biblical portrayal of Jesus in pagan rituals, the deities we worship and bow, ask for forgiveness, and how can we reach the kingdom of heaven? Away from ourselves. Looking externally for personified God, indemnified soul of the old ancestry of the duality of friends and foes. Know this, the energy level will persist. There is no new world order in this. The energy level will persist. So I'll raise my fist above all of this noise, deploy the weapon of joy, and just know that we're here to employ the goodness in our hearts and creation, and we spark, and we ignite the flame and rearrange the neural networks in our brain so we can achieve some sort of enlightenment with the plant medicine. As we go and travel into the realms of the mystics, we will have this prolific plant with us forever, because it's a part of us from the days when the weather had shifted on the planet, and the poles will rearrange and shift once again so that we can achieve this level of ascension that we know we can obtain in this plane of existence. So you and I, we will forever be persistent. Love you. I actually forgot the words halfway because I got nervous and I freestyled half of it.
Your freestyle's pretty good. We would never have known.
So if anybody wants to follow me, you can follow me on Instagram. I'm going to post my Instagram there. It's conscious hip hop, right? Esoteric, spoken word, poetry, and also for events on Portal to Ascension, I_am_resonance. And then also please do follow Joan and check her website out as well. And we'll be back again and again and again.
Ciao. See you in Desert Hot Springs, guys.
Love you all. See you soon. Bye, Joan.
Bye, Neil.